Hey y'all, it's me, everyone's favorite Bus, and welcome back to Hot or Hot. And RuPaul's Drag Race Season 16 is finally here. Seriously though, Season 16, can you believe it? Oh, and unrelated but related, I just celebrated my 30th birthday this past weekend. Can you believe that? Don't answer that. But do send me all the love and birthday wishes that you want. Thank you. Anyway, Season 16 has just been announced and it will be premiering on January 5th, 2024 in a two-part premiere on MTV. And today we'll be breaking down the military question mark themed promo looks and entrances from our 14 new queens, which means we've got 28 looks to cover. So let's get crack-a-lackin'. First up, a mandatory meeting. Which, that's a drag name, Amanda Tori Meeting. And she's also got another pun in the name of meeting, which is spelled like M-E-A-T. So she said pun on pun on pun. Miss Amanda is 26 from LA, California, and is very much selling herself in her Meet the Queens interview as a comedy queen. There's a lot of personality here, and also a lot of comfortability in front of the camera that I think is probably gonna translate well to some of the acting and comedy challenges. And for her promo look, she is giving us an alligator green rave circuit party ringleader master look. Girl, Barnum and Bailey Circus is here, mama. And she very much is selling me on that apocalyptic type of drag military art couture thing that I think they were really trying to get the girls to go for. I was also getting Joey J from this for some reason. This feels like a very Joey J silhouette. I think she executed the vision of this well. The spikes, the metal detailing in the hair, and all the different pieces are looking great on her body, the straps and the legs. It's not necessarily something I think that feels super fresh, but I think was done well. So I'm gonna give this look a hot. But I'm not sure the presentation of her entrance look was sold to me quite as well as the promo. It's giving me a little executive realness in this blue with yellow accent crop top and a skirt thing. And I mean, clearly it's not a look she's taking too seriously, but I think that maybe shows a little too much. And it's not a look that I think says anything in particular. And in that sense, I think she missed the mark. An entrance look really should, as I'll be looking for and talking about in future looks this video, I think tell us exactly who a queen is, what they stand for, and why they're there. So I'm gonna meet this look with a rat. And next up, she calls herself Dawn. She's 24 from Brooklyn, New York, and is self-proclaiming herself as America's next drag stupid star. And immediately what we're getting in her Meet the Queens interview is she's a very intellectual and cerebral queen, approaching her drag and style in general with a maturity really beyond her age. And I'm really excited to see what she's gonna bring to this competition because her vision for her character is so unique. Her promo look's got these giant metallic horns atop her head with some crazy feathers coming off and elf ears and this very like e-girl pink blush makeup with white dotted freckles all across. Like she is very much committed to this fantasy aesthetic. And also I think she was one of the few queens to truly make this military theme, I'm calling it promo, her own. She's got these really cute little zebra patterns sewn throughout the look and accessorizing what she's got going on. And I'm enjoying that contrast. Plus the XVI stitching on the pant zipper, cute little detail there. This look is hot. And her entrance also giving standing out from the crowd. She is not like the other girls. She's a little bit different. She's a little kooky. She's a little crazy. And this is giving me a little Miss Claus, a little holiday Holislay theme going on here. And I like the way here that she has played with textures with that sheepskin looking stuff, contrasting with the flat cottons and some of the metallics and stuff, or pleather, I should say, on this one. And I'll say, having seen what she can do on Instagram and her promo, this feels maybe a little understated in comparison, but still really visually intriguing, especially considered amongst this cast. So I'm gonna give this look a ho-ho hot. And paying close attention to what she says in some of the untucks, because she said Roxy Andrews changed her life, and that this season was like if you put 5 to 10 of the previous season's villains in one room. She's really hyping up the drama there. I would like to see it. Next we've got Geneva Karr, aka La Diva Mas Latina, who's 30 from Brownsville, Texas. Hey y'all. And who had one of the funniest drag name explanations in this cast. Her name apparently comes from her friend telling her that you need a car, which she heard and then interpreted into Geneva Karr. And her promo look is wild. I want to make sure that y'all saw not just her sitting down giving the interview, but the full body silhouette of what she's got going on here. This is high drag, full concept. She said camo pageant gown with peplum on both the waist and the mermaid skirt. This is incredible. And I love how she has softened up some of the harshness of that camo and military style with that gold trim along the hem of those different ruches. I mean, this really is full high glam drag, and I am living, dying, dead, and revived. This look is absolutely hot. And for her entrance, she is giving us dragged up flag of Mexico. And this honestly is incredible. The silhouette itself is not that special, sure, but the overall effect of what she has done here, walking into the workroom dressed as the Mexican flag with rhinestones all over it, and a really nice looking silhouette is really all she needed to do to make a name for herself and explain exactly who she is. Which again, she says is La Diva Más Latina. This look is absolutely hot, and I can't wait to see the other ways in which she incorporates her Latina heritage into her drag. And next up, we got Hershii LiqCour-Jeté, who is 31, from Los Angeles, California, via St. Louis, Missouri, and is, as her name implies, from the house of Jeté. Cornbread Jeté, that is. And she immediately comes off with this poise, professionalism, and competitive edge. I think that is gonna take her pretty far in this competition. What really gagged me though is in her interview, she's casually dropping that she's a parent of 2 and is talking about how when she's done with her gig, she's gonna go home and take care of her husband and her 2 kids. Like, come on now, girl, goals, that's goals. Finish the gig, go home and, okay, well, I don't want any kids. Finish the gig and go home and take care of, I don't really want that either. Finish the gig, go home and take care of yourself. That's what I want. For her look, if this were just a waist-up interview situation, I would have been really pleasantly happy with this. I love that giant camo fascinator, and the cape that she has on is really beautiful with the way it's lined on the inside. It's really, really nice. But when we zoom out and get the full picture head to toe of what's going on here, there's not a ton going on with the corsetry and the black boots on the bottom. I think integrating some of the camo that we saw on the fascinator and cape, maybe just into the boots as a cover or sewn into part of the bodice, could have really brought everything together to finish out that full fantasy. So I'm gonna leave this with a warming up. And for her entrance look, the first thing I thought was, wow, her hair is so gorgeous. The mug is right, the personality is there. She's got a little comedy with her entrance line. I did not prepare for this. But the outfit itself, I think, just whelmed me. It fits right, the silhouette's cute, but it's not necessarily anything that we haven't seen before, and it's also not something that I'm gonna remember. I'm gonna give this entrance a And next up we got Megami, who's 33 from Brooklyn, New York, and says in her interview she's been on the train at 3 o'clock in the morning, so nothing can shake her. She also has her drag name. Megami means goddess in Japanese, and she's a big JRPG fan, which is an acronym, by the way, for Japanese role-playing games. And in that vein, also sure she's gonna be giving us a little glam, a little horror, a little geek. And from all the things that she's saying, I'm mostly gleaning she is going to be a more aesthetically focused queen, but maybe she'll surprise us with some good comedy moments. We'll see. Her promo look itself, I think, was super interesting in that she had a lot of cool accessories. The jacket she was wearing was very unique amongst the cast, and also prompted me to do a little bit of like research into where this jacket came from. And I think it's called a hussar jacket, which had roots in Hungary, and then I guess later became adapted into the larger Central and Eastern European military and then ultimately street fashion wear. So there's some cool history behind what she's wearing there. And I also love that her big brown suede boots are giving a little bit of like dragged up Timbs. I think the spike details and everything that she's doing overall has a great effect. She's giving drag military of the world. This look is hot. And for her entrance look, she is giving us a little bit of religious allegory, some Immaculate Heart of Mary, you know, the Virgin Mary, which is actually there on the bottom part of her red dress. And then she's got all this beautiful beading and stoning on this crop jacket that is, I think, again, the best part of her jacket. She was really slaying on the jackets here. My only critiques on this look are that I wish she could push the silhouette of everything she was doing a little bit further, because it is kind of giving casual, glammed up drag, everyday realness with the dress and crop jacket. But then she's got all these really great details that when you zoom in are just so fun. I think she needs to really blow those out of proportion and make her looks even crazier and even more intense to really push the envelope. But this look is absolutely hot. And next up we've got Mhi'ya Iman LePaige, who's 34 from Miami, Florida, and is calling herself the Queen of Flips. And we learned in her entrance and interview that she has millions of views on TikToks for some of her performance videos where she is doing athletics and gymnastics that I could not do in my wildest dreams. And seeing those clips to back up everything she was saying was awesome, but really what I love most, I think, was hearing her absolute confidence when she was giving the interview. She said, I'm already a queen, I'm just here to get my title. And first thing I noticed from her promo look was that absolutely insane killer wig that is crazy with all the crystals throughout it and the giant circles and shapes and silhouettes. It's like almost like Medusa snakes, but if they were all wrapped up and then crystallized. I'm gonna give her a hot just for the wig, that's insanely good. But the rest of the gown is really great too. She's kind of taken that puffer coat inspiration with the cape of this dress and the boots that she's wearing and mixed in that camo pattern. The only thing I would change on this look is that exposed black corset, which I think is just a little plain compared to how extravagant the rest of the look is. And we didn't see any other plain black vinyl on on any other part of the look, so it felt a little out of place. But this look is great and absolutely hot. And for entrance look, she killed it again. This is exactly what an entrance look should be. You look at this outfit and you think, dancer, high drag, camp with the ostrich feathers. I mean, the ruffles on the peplum around the waist and all the crystals. This bright orange color, the literal ball on top of her head. She brings it to you every ball. I mean, this is, again, this is what an entrance should do. It should make you stop and be like, whoa, who's that? Oh, none other than the Queen of Flips. Plus, did I mention she looks absolutely beautiful? This look is hot. And I also want to let you know that I did react to these entrance looks over on my Patreon at patreon.com/BussyQueen. That's my members only website where my Patreon family gets exclusive member benefits like early access to my YouTube videos and access to exclusive videos like my reaction content for every season of Drag Race that I review. And you can join my Patreon by clicking the link in the description of this video. My patrons do truly make my channel possible, and it would mean a lot if you would also be a supporter of my channel. See you there. And next up, now you see her, now you don't, it's Mirage, who is 29 from Las Vegas, Nevada, and said that she was very much inspired to do drag by the women whose hair she was blowing out, who were professional derobers, I think is a word that I can use without getting demonetized. And then talks about how she was inspired by queens like Pheromone and Kimora Black, who got into Drag Race, who also were originally in Vegas, because that let her know that if they could do it, she could do it. The shade. Anyways, for her promo look, she's giving me a little bit of like Spice Girls, Y2K meets. This is very much Doll's Kill, but high concept drag. What I like most though is the hair, how it's like swooped out in this very 60s almost haircut with the things out here. It's very interesting to me. And I'm gonna give this look a hot. And she continues this Y2K Raver Girl chic aesthetic, we'll call it, for her entrance look. She comes in and says, I hope you trash bags are ready to lose, with some candy bracelets all up and down her arms. And is very much giving and committed to the professional derobing person who shops at Claire's Bit. And while I don't necessarily love the style of what she's wearing, just because we have seen quite a bit of this in the past few seasons from queens like Willow Pill, Sugar Spice, and Amethyst, to name a few, I do think that she did a good job at doing what entrances need to do, which is be memorable, for better or worse. So I give this derober a hot. Derober. Honestly, kind of a sickening drag name. Derober, D-E-E, Rober. I hardly know her. Some lucky queen will get that name. Y'all are welcome. And next up, we've got Morphine Love Dion, who's 25 and from Miami, Florida, who describes herself as the Queen of Miami, which I'm sure will lead to some interesting drama between her and Mhi'ya, Iman, LePaige, the other queen of Miami, Florida. And this queen is 100% mugged up. My God, the paint on this queen's face is untouchable. But I think the question for her will be, can you do more than aesthetic and makeup? Because Drag Race is so much more than that. And often you don't even really need those things to go very far or even win in the competition. Girl, it's all about personality. RuPaul's Can You Make RuPaul Laugh Drag Race. But again, aesthetic is absolutely there. Her promo look is gorgeous and is actually one of my favorites because of the way that she has taken something as simple as like a military medal and turned it into a crazy gladiator-esque dress. My brain immediately went to like those 90s Chanel looks that were over accessorized and over glamorized with all of the different chains and pieces across the outfits. And I love the movement in this, the danceability in this, and it's absolutely hot. And her extremely detailed aesthetic continues into her entrance look. She is just perfect head to toe. Girl, she's in that mirror for hours. I can tell. She is going line by line and bead by bead. I mean, everything about what she's doing is just presented as a gift. Here it is. She's beautiful. This look is hot. And next up, oh my God. It might be too early to say this, but I think we have a winner on our hands, baby. This Nymphia Wind, who is 27 from New York City, New York, via Taiwan. Not only did she absolutely kill the looks department for both of her looks, but the interview she gave was so much fun because you can tell she's a very cerebral, intellectual person who's applying all of that to everything that she's doing, but someone who's also a little quirky and silly because she keeps breaking into this like character voice that sounds a little bit like Yzma from Emperor's New Groove, and indeed actually is kind of wearing an outfit maybe intentionally inspired by that, with that giant headpiece with like the feathers and stuff coming off of it. And this look is absolutely a treat from head to toe. When you zoom in and you see she's got a mind's eye is the center of this like feather ray head cap thing, which comes down into all these beautiful yellow gold like coins or tokens woven into like a chainmail net that go across her chest and arms, and this crazy shoulder silhouette with a dress at the bottom that starts to look like Lulu from Final Fantasy X. I can't wait to see what she does in the season. This looks absolutely hot. And her entrance look is just as big, just as bold, and even crazier than what she did for the promo. This is wild, y'all. She is giving us like a giant 60s beehive with sunglasses stacked from her eyes up into the tippity top of the wig with a yellow trench coat, which opens and reveals to a very large banana. And the whole yellow thing of what she's doing is kind of her brand. She calls herself like the Yellow Queen, welcome to the cult of yellow, she's the banana queen, yada yada, you get the point. And I love that she is able to do something really crazy, campy, and completely ridiculously stupid like this, which I'm saying in a very complimentary way, by the way. And also something so serious and high concept drag and severe. This entrance was hot. And next up, it's a bird. No, it's a plane. Jane, who is 24 from Boston, Massachusetts, and I don't think I've ever heard a Meet the Queens interview sound this much like a jumbled word salad as hers did. She talks about her drag name coming from the majestical nature of plains and her love of stinky jungle men, and then has a small tangent about not knowing if her bowels will be able to withstand the long duration of filming. Says her mother has begged her to stop drag and is even willing to disfigure herself for the art of drag. Oh, and she also jokingly calls out Katya for appropriating her culture because she is authentically first generation Russian, which I think was like the one serious thing that she said in her interview. Everything else was just throwing insanity to the wall and just seeing what sticks, I guess, which was, yes, very Katya inspired, who said a lot of kooky, crazy things in her original Meet the Queens as well. But will the heights of her aesthetic match the craziness of her personality? Maybe so. But I do think her promo look suffers a little bit from being in all black and lacking extra textures or materials to really give some va-va-voom or shine to the look. That said, I think the silhouette is great. She's very much giving that Britney Spears in the Toxic music video aviation realness. And I love the details of having like the black strips of hair coming up the side. Like she certainly is on the hot plane, but is she in first class right now? I would say not yet. Her entrance though made me do a double take. This is crazy what she did here with the silhouette and shape of her body, and it's so smooth and perfect. The way it goes from her waist into the corset and into her chest, it really is va-va-voom. And with the print and Wilmana of it all, she's kind of giving Fran Drescher from Nanny a little bit, which I love. And again, what we're looking for here is memorable. I think she did that, at least for me. Girl, I'm never gonna forget those hips. They don't lie. This look is hot. And next up we've got Plasma, who's 24 and from New York, New York. And she says her drag name was inspired by the plasma donation site that she used to live by. Why not? I don't know if y'all caught this, but one of the reasons she started doing drag was because she got a musical theater degree that ultimately didn't translate into a career immediately when she moved to New York, because she moved there during the pandemic and there weren't a lot of in-person musical theater opportunities, which landed her in the lap of drag, thus allowing her to, yes, ladies, gentlemen, he, she's, and theys, weaponize her BFA. Do I remember that tweet? Anywho, Miss Plasma is an interesting queen who speaks like she is at a presidential nomination debate campaign or something. Like, I found myself listening, I'm like, oh my God, I'm gonna vote for her. Like, the promo look, I think, is very good. She, I think, tricked us a little bit with what she's wearing because it looks like some kind of high drag army jacket in like a gunmetal metallic army green color that is wrapped around an inside silver piece. But I think it's actually sewn that way, which makes it even more interesting. And this very much is giving how she describes her drag as a love letter to vintage Hollywood silhouettes, but with like a really fun twist that I'm really appreciating the fashion and curves and swerves of. This look is hot. But while her promo look was giving Hunger Games, her entrance look was just leaving me hungry. This, I think, was a little dull for the dramatics of really who she says she is as a queen and what she was wearing in the promo. This is very much just, I don't know, like 65-year-old lady walking down the street. And I'm like, there she is. But for what? For why? What's the point? What's the purpose? Give me like a point of view on this. There's nothing remixed or unique about this. It's literally just like off the rack at Goodwill. This look is a... And next up, you've heard of X. Now get ready for Q, who is from Kansas City, Missouri, and says her name is Q because she likes the letter Q because it's the odd one out of the alphabet, and then says Q is always with you. We love a good wholesome drag name around here. And everyone, I'm really excited for this queen because she talks about being able to make and sew everything that she wears, and also apparently sews looks for other queens as well, which should all bode well for her if they do, you know, the ball and design stuff early on in the competition. If not though, Miss Q might have to start looking for some other letters of inspiration, I don't know. But the promo she's wearing, I think is very good. I love the all bronze, the monochromatic bronze with all the different shades and textures, like the way she has incorporated like the camo print into the hat with that embossed metallic piece. I mean, it's really cool. I'm gonna give this look an absolute hot. And her entrance look was also super bold, bright, and fun. I loved the black and white with that almost like football chest piece mixed into all of the giant arm ruffles and the green and the feathers. It was really bold and pretty. The only issue that I had with this look was the hair. It's not proportionizing, I think, with the rest of her drag that she's presenting here in her entrance. But the overall uniqueness of the look is good, so I'm gonna give it a hot. And next up, Sapphira Cristál, who is 34 and from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. We've had a lot of queens in this cast so far talk about how they are title holders, winners, or at the top of their game in whatever city they're in. But Miss Sapphira comes in and tops all of them, talking about how she's the winner of 16 crowns already, looking for a 17th. And I guess, I don't know, is like a double, triple, or quadruple threat, seeing she can sing, act, and dance, but not only sing, also opera sing. Her promo look is very much matching the HDQIC head drag queen in charge energy that she is giving in her interview. And I love the way she's got this super dramatic, I'm the leader of the army or the band or whatever, marching forward in front of everyone with that dress coming down in the front. And it has these black bars across that kind of look like train tracks a little bit, but are stylistic elements, I think, borrowed from like 1800s British redcoats that I think were fun to see incorporated in this way. This look is hot. And for her entrance look, she switches it up just a little bit. She's like giving us some off-stage spooky laughter and then walks in and says, I think this place is haunted. We've got a ghost hunter in our midst. That's a first. And then also she's kind of dressed like Blue Big Bird. And I really liked that because A, it's branded Sapphira, Crystal, Sapphire, Crystal, Blue, Crystal, right? We're there. Meet me halfway. She's giving, I'm a performer, and she's also giving camp. She's giving drama. She's giving a little bit of everything here. She's also giving ghost hunter, right? This look is hot. And finally, we've got Xunami Muse, who's 33 from New York, and yes, from the house of Muse, child of Candy Muse. And she spends a lot of time in her interview hyping up herself as a fashion queen, which I think, based on what she's delivering in the promo, she'll be able to execute on. And I love how she talks about her references being 90s supermodels and Naomi Campbell and the severity of all of that. And then also casually throws in that she's a Pokemon master. Her promo look, like I said, is really great. And the first thing that I noticed that really took me off my seat a little bit was the hat she's wearing, the little army hat she's wearing, is made of braids. It's not easy to even see that until you really zoom in. And then she's got braids as like a sash across her chest and then coming off down the side too. And this look, as we see it in the interview where she's sitting on the giant slab of cement, I guess maybe it's supposed to be a tombstone, but it really doesn't do her outfit justice because in the standstill photo, we see that the pants that she's got on have these huge, giant waist proportions that kind of look like shoulder pads, but they're like waisty pads. Like just for these pants alone, I gave this look 5 hot flames because I think the overall effect of what she's doing is so unique, interesting, and in my humble, uneducated, unfashionable opinion, fashionable. But her entrance look just didn't blow me away in the same way her promo did. I do love parts of it though, that big, giant, beautiful blue bodice that turns into shoulders and a bow, like cape moment coming up the back. That is a gorgeous element of this look. But underneath it is this silvery gray catsuit situation, which feels maybe like it's like a little too baggy in some areas and just isn't giving that pop or va-va-voom in the way that the blue satin part of the look is. I also think some kind of updo in the hair or maybe would have balanced out some of this stuff happening in the shoulders too here. So overall, I'm gonna give this entrance a but wow, that was a lot of looks. I, of course, would love to know what y'all thought about all of these down in the comments below. And as for hottest hots, girl, there was one queen on my mind that completely swept both categories, and her name is Nymphia Wind. Girl, these looks are insane. The entrance and her promo, absolutely insane. I did also ask my patrons, of course, to vote for their hottest hots this week, and they are in agreement. Nymphia wins both categories. 10, 10, 10s across the board. A lot of the other girls are gonna be scared. They're gonna be shaking when they see this. See you later. Love ya. Bye. You're welcome. You're welcome. Okay, anyways, what's going on here? Today the vibes are cozy. Hey y'all, it's me, Bussy. what are we gonna call myself today? Hey y'all, it's me. Hey y'all, it's me, Brosi King. And welcome back to Hot or Hot, where we'll be reviewing part 1 of what Drag Race is building an epic 2-part premiere of RuPaul's Drag Race Season 16, which is crazy. Like, can y'all believe it? Another season of RuPaul's Drag Race on this God-loving, God-fearing Christian mingle channel? God help us all. Anyways, the first half of our Season 16 cast was challenged to show us their talents and, on the runway, reveal themselves. Well, I'm about to reveal myself into a cooler outfit because this sweater's too hot. Ugh. Also, kitty update. Look how big she is. That's a big girl. That's a big girl. Hi, say hi. That's my baby. She's mad because she knows I'm about to kick her out of the studio so that I can record in peace. Okay, we love you. Say bye. Anyways, the twist of the season is that I've already done a reveal, and the girls are gonna be judging themselves through a new Rate a Queen system, with the bigger twist on the twist of the twist being that the girls are gonna be competing for immunity, something Drag Race hasn't had since Season 5. We'll circle back around on that later. First up, and in the order they performed in the talent show, Morphine loved Dion, who's reportedly and allegedly 100% natural. And in the challenge, we see Morphine continue to hyper-focus on the aesthetic and look of her drag. It is so severe, and I love what she has done with that swoopy hair and that gorgeous red gown. The look is on point. And the Rosalie track she chose for her talent show number was super fun. And I loved the moment when she was like dropping into the splits, but like made us wait a second before she got to the end of them and was counting her cash. But I also felt like we ended the number and I was kind of sitting there wondering what's next, or what did I really get from that was super new and different? Which is, I guess, me really honestly being spoiled by some really crazy Drag Race numbers of yesteryear, and this being the first on this season. So did I want a little more goop and gag, especially when she is essentially just dancing to somebody else's track? Yes, but I also wasn't too mad about it, so I'm gonna give this performance a very safe 3 flame hot. But over on the runway, we've got another story. She comes out in what she describes as a designer couture towel dress, which I'm sure is accurate. But what are we doing here? What are we really doing here? When the towel comes out, it very obviously is a towel, and I'm not really getting high fashion. I'm not getting runway from it. I'm getting, oh, she was just in the shower. I'm sorry, ma'am. I'll come back later. But I'm like, oh no, this is just the show. And somehow as this look goes down the runway, it continues to get worse. It comes off and it starts to look like mummy bandages, which, side note, could have been really cool if she had leaned into like the camp and Halloween gore of that, but she didn't, and she's wearing a bodysuit styled to look like a bathing suit underneath the towel. You can't say she does not look mugged. She's very pretty. But the outfit is just bad in both forms. There's no bigger dramatic silhouette or story about who this queen is. And she is just wearing a bathing suit on the first episode of RuPaul's Drag Race Season 16. So this look I'm going to give a rat. Well, that towel dress really left her out to dry. Also, Charlize Theron looking this queen dead in the eyes and saying, I was fully satisfied by this. I was like, bitch, give her another Oscar. She is so good at what she does. And next up, call your coworkers. We've got a mandatory meeting. Who in the challenge is performing to an original number about the location or dislocation of her kitty cat? And yes, a kitty cat inspired outfit. When you look closely, you can kind of see like the nails or claws are these waist peplum moments, and she's got some cat eyes somewhere sewn into the outfit. Cat, kitty, cat, meow, meow. And I'll say this queen was a ball of energy, which I think both worked for and against her in this performance. In the for column being that the unrivaled and unmatched chaos of this queen when compared with the rest of the cast was very entertaining. But all this chaotic entertainment started to look really frantic and lacking intentionality in some of the dancing. And I think at the level she gave it, it would be great in a club. But ready for the stage? Not quite yet. I wanted a little more finessing, so I'm gonna give this a soft rot. And over on the runway, oh my God, girl, chaos, madness, and confusion embodied in a person. She comes out and she is giving a little homage to Leigh Bowery. The wig falls off before she even gets on the runway. And she's got the face kinny all zipped up. I mean, it's a mess. Then she comes down the runway and reveals herself to be a purple alien with a third chest member, which is great, but there is a question I have for her, and it is, when did you lose control of this outfit? Because Miss Girl, the green slick back wig, the crazy purple makeup, and then like the beige flesh toned arms and legs that she has going on with the heels that don't match either of the outfits. This is bad. It is so bad. It is actually, I think, one of the worst looks that's ever been on RuPaul's Drag Race ever, which really I think starts to beg the question, is it so bad that it's good? Or is it possible that she has achieved nirvana in this? Because I do wonder, what is she seeing that I'm not? But I'm gonna give this look 50 shades of rat. And next up, rise and shine, we've got a new Dawn, who in the talent show is giving us a really interesting combination of Dr. Seuss slam poetry meets crash landing at Area 51 burlesque fashion show. And from start to finish, she makes it clear her talent is giving the viewers a visual treat, from the very first outfit where she comes out of a caution bag and then has her sleeves taken off and the different parts are exposed to have all these other layers of animal print fabrics and fuzz balls and the hot dog fingers. How do those get there? Like, everything about what she's doing is so interesting, great for TV, and I think demonstrates she's got a great handle on who this crazy kooky character of Dawn really is. Dawn's talent was hot. And over on the runway, the visual treats continue. Tasty. And our first look of her too is this giant abominable fur yeti, which is creepy but cute. A way that I am actually thinking a lot of her drag looks to me. Creepy but cute. And all the details she has in her looks are so great. Like this one being like the tongue is not just a tongue, but it's strips of red bedazzled fabric coming down the front. And her reveal is she's got frostbites, but make it sexy. And he's very untrimmed with these oversized sleeves, making this look an oversized hat. Oh, I'm being real crazy for y'all today. Woo! I'm a little kooky, I'm a little crazy, I'm not like the other girls. This is our kooky crazy girl of the season, okay? She has made it clear. Her name is Roxy Andrews, and she is here to make it clear. She is not like the other girls. And next up, Q. Q, who in the talent show takes us all the way to Q's puppet playhouse, cause everybody loves puppets, especially RuPaul. Girl, Miss RuPaul with those red gloves and the the red glove scarf. Miss Mother Ru, that was too much, and you know it. And in Q's puppet playhouse, she is both the puppeteer and the puppet of her very own ballet performance, where her little tippy toes are actually the tippy tips of her fingers. And every single part of this from top to bottom is so stupid and so perfectly stupid, right? This is exactly the level of dumb that we need to take these talent shows if we want to get some entertainment value out of them, because we have seen so many queens with their heels click-clacking about lip syncing to some original bitch track. But how many times have we seen a queen have half of her body up there doing ballet puppetry with her hands looking like feet? That was special. And I actually don't love puppets, but this was hot. And over on the runway, we get to see Q vomit her charisma, uniqueness, nerve, and talent all over the stage. She came out as like a black, sparkly moth with these giant antennae coming up on top. Very drama, very dramatic, very like, ooh, dark woman, lady mistress of the night. Where is she going? Who is she? And then she comes to the end of the runway and she explodes into these giant rainbow, like neon rainbow even, crazy wings that she does a little twirl in. Like the level of craftsmanship applied to create this look. It's like, wow, you really love and appreciate the art of drag that you're putting on your body. And also, it must be said, Jasmine Masters got into that cocoon back on season 7 so that Q could flap her wings in part 1 of the season 16 premiere. And that's hot. And next up, was she ever really there? It's Mirage, who for the talent show is giving us a little heels click clack and about lady who derobes herself type of performance, monetization safe, with a heavy focus on the click-clacking of the heels in question, which I'm highlighting because I think that in and of itself was fairly unique for the Drag Race variety show, talent show extravaganza performances, but I wanted a bigger focus on the heel clacks throughout the performance and more intentionality in her dancing, because as Michelle called out in the critiques, it did appear maybe this wasn't the most rehearsed thing. Like she kind of was just flopping and rolling and tumbling into the next dance move. Which didn't make a lot of sense thematically, I think, with the staccato nature of the heels clacking and the pacing of the song. And her other mistake, I think, was mentioning Anitra's name in her track, because as fun as it was to hear her name, it also does make us think of Anitra, who, let's remember, won her season's talent show with, you know, her sickening duck walking abilities. And she's inviting us to make this direct comparison, but unfortunately it's not in her favor. So for what Miss Mirage gave in today's episode, I'm gonna give a warming And over on the runway, the many layers of Mirage continue to unravel. She hits the runway, she's giving us like a little Y2K Vegas showgirl meets flower bouquet silhouette. And I was immediately intrigued with the orange and blue colors, which I think are fairly unique in the Drag Race stage. And she definitely made her mark in giving an aesthetic that stands out tonight. And we can see she's having so much fun as she takes off the layers of the feather collars and the other parts of the outfit that reveal to more and more of Mirage's self. Like, there's just something about her that is, I think, really intriguing and makes me want more. Give me more. This look is hot. And next up, TikTokers watch out. It's Xunami Muse, who had a lot to say about TikTokers the other day in the press. But could she walk a big walk? Let's look at what she did this episode. In the challenge, she's performing yet another original bitch track, which I do have to give her and her producer some credit on. I think that it was a fun rap that had a good pacing and beat. And her lip sync of that rap was, I think, generally good, but the actual performance that she was really giving in this talent show was just not a lot of much. There was a lot of walking to the front. There was a lot of walking to the back, turning around and walking to the front and walking to the back while she lip synced, of course, but there was no payoff. There was no visual component to this like fun song that we're hearing. And there's so much she could have done too, right? Like, as the judges pointed out, a reveal in the beginning would have gone a long way. I mean, hell, for a dance track, maybe even, I don't know, the splits. Not that I can do the splits, but like, if your talent is gonna be dancing, I wanna see a little dancing. So I'm gonna give this performance a and over on the runway, Ms. Xunami Muse has not one, not two, but three selves to reveal. And firstly, throughout all three looks, the mug was mugging and the hair was hairing. That was my first observation. She looks right here, perfect. And in the first look, she's got a red coat on, kind of giving some standing on business CEO realness here. And for her second look, maybe she leaves the meeting room and goes out into the holiday office party with her little cocktail dress on, which is very pretty. And then the third look where she, finally slips into something a little more comfortable and maybe enjoys the company of another person. We don't know. And what I want to point out is she served 3 solid looks on the runway. She did not look bad in any of these looks, but were any of the looks bigger than life or really telling us who Xunami Muse is and how she stands out and is different from the rest of the pack? She didn't show us anything about her or herself. She was just like, here's a cute outfit, here's another cute outfit, and here's another cute outfit. But I want to gag. I want to choke. I should have parked that. Anyways, but I'm gonna give her a very safe hot for the runway because she met the brief and gave us 3 good looks. And last but certainly not least, Sapphira Cristál, who, for her talent show, gives us a little bit of an opera song moment. But an opera song that really leans into that deep yearning for heat, beautiful men, and forgiveness. She's literally, first of all, singing live, I think over a backing track, to be fair, but nonetheless singing live, the only one who did that tonight, and singing in opera, singing in opera, operizing, Oppenheimer. But let's be for real, on God, no cap. She gathered the other girls up with this. This talent show, easily the best of the bunch for me. Like the look, the presentation of what she is doing with this operatic fantasy, gorgeous. And the music sounds so serious and beautiful and yearnful. But the goop and the gag, she's got the lyrics translated and displayed next to her, which are saying things that might not traditionally be said in an opera song. The look was knocked out of the park. The opera singing itself, a great talent. And the comedy of the mistranslated lyrics is just an extra cherry on top of an overall amazingly performance. Daddy, forgive me. Or how do you say that in opera? But over on the runway, I wasn't as impressed. Her first look, I think, of the 3 she ultimately serves was the best. It was kind of giving me Lady Gaga, Countess, and American Horror Story vibes, but it starts to really unravel as the look unravels and she reveals the other outfits beneath. The second one in particular was really confusing for me because it looks like halfway between one outfit and another, and not in a good or intentional way. And then when that part comes off, which comes off in a very cool way, that reveal was very clean. But the bodysuit this look reveals into is just a little whelming for me, like when compared, I think, with the dramaticness of everything else we've seen from her this episode. And then the final step of her reveal is taking off the top of the bodysuit and revealing herself a la Mirage. Except the self that the Sapphira Cristál was revealing is very much giving like Pringle cans. Very much long cylindrical tubes attached to her chest. And it's so weird because these Pringle cans were so tragic, but at the same time, also part of what ended up making the last part of this runway okay and entertaining. Because it was just like, yes, let's lean into the chaos and madness of whatever is happening in this look. But overall, Daddy, forgive me. This was a So for tops and bottoms of this episode, the goop and the gag is the queens actually get to rate themselves. Well, actually everyone except themselves, because they weren't allowed to rank themselves in their rankings, but their mishmash of 1 through 6 rankings of their peers' overall performance in the episode gets translated into a top 2 of Q and Sapphira Cristál, and a bottom 2 of nobody at all, because nothing matters, nothing's real. And a bottom 2 of nobody, because the other final twist of the episode is nobody's going home. But we do get to see Sapphira and Q lip sync to Beyonce's Break My Soul, which I did react to on Patreon at patreon.com/BussyQueen. That's my members only website where I upload exclusive content like those reaction videos and give early access to my YouTube videos. And you can join my Patreon, help support the channel, and get those exclusive member benefits today, right now, by clicking the link in the description of this video. See you there. And this lip sync was interesting to me because it seemed there were a few moments where maybe Sapphira was missing some lyrics or her lip sync just wasn't as tight as Q's. But I probably still would ultimately give her the win for this lip sync because I think she had a stronger finish in the song. Whereas we saw Q start off really hot, but then I think she struggled to find pacing and bring the lip sync to new levels, which was kind of boring. And it was like, oh, well, you know, what's Sapphira doing? She's slaying. Okay, great, she wins. But now let's talk final thoughts and hottest hots. So I've really gotta say the talent show thing at this point, I feel like is getting a little overdone, especially when advertised as a talent show where we ultimately see a bunch of queens dancing to like some original track. And don't get me wrong, there have been a lot of great dancing to original track performances in Drag Race, but we've seen so many of them, and most of them land in the like generally good area of hot to rot, right? And since we have so many queens, I think capable of looking like and performing at this good level, it makes reaching those higher highs really difficult. And I think does truly separate who has the actual star quality in this competition and who doesn't. That said, we definitely had some flashes of great tonight, and I think the cast is really cool with a lot of interesting personalities that I think will make for great TV. A mandatory meeting? I'm looking at you. And concerning the real twist of the episode, the immunity that Sapphira Cristál won in the lip sync against Q, I very much have a question mark and a raised eyebrow to the specific way in which Rupaul is talking about this immunity. She keeps saying, you will earn immunity from a future elimination, which is a very specific way to phrase the idea of somebody winning immunity. Like, she's not just saying, you'll be safe from the bottom 2, or you won't go home next week. She is saying, you will not go home sometime in the future if you are told to go home. Like, to me, it just sounds like RuPaul is saying, if we want to use you as a pawn in the bottom to send somebody else home, we now can and will under the guise of you having immunity. But I guess we'll see. And now finally, for your hottest hots this episode, for the talent show, I'm gonna give it to Sapphira Cristál, and on the runway, Dawn. And I, of course, also asked my patrons to vote on their hottest hots over at patreon.com/BussyQueen, and they've chosen Sapphira Cristál in the challenge and Q on the runway. Love ya, bye. I said what I said and a lot of people heard it, but nobody was listening. Hey y'all, it's me, Bustle Juice, and welcome back to Hot or Rot. Today we'll be reviewing episode 2 RuPaul's Drag Race season 16, part 2 of the epic 2-part premiere, where we got to meet our second set of 7 queens perform in the Queen Choice Awards talent show and show us reveal runways inspired to make you look. So we'll be going queen by queen to break all of that down, plus covering some drama between Mistress Isabelle Brooks and a queen that she was calling out on Twitter this weekend, allegedly. And y'all already know the twists and turns and drama and conflamery of what is going on with this season, so let's just get right into it. First up, we've got Geneva Karr, who we learned this episode is known for styling her leg hairs on TikTok. And this is the reason I'm not on TikTok, y'all. I've aged out. Too old for this. Kidding. This actually is hilarious, and girl, you better work that clickbait. Anywho, Miss Geneva Karr's talent show performance begins with the line, vroom vroom, somebody cleared customs, giving us some comedy right off the bat and letting us know we're in for a good time. And this line is immediately followed with her going over to some pit crew members and licking a chili found under a serving plate. Things get spicy, her mouth gets on fire, and then we've got a bit of a breakdown in the song where she starts singing I'm Geneva, La Diva Las Matina, which turns into I'm Geneva over and over and over again. And I absolutely want to commend the production of this track for being a total earworm. The I'm Geneva was really smart. The only critique I really had for this performance was me wanting more dancing and energy and the dancing portion of this song where she was repeating that I'm Geneva, I'm Geneva, I'm Geneva. But all things considered, I enjoyed this performance and I thought it was a great start to the show, so I'd give this like a safe 3 flame hot. And over on the runway, she's giving a little best of both with World's Hannah Montana Fantasy, first coming out as Mariachi Mario, turning into Mhi'ya in homage to the beautiful gowns she says her grandmothers used to wear. And firstly, I want to commend that she absolutely gave us two completely different but thematically connected looks that were also important to both who she is as a person and a drag queen. And how the reveal was actually executed was smart. There were no tearaways, and it was unexpected in a way until, you look closer at that mariachi jacket and start to see the bulkiness underneath, where there turns out to be an entire dress that comes out from the top. Which is to say, I really enjoyed the way in which she approached this runway, but I think the two looks themselves, when considered on their own individually, weren't super strong. I think there were maybe some fit issues, and the dress, for example, felt a little plain with that blue stretch fabric section. But because the reveal was so much fun, I am still gonna give this look a hot. And next up, the other snack and parent of two, Hershii LiqCour-Jeté, who in the challenge gives us a bit of whiplash. Girl, I have a crick in my neck just from watching that. And that, I think, is a talent in and of itself, all that neck thrashing. But aside from the neck thrashing and the song being catchy, the overall performance was largely confusing. In the words of Geneva Karr, I'm confused as to why she's in the jungle. And also dressed like Steve Irwin. And now it's time for my reveal. Y'all, I want to dress in cute little cozy jackets so bad, but I am the sweatiest person alive, and having 5 key lights on me does not help with that. So here we are. Here's the reveal. But all things considered, while I as a viewer did leave this performance kind of confused, I can't say I wasn't entertained. So I'm gonna give this performance a safe hot. But Miss Hershii's runway tonight is anything but confusing. In fact, it is completely delectable and totally sweet. It's chocolate, covered up at first in a giant gold shimmery reveal coat, which I think was maybe not as successful as it was in her head, because I think the bigger challenge of some of these reveal type runways is to give us 2 or 3 or 4, in some cases, different moments on the runway, whereas this really is, she came out for 0.2 seconds, had a coat on, and then tore it off to reveal the beautiful gown underneath. But I would say the brief is met, and the short time that we got to spend with that gold moment was absolutely made up for with how beautiful this chocolate dress was. Like the body, the hair, the mug, the gold accessories in those frames without the lenses, and the gold decorative peplum on the waist are such gorgeous details that really bring everything together here. Miss Hershii's giving us chocolate, and this chocolate is hot. And next up, 8.5-inch Plasma, who in the challenge tonight was the first to demonstrate a talent other than lip syncing and dancing to an original track. Her number starts off with a lip sync burlesque performance to this song actually from the 60s called T for Two by Sarah Vaughan, that she's actually re-recorded in a faster tempo and added ad-libs about Rupaul into. And the beginning of her number is all very fun, but then it turns into an impressions / stand-up comedy set where she does impersonations, which she finishes all off with a final vocal belt as she rips off one final burlesque reveal in the neck collar, and that's her show. And she gets critiques from the judges that she needed to pick one thing to be a master of in the talent show instead of being a master of none. And I do agree with that in a sense, given the time constraints, because I actually thought she was really good at all the different individual things that she did. There just wasn't a big enough time lapse between these separate items in the performance to have the bigger impact that she wanted to have. So all things considered, I'm gonna give this a 3.5 flame. And over on the runway, she's giving us a little all tea, all nightshade, tomato-inspired Ruveal costume, which she tells us is actually not just a tomato, but actually a sewing needle pushpin cushion tomato inspired by the one her grandma used to have. And this pushpin cushion comes off to reveal a sexier, more bedazzled, svelte tomato underneath. And as she prances around the runway, loses more and more articles of her tomato skin clothing in a very burlesque style, which I think was so great because we as audience members didn't really know which part of the outfit was gonna come off next, and each moment felt new and exciting when she did the reveals. Plus, she did a great job blending sexy pinup with campy pushpin cushion tomato. This was genius and hot. And next up, our resident banana queen, Ms. Nymphia Wind, who in the challenge is giving us a traditional Chinese sleeve dance and beautiful costumery and makeup. And I loved this performance from Nymphia because it was everything that every other performance was not. She gave us something visually beautiful, culturally inspired, and meaningful to her as a person and a drag queen, which is all just really smart of her to do, especially considering the epidemic we have going on with Drag Race bitch tracks. So to her sleeveography, I give a hot. And over on the runway, she is giving us, as she says, the life story of a banana. First, as a giant, bedazzled, unripened green banana, which reveals to like an entire grocery store display of bananas going from an ombre of green to starting to ripen at the bottom yellow, which comes off and reveals to a mature, ripe yellow banana with a spot here or there, which then finally reveals into the last look, which is old, ripened, and browned bananas. The full banana life cycle. Isn't it beautiful? But actually though, isn't every single aspect of what she did in this look beautiful and campy and silly and stupid in the best way possible? And I also love the third and fourth looks, I think being very much an homage to Josephine Baker's iconic banana costumes from back in the day. Plus, not only are the outfits amazing, but the hair, the wig, the banana hair wig, you have got to be kidding. The execution of that is just flawless. And girl, I've seen a lot of bananas in my lifetime, but this one takes the bunch. This look is hot. And girl, after this episode, you can consider me a banana believer. That's the tea. And next up, cosplaying as the Antichrist this episode, we've got Megami, who in the challenge gives us a little talent where she is lip syncing to What's Up by 4 Non-Blondes and carrying a rainbow flag around the stage. And this all culminates in her picking some cue cards off of an easel and showing them to the camera, which read, "If you love drag on TV, love us in the voting booth too. Protect queer art." And look. The message of what she is ultimately saying here with these cue cards is a good one. Like, I certainly cannot dispute that. How or why would I? But let's be real for a second here. She is on the gayest TV show ever made and is ultimately campaigning on the gayest TV show ever made for the protection of more gay queer art, which is kind of like going into a restaurant and just telling people that are already sitting down with food in front of them to eat their food. Like, there is no real protest or subversion of expectation happening here. So, you know, redundant political message aside, her talent is ultimately just lip syncing with not a lot of dancing. This talent show number was a rat, but can't say she wasn't giving good face in the lip sync. And over on the runway, she comes out in a look she describes as an all-seeing goddess outfit in honor of her name, Megami, which means goddess. And I saw this and had a lot of thoughts about it. The first being, it's a shame she couldn't see herself in the mirror before she walked out on the runway. I'm kidding. I think it's just like a little messy. It's giving Sea Witch with all that drapey blue fabric everywhere. And none of that sparkly sequin fabric feels connected thematically to any of the eye headdress feather thing happening up here. And then I, of course, was wondering by the time she's at the end of the runway, where the hell is the actual reveal? Which, as it turns out, her reveal is the eyes on her hands a la Pan Labyrinth. And while that reveal was maybe dumb enough to work in another context or style of look, this was not a reveal at all, because the second she hits the runway, we can see that the eyes are right there on her hands. Like, she's not fooling anybody with that. Yeah, I'm gonna give this look a rat. And next up, she doesn't see the bar, she flips it. It's Mhi'ya, Iman, LePaige. And Miss Mhi'ya, Iman, LePaige gives us a performance to bounce by Calvin Harris in Keyless, which starts off with what seems to be just a lip sync, and I was getting kind of nervous, like, uh-oh girl, why are we getting just a lip sync to a track? What are we doing here? But after the lyrics drop out and the song goes into the breakdown section, she really turns this the hell out. Like, the headstand twerking on that box was absolutely amazing. And I love that she not only did that, but went back to the box later and did more flips on top of it to get onto it, and then more flips and rolls to get off of the box, which then ended ultimately in some splits. All performance techniques she, of course, learned when she was out flipping with my cousins. I guess that's like a normal Florida activity. Going flipping with your cousins. There are some things that just should not be done with cousins, and we're gonna leave that at that. And sure, we've seen queens like Aja or Lemon jump off of or onto boxes before, and we've seen plenty of queens do flips and splits, whatever, but she really spent the entire second half of her number doing nothing but gymnastic floor routines all over that goddamn stage, and I think she absolutely deserves some flowers for that, so I'm gonna give her a hat. And over on the runway, Miss Mhi'ya, Iman, LePaige says she is serving up some outfits, giving us a representation of what it's like to live in the crazy Miami weather. A jacket for when it's cold for 0.01 seconds, apparently, and then a swimsuit for when it's hot and summer the rest of the year. And at first, when I saw her walk out onto the stage and immediately rip that jacket off, I was thinking, damn, I wish that we had some more time to spend with that look, because it looks really cool. But I later realized during critiques, she made the right call by taking that thing off as quickly quick as possible because the shape was a little odd and I'm not totally sure the overall effect was that great. And similarly to how I felt about Morphine swimsuit, I just don't particularly care to see a plain pattern swimsuit on a RuPaul's Drag Race runway. I just don't. Plus, if you're gonna wear a plain swimsuit, everything else about the look needs to be absolutely perfect, and it wasn't. So I'm gonna give this a rat. And finally, flight attendants, please prepare the cabin for takeoff. It's Plain Jane, who performs in the talent show her original track titled Burger Finger, which I hate. I hate that she said Burger Finger because that is really gonna be stuck in my head probably for the rest of my life. Honestly, Burger King better jump on that. Like, that would be some great cross promo marketing with Drag Race and Burger King and Plain Jane. Wow, the marketing teams that just heard that, they're working hard right now. You watch. Anyways, Burger Finger is a part rap, part hyper pop EDM track, I suppose. And her performance consists of her wearing a giant bedazzled burger costume that reveals into, you guessed it, a giant pair of milkshakes that she ends up covering in ketchup and mustard. And honestly, I really hate how much I enjoyed this performance because it was so damn stupid. But let's be real, she did exactly what she knew she needed to do, and that was make RuPaul laugh and act a damn fool. This performance was hot, and for her Ruveal runway, she gives us two really crazy looks. The first one is a Romanov Dynasty inspired Russian robe, which is gorgeous in and of itself, and I think she looks completely stunning in this look. And this robe comes off, and she finds herself in a little sports jersey and bedazzled jean shorts, which on the back have lettering reading Beantown. Plus, did you catch it? The foam finger that she's got on with this sports girl outfit connecting to Burger Finger. Girl, the thematic link there between the runway and the challenge. Like, she really is teaching us there is a finger for every occasion and hole. Okay, and for as beautiful as that first look is, the second one is dumb. But again, all the details are finessed, and this is very polished and complete looking drag with a clear silhouette, idea, and funny concept that is executed on flawlessly. Plain Jane is, as it turns out, not so simple. She's hot. But before we land at our final destination, which is our top 2 lip sync and hottest hots, let's go ahead and talk about the drama concerning Mistress Isabelle Brooks and her seemingly, allegedly, possibly calling out Plain Jane and the fan base for how they reacted to her behavior on the show versus Mistress's behavior on the show during her season. So when part 2 of this epic 2-part premiere was airing, Mistress Isabelle Brooks took to Twitter writing, okay, ... time to report and get her accounts deleted, with a smiley face emoji at the end. Followed up with a tweet reading, when she meets her next week, oh yeah, it's a wrap, including a picture of both Plain Jane and a mandatory meeting here. And while she never tagged or said Plain's name in any of these tweets, fans did come to the conclusion on Twitter and Reddit that she was seeming to call out the fan base's double standards in how they reacted to her shady behavior on her season versus how the fans are reacting to Plain Jane's shady behavior here on this season. Which, if you're unaware, Mistress received a lot of hate on her season for what was mostly playful shade with her sisters, and groups of haters actually took to reporting her social media accounts en masse, apparently getting her accounts blocked or banned or deleted in some cases temporarily. Plain Jane, though, doesn't seem to be having any sort of those same problems with haters, or she has at least not announced that she's had any problems with haters concerning her behavior. Which really is all crazy to me, because when I was watching Mistress on her original season, I never perceived any of what she was doing to be hateful or bullying in any way. Like, it always seemed she had her sister's best interests ultimately in her heart, and she was only having fun with them. Whereas, let's be honest, Miss Plain Jane is up on this season really just kind of being shady out of nowhere, out of pocket for no reason at any given moment. And I'm not saying it's a bad thing, like, I definitely am entertained by it, if a little put off, but it's good TV, and she certainly is making a name for herself and getting the people going online. But y'all, let's really ultimately remember that RuPaul's Drag Race is first and foremost a reality TV show that makes most of its money off of drama. And none of y'all as fans of the show or these queens should be going into their DMs to tell them how to behave on a TV show. A reality TV show meant for your entertainment. It's not real. But yeah, that's that. So let's go ahead and crash land into this top 2 lip sync. The twist in this episode, like part 1 of the premiere, is that the queens get to rate themselves, which ultimately results in a top 2 lip sync between Plain Jane and Geneva Karr. And I did react to this Becky G shower lip sync over on my Patreon, along with the other best parts of this episode, and I will be reacting to every episode of RuPaul's Drag Race this season on my Patreon at patreon.com/BussyQueen. That's my members only website where my Patreon family gets exclusive member benefits like early access to my YouTube videos and access to those exclusive reaction videos, and you too can join and help support the Bussy Queen channel by clicking the link in the description of this video. See you there. But concerning my thoughts on this lip sync, it happened. It was a lip sync. It felt a little long to me, honestly. And while Plain did have plenty of funny moments throughout this and really played into the milkshake slippage that was happening in her outfit malfunction, I was kind of rolling my eyes by the end because the only real joke or comedy she brought to the lip sync was that she was a big bimbo. And Geneva didn't underwhelm me, but I would say she about whelmed me. So Plain Jane wins this lip sync, rightly so, along with $5,000 and immunity for some mysterious future possible elimination. And now finally, let's talk hottest hots. On the runway this week, I'm gonna give it to Nymphia Wind, but for the challenge, I had a tough time deciding because Plain Jane's performance certainly was the most memorable and funny and irreverent of everything that happened tonight in the talent show. But I was most gooped and gagged by my Iman LePaige's flips and jumps all over that box. So I'm gonna give it to Mhi'ya. I love a good stunt. And I, of course, also asked my patrons over on patreon.com/BussyQueen to vote for their hottest hots. And this week, they've chosen Nymphia Wind in the runway and Nymphia Wind in the challenge. See you later. Love ya. Bye. I think I'm dying. Hey, y'all. It's me, Barbecue, and welcome back to Hot or Rot. Today, we'll be reviewing episode 3 of RuPaul's Drag Race Season 16. Our 14 queens were finally united as one and challenged to serve 3 looks in the Mother Ball. Categories are Mother Goose, classic nursery rhyme, Significant Mother, famous favorite mom, and Call Me Mother, Father Eleganza. Outfits that serve Mother created using provided menswear. Plus, we've got some major drama going down between Plain Jane and Amanda Tori, meeting both on the show in Untucked and online all over Twitter. So we'll get into that after we review all 42 looks. So let's get to it in the order they hit the runway. First up, Geneva Karr, who for her Mother Goose fantasy is giving us Little Miss Muffet who sat on her tuffet, eating her curds and whey, I think is how that goes. And I will say she did a great job, I think, of bringing in the different elements from this classic nursery rhyme. But to me, this outfit was a strange combination of not enough and doing too much. Because the tuffet bustle skirt situation going on, I think, is very awkward to look at. I'm sure attaching it at the waist like she did had more to do with the outfit being able to support itself than it being an active design decision, but I don't think it worked, and really I could have used another layer of tuffet at the very bottom of this tuffet because there's that awkward gap which I think visually just looks a little strange. So I'll give this look a rot. And for Significant Mother, she chose a look worn by Salma Hayek, which is pretty and did pop for Selma on a red carpet. However, on a Drag Race runway, as we've seen, these all black or all white looks often just get totally washed out. But Geneva's bigger issue is that because of the main part of the garment she's wearing is totally see-through, we can see a hem going down the front of her body and on her arm, and it looks like there's like a sleeve cap at the top of her shoulder. And so we get this very piecey effect. And for those reasons, I'm gonna give this look a soft rot. And for her Mother and Father Eleganza, she says she is serving us some military boss wearing pieces of a deconstructed suit attached to some stretch blue fabric. And off the bat, her biggest issue was, I think, missing the brief of Eleganza. There's nothing glamazon or sparkly or va-va-voom about this, and it does ultimately just look like pieces of a cut-up suit jacket attached to a bodysuit at the top and bottom, and the pieces that are attached really look unfinished, especially where she's drawing a lot of attention up at the neck area. Mother did not arrive at the ball for me tonight. This was a rot. Next we've got Dawn, who is one of our seamstresses of the cast. Let's see how she did. For Mother Goose, she's giving us Cushy Cow, which she is representing in a red dress, pants, corset sleeves, gloves with a cowhide on top and a cowbell and hooves instead of shoes and horns and ears and a giant wig with a crown. And oh my God, there is a lot going on with this look, which from a distance has an okay effect. But the closer you get to this look, you see there's so much chaos in all of the decisions to over accessorize and over drape and adorn every inch of this look that it just creates a lot of messiness. And it just didn't work for me. This was a rot. But her Audrey Hepburn significant mother look was, I think, serving mother. And I thought it was really cool how she was able to so clearly maintain and nail the reference while at the same time adding flavors and detail to make it feel very much her own with the white scarf and the white hat. And you know, those sexy little hip cutouts. My only complaint is I wish the hat and scarf were a little daintier to match the overall daintiness of the look that she's going for here. But overall, I definitely give this a hot. And finally, moving into Mother Father Eleganza, she says she is giving us a little bit of construction worker fantasy, and I do see that with those boots coming all the way up her thigh and turning into the overalls that are attached to the top part of the look. Where she really lost me though was the inside of the look. It just looked randomly bunched up and disconnected from the cape and the boots. Overall, it's just over accessorized and there's too much happening, but I would give this look warming up. And next up we've got Hershii LiqCour-Jeté, who's giving us Bernie B for her Mother Goose nursery rhyme, and well, she really is giving the only queen bee in this look. Like that giant jacket collar thing with the patterned bee fur hanging from the chain around it was so camp and fun and fashion. And the silhouette she achieved overall was incredible. The only thing I think she probably should have added to really make everything pop is to put a little yellow eyeshadow right into that corner of her eye. It would have totally opened up her face and just brought the look together. But buzz bitch, this look is hot. And the significant mother she has chosen is Mother Earth, Gaia, Pangea. And she came out and I thought immediately that latex gown is cute. Plus the camp of her being in the confessional and saying it's latex and it's very hot, just like global warming. But where she lost me with this look were like the leaves or flames or scales. I don't know what that was on the top of her dress and like that on one of her sleeves. So this for me was a soft rot. And finally we get into her Mother Father Eleganza look, which what I'll say that I like about this is the realness. Like, this is a real woman. We've seen her, we know her. And this everyday pedestrian couture is absolutely camp, but what it's not giving is eleganza. These are jeans literally pulled off the rack of materials they were given to create looks, combined with a top that I think she sewed like towels as sleeves or washcloths or something. I don't know what that material is there. And this look really is all over the place. I don't know what she was thinking with that hair that has the gold streak and then the gold heels. It was just a completely different vibe from the middle part of her body, but it was what it was, and it was a rot. Next we got Mirage. For her first look, she's giving us a little bit of Baba Black Sheep, Have You Any Wool, Mother Goose Nursery Rhyme Fantasy, and this look feels a little pedestrian to me. It kind of just looks like she added a bunch of feathers to a crop top and a skirt, which is also confusing because I thought this nursery rhyme was supposed to be about wool and there's not a shred on her. And the only thing sheepy about what she's got going on are those ears on her head, which are kind of looking sad and droopy. I'm not buying it. This look for me is a rot. And for significant mother, she chose La Llorona. And if you don't know who La Llorona is, here we have from Wikipedia. La Llorona is a vengeful ghost in Latin American folklore who's said to roam near bodies of water, mourning her children whom she drowned in a jealous rage after discovering her husband was cheating on her. So there's that. Like, it's really sick and twisted that she chose this as her significant mother, but also hilarious in a really dark way. And the way she chose to represent this character is in a skin tone illusion bodysuit that is wrapped in her own wet hair, covering up all of her bits and bobs. And she also adorned this look with some water droplet looking crystals, but I would have liked to have seen a lot more of those. Because what she did is a serve. I just feel like she's sitting on the edge of these two ideas of glamorous and dirty, filthy ghost. But I had fun with this look, and I'm gonna give it a hot. And for her final look, Mother Father Eleganza, she says that she's painted on a black eye because her dad was a boxer in the army. And I don't know what that means. But aside from that confusing the hell out of me, the actual outfit she's created is not that bad. She seemed to be stressing out and really having a time with this in the workroom, but she honestly served it on the runway. It's giving me like a little deconstructed Cadet Kelly crawled out of a swamp. I think she did a pretty good job turning nothing into something. I would give this a soft hot. And next we've got Megami. For her Mother Goose, she is giving us Little Bo Peep. And immediately I loved this look. There's a lot of whimsy here. And I love how it's kind of a deconstructed Little Bo Peep. Like the giant hoop skirt and all those different colors and layers of the polka dot chiffon or tulle fabric. Really pretty. I would give this look a hot. And for significant mother, she has chosen Lady Gaga. The look she is recreating here is from the telephone video. And indeed, it does look like Megami struggled a bit with this look. It's giving more a collection of clear trash bags that have been roughly shaped into the silhouette she was going for. And I think the material she chose was a little too transparent. We kind of lost the fashion in it. And like, it's not a bad look. It just doesn't, I think, truly live up to the original or expand upon it in any new, meaningful ways. So I give this look a soft rot. And finally, for Mother Father Eleganza, she is giving us, trend alert, construction worker realness. Her and Dawn are about to start a contracting company. Y'all better watch watch out. They're gonna get these houses built for America. We have a housing shortage, but not anymore. Not with these two on the business. And for this look, she says she's serving Rosie Perez meets Rosie the Riveter. And I'm not really sure what about this was supposed to be Rosie Perez, but I am getting Rosie the Riveter. And I do like parts of this look, like the crop jacket and the top part of the skirt that is made up of just denim. But she's also got all these crazy accessories, like the actual worker's work belt with gloves and tools. But for the Drag Race runway, it's just too much. It's a lot of visual clutter. But it was a cool enough look overall, so I'd give this like a 3 flame hot. And next we've got Iman's Tori meeting, who we learned this episode is a paper eater, when she ate the printed out results that Rupaul came into the workroom and handed the girls for their Rata Queen the prior episodes. Anyways, for Mother Goose, she is giving us a little, and when I saw this, I was like, wow, she really is competing for the worst look ever on RuPaul's Drag Race with herself from the Alien runway last week. Like, actually, what the hell is this? It's wild. It is wild. She got 4 giant dead cats on her arms that I think are all sewn together in like a cape wrapped around, I don't know what the hell is on her body, like a blue lampshade, complete with, when she turns around, an actual cry for help written on a sign in red paint. I'm not sure what that was about, but we did very recently see on Willow Pill's Dollhouse a very similar help written on it. This look is a rot, but oh my god, for Significant Mother, she mothered. She mothered hard. She came out of season 6 Michelle Visage straight off the J train, complete with that classic Michelle hair, leopard print everywhere, and her signature pair of giant money makers, which all comes off wig and chest plate included to reveal the new refreshed Michelle Visage. This was camp. This was serving Mother. Amanda, this was awesome. And this look is totally hot. And for her final look, she takes us all the way to the board of directors in this business CEO realness look. And I just have to say, her drag is really something. Her drag is almost like an unintentional parody of drag in the 2016, 17, 18 era. Like, this is just one of those looks that is so bad for me. It's coming back around to good because there's so much camp ridiculousness happening here. And there was certainly a fantasy felt, so I would give this a warming up. And next up, Morphine. For Mother Goose, she's giving us a man and a maid. And you guessed it, a sexy maid's costume. And overall, I'd say this is a really clean look. Black and white latex is super well done, and her body is body yaddy yaddying. My only issue here is there's no expansion upon the idea or concept of just being a maid. And for a nursery rhyme category, I was looking for a little more whimsy, because this is ultimately just a better version of what you might get at the Spirit Halloween store or Doll's Kill. Trust me, I know, I've got a couple of looks that look just like this. But I can't say she doesn't look gorgeous. This look is definitely hot. And for Significant Mother, she's giving us Kris Jenner, the original momager. And I love here seeing Morphine embrace the stupidity and camp of doing something like Kris Jenner on the runway with her camcorder she's got recording the judges. And I really do love how she's made this her own with the cuts of the fashion, especially in the jacket being asymmetrical and such. The bitch looks great in a bob. This was hot. But her mother follower Eleganza was actually, I think, the weakest of her 3 looks. And even she admitted in the confessional, I don't know what look I was trying to go for. Which we can tell that because girls, there's a witch hat. She's got tassels coming down on her sleeves of denim. And then this random piece of fabric that is like clipped to the front of the panty line and then circling back around the back with her butt cut out to show off the BBL. And the thing is, I definitely don't hate this look. It's just messy, but it is glamorous and giving Eleganza, I think, in a way that many other looks didn't tonight. So I'd give this a safe, very safe, bordering 3 flame hot. Next up, we got Mhi'ya on LePaige for her first look, giving us Mary's Canary in an all yellow, beautiful, honestly, pageant gown. And the judges kind of called her out for the feathers that are blocking her face, yes. But I will say I kind of was living for the camp of her face hiding until she wanted to show it to you. That was like really giving me that's part of the show. That's what's intended, and I liked it. Sue me. My only question in this look is, where's the whimsy? Where's the nursery rhyme element? Because yes, she is a yellow canary bird, but I don't know, maybe putting a beak on or having a cage or something would have tapped into that childhood fantasy of a nursery rhyme a little bit better. That said, yes, this look is hot. But for Significant Mother, she chose Lil' Kim, and I'll say for Lil' Kim, I don't think this was a particularly good choice of outfit to recreate. Like, there are so many more truly iconic looks that she's done on red carpets or for award shows, like the seashell look, and how she has chosen to appear as Lil Kim today is questionable. Giant green paint is giving diaper, and the trench coat makes her completely lose any shape she had from this look. And it is overall just way too much fabric bunching up in strange places, creating all this bagginess in the look, so it is going to be a rat. And unfortunately, Mhi'ya doesn't have a great finish with her mother, father, eleganza look. She says she's going for a rocker punk fantasy. I do get that with the safety pin septum. And honestly, the crop jacket and train she's made, I think are pretty good. But the dress that she has on is not dressing. The dress is not dressing, y'all. It literally is not covering very important parts of her body. And there are some straps on that are not doing a damn thing. Plus, I think she relied on her giant black thigh-high boots a little too much here. So I'm gonna give this a rat. And next up, we got Q, one of our seamstresses in this cast. And for Mother Goose, she is giving us the man in the moon, which is so gorgeous. I mean, look at this. The craftsmanship in her looks is incredible, stunning. Like, just admire all of the ornate detailing in the top and in that moon cap she's wearing. My only issue with this look is I think it's so deep into the nursery rhyme theatricality of all of that, it does ultimately appear a little more theater stagey than RuPaul's Drag Race Runway, which is both a compliment and critique. So I'm gonna give this look a and for significant mother, she has chosen Judy Garland in her iconic poppy dress. And again, truly stunning. The craftsmanship in her looks is incredible. And the attention to detail here of the microphone having the cord that trails off into the imperceivable distance behind the stage, that's a wow. She mothered down boots, yes God, this look was hot. And the mothering continues into her mother, father, eleganza look. This was incredible and truly the first look in this category on the runway to actually goop and gag me. Like, I so clearly see the punk rocker Vivienne Westwood edgy thing she's going for, combined with a really more intricate and feminine beauty that I think we're starting to learn is Q in her personality, with that little fascinator on top of her head and that giant collar. She should be so proud of this, and it was totally hot. And next up, Dame Mas Leche. It's Nymphia Wind, who, oh my God, mothered down so hard in this challenge. For her Mother Goose nursery rhyme, she is serving us some little boy blue in the most gorgeous little blue boy outfit we have ever seen, ever. The choice of texture and tones and fabrics in the outfit she has created here are just immaculate. And she has captured 100% of the over-the-top too muchness of this fashion era and made it so whimsical in the way she's played with the placement of all these bows throughout her look. This look was hot, and for a significant mother, y'all, I gooped and gagged when I saw this. She's chosen Angelina Jolie's iconic wedding dress, which had the drawings and colorings of all of her children on the train. This shaping, the little flower tie detailing in the front that's like heavy enough to make the cord look like a stem for the flower, and the fact that she has all of her drag daughters from Taiwan that have added their art to the train of this gown. I mean, it's just such a beautiful, beautiful look, both in terms of fashion and I think what it ultimately means to her and her drag. It's a truly gorgeous look that I did take off half a flame here because I was looking for a veil, considering it is a wedding dress, but that's a small complaint. It's absolutely hot. And finally, for the design challenge, she has created one of the best design challenge looks of all time across all seasons. This is insane that she did this. The wiring she has used in the ties to make them stand out and stick in different places, and the way she's placed all those crazy patterns against these really simple brown and beige neutrals with the pop of yellow in the boots at the bottom, which is beautiful and also her signature color. And the way everything about this feels so intentional, elevated, next level, and just beyond RuPaul's Drag Race. We'll just say that. This look is hot. And next up, we have Sapphira Cristál, who comes out as a giant pumpkin for her Mother Goose runway, giving us Peter Pumpkin Eater. It was a show and a half to watch her do this. And I loved all of the details, like how the pumpkin was painted with white to create light and shininess on top, and then darker underneath with shadow, and the little feet tendrils coming out and her body being the stem and the one eye was incredible. I also love that it reminded me of Pumpkin, the King of Ghosts, the monster from Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, you couldn't tell me that this was not directly inspired by that. Sapphira said it's time to duel. This look is hot. And for significant mother, she is giving the most significant mother of all time. It is Eve. And what I love so much about Sapphira's drag is the commitment to presentation and storytelling and everything she does. Like, have we seen the concept of Eve or a woman in a bedazzled catsuit on the Drag Race runway before? Yes, many times. But have we ever seen Eve with these braids down to the floor that are absolutely gorgeous, carrying the bones of a snake, whose skin we can see she is now wearing as heels and wrapped around her baby? This was hot. And for For her final look, she says she's serving Roberta the Builder. Of course, signing up to join the construction crew formed by Megami and Dawn, but Sapphira here would be the momager manager of this entire little crew. This is a really clean look from her, and I love that stark contrast between the yellow plaid cat suit and the denim overalls and giant poofy ruffled denim skirt. And there's just a lot of intentionality and clean lines here. But I do feel it's missing a tad of eleganza or extra theatricality that we saw in her prior two looks. Plus, I hate the boot that she has on with this. Like, I think a boot cover or something really would have brought everything together down there. But sometimes a shoe's just a shoe, and I would give this look a Next up, all aboard the Shade Plane. It's Plain Jane, who there was a lot going on with her in this episode. We'll get to the drama in a bit, but let's talk about her looks. For Mother Goose, she's giving us out by the fire. And overall, I would say this is a pretty look. I really enjoyed the cat ears in the wig and how she played with the different peekaboos of the outfit on the runway, but I don't think it was much more than a pretty lady in a blue boudoir outfit. Like, we've seen this idea many times before. And in this category, I was looking for just a little more whimsy and camp, because it's gorgeous and hot, but I think missing a spark. And the significant mother she's chosen to pay homage to on the runway is Octomom. And the way she's chosen to do that is in a glamorous rhinestoned hospital gown, carrying 7 of the babies she's delivered so far as she walks down the runway, and then there comes the 8th one on the floor. There it is, which she leaves there, and then walks the runway with the rest of the babies draping on the front of her look. And I do love the commitment to stupidity and camp in this look, but I do feel she maybe relied a little too much on the joke, and I wanted to see a little more fashion out of a look like this. But I would still give this look a hot. And for Mother Father Eleganza, she is giving us full glam. It feels very like 90s with the chains draping off on the different sides. And I love the cutouts that she's got in the top part of this jacket. She did a great job tapping into the femininity in this Eleganza. There was just something though, I think a bit off with the execution of the skirt. And the pieces all looked good, like zoomed in and stuff, but there was something about the openness of it that accentuated how different her tights color was to her actual skin tone. That made it a little jarring and fourth wall breaking. But the look is still hot. Next up, Xunami Muse, who for Mother Goose is giving us a little Humpty Dumpty, fell off a wall, and this look really got me. It really got me, gal. It was so stupid and full of personality, which made me so happy to see, because I feel like Xunami has been giving us a lot of runways that are pretty, but I'm like, where is Xunami in this? And here we get to see, oh, she's got a great sense of humor. She's literally a giant egg when she comes out on the runway that cracks into a sexy little cocktail dress of albumin and yolk with the little egg fascinator in the wig. Girl, this is great. From beginning to end, she gave us camp and stupidity, and she also gave us fashion. She served and ate. This was hot. And for significant mother, she has chosen her drag mother, Candy Muse. This was really, really great in the sense that it was also silly and stupid to do Candy Muse for significant mother, but looked so good on the runway. Like, she really did serve that. And she had the Candy Muse radio that she pressed play on at the end of the runway. This was absolutely hot. But where Miss Xunami did slip up a little bit for me tonight was in the Mother Father Eleganza look. The skirt and top, I think individually are good pieces. She's giving me schoolgirl meets business executive, but she kind of lost me with some of the proportions, like in the tie. And I thought the awkwardness of the puffy thing coming off her back and on like a bustle were just too strange next to the sharp lines on the inside of the look. Plus, I really hated the untransformed Argyle sock. They were only giving me father, no mother or Eleganza. But all things considered, this look is still hot. And finally, girl, take a sip of water. This is an incredible amount of runways to review. I am tired. And finally, we have Plasma, who is giving us Tweedledee and Tweedledum in her Mother Goose outfit. This was a weird one. Yo, this was a weird look. And I kind of like it, and I also kind of hate it. Like, literally having her twin on the stomach with the ass hanging out in the back was a goop and a gag. But the anatomy was really funky, and some of the execution of that was weird, as Dawn points out in Untucked. And the other interesting thing about this look was she had her twin's face kind of painted like Michael Jackson, but the fact that her twin was fully nailed, like, did y'all catch that? Kind of a serve. So I'm gonna give this a 3-5 hot. And for significant mother, she's giving Anne Boleyn, who was, yes, infamously beheaded. And the gown she is wearing is super gorgeous. I mean, the construction, the material, the purling on the bodice, absolutely gorgeous. My only critique on the actual look is because it's a drag look, I did want a bigger collar or headpiece situation going on. And I will also say I think she missed a big opportunity in tapping into the lore of this woman being beheaded. Because without really acknowledging that in any way in the look, she's just giving a pretty dress, and I'm not getting the why. But it is pretty, so I'm gonna give it a hot. But for Mother Father Eleganza, she says she's giving us her biological mother, Stacy, in this gown, which is great for her. Stacey, if you're listening, turn this video off. I won't mince words. This is hideous. This is a horrible gown. I don't know what possessed her to chunk together these giant slabs of gray and black into really a pretty shapeless gown. It's an incredibly drab look, especially for Plasma, who from what we've seen doesn't really have an issue incorporating whimsy, camp, or fashion into her over-the-top looks. This is just not that. So I'm gonna give it a, which covers all 42 looks on this mother-tucking runway. Oh my god. And the other twist of this episode is we see the queens all do the Rated Queen system one final time. I love this system. They should do it every single episode. It creates so much opportunity for alliance, drama, backstabbing. Plus, it probably feels much more fair to them to have their peers rank them instead of the judges. Well, let's talk about those rankings. My final flame rankings across the 3 categories were Nymphia, Q, and Sapphira in that order, which is the same top 3 chosen by the cast. My bottom 3 differed slightly, being Hershii, LiqCour-Jeté, A Mandatory Meeting, and Geneva Karr, which was the same as the bottom 3 chosen by the cast, except swap Amanda for Mhi'ya. And I will say my scores were weighted equally, but if I had added more weight to the design challenge, I think Amanda would not have been in my bottom 3. And this week, Ru gives the win to Nymphia Wind, which was probably the easiest decision Ru will have to make all season. This look, all 3 looks, were incredible from her. The Nymphia windstorm is blowing through, baby. And it's hot. For the bottom 2 lip sync, we've got Geneva Karr and Hershii LiqCour-Jeté. And I did react to this lip sync as well as this entire runway in my exclusive reaction video, which I've uploaded to my Patreon at patreon.com/BussyQueen. That's my members only website where my Patreon family gets exclusive member benefits like access to those reaction videos and early access to my YouTube videos. And you can join my Patreon and help support the channel by clicking the link in the description of this video. See you there. But as far as scoring this lip sync, I would give both queens hots. I thought Geneva had a slightly technically better lip sync, but it felt like maybe Hershii was a little more entertaining in some spots, bringing the camp and comedy with her silly little dance moves. And finally, we've got, as prophesized by Mistress Isabel Brooks last week, the drama between Plain Jane and A Mandatory Meeting. And this all started earlier this week when Drag Race was dropping clips from this episode in Untucked, where we see Plain Jane straight up tell A Mandatory Meeting that she doesn't like her drag and that she hopes it gets better as the season progresses because it's not giving. And it was so out of pocket, left field, completely out of nowhere. The bitch sat down on the couch and said, "I don't like your drag. Let's talk about it." And like, guess what? The internet gagged, we gooped. It was a good reality TV moment. We'll just say that. But in response to these clips on Twitter, we see Amanda saying she wishes she could say more, but the NDAs are still intact, followed up with some tweets reading, "Sure, I may have looked hideous at the beginning of last summer, but nothing could be more hideous than a hating ass bitch. I already fixed my mug, but I hear the other thing is a long-term condition. Hope that girl gets better someday." With a follow-up tweet saying, "And before anyone starts acting crazy in her comments, no, I don't condone any hate toward her. If you want to go send her hate, you should be one of her fans instead because y'all act real similar." Mirror emoji. And in response, we see Plain Jane writing, "Fixed is subjective, mama. But yes, I'm Team Amanda all the way. F those naysayers still calling you hideous. Little do they know, you're well on your way from drag incompetence to drag mediocrity like the rest of us." Heart emoji. To which Amanda replied, "I liked the tweet you deleted better." And I didn't catch what the deleted tweet was, but on some Reddit threads, it seems some people are sharing a screenshot where she made a joke about a mandatory makeup class. But I'm not actually able to verify the authenticity of this, so we'll move on. In response to Amanda Tori's tweet, Plain writes, "Sell the fantasy, baby." And then the very next day, January 18th, we have A Mandatory Meeting posting a video of her being absolutely mugged down on Twitter. Like, seriously, what an incredible makeup improvement, where she wrote, "No, and the thing is, you can clearly see that I mugged with anger and vengeance in my heart this night. Sigh emoji." To which Plain Jane quote tweets writing, "Yes, sister, I'm telling you, anger and vengeance makes us stronger and is the fuel for all slayage." Where Amanda responded, "Happy to add you to the group of men whose nasty, rude behavior has made me stronger in life. My dad, ex-husband, and 9th grade algebra teacher are so excited to meet you." And Plain Jane wrote in response, "What doesn't kill you makes you saltier." And the very next day, January 19th, we have a tweet from Amanda reading, "No, because as shitty as it felt to have her come for me and have to keep my cool, feeling like my sisters had my back in the moment more than made up for it. Love you, Morphine, Dawn, Plasma, Xunami, Mirage." Which we see Plane responding to saying, "By come for you, you mean voice the exact same opinion that all the people that you tagged were so comfortable sharing in their confessionals. Okay, girl, you know the name of the game. You know this is TV. I don't get why you're trying to play the victim as if you didn't clap back." Yawning heart. And as of the time I'm recording this video, it doesn't seem Amanda has responded to Jane's latest tweet about her. So that's where we'll leave our feud today. I'd love to know though in the comments below, are you team Plain Jane or are you team Amanda Tori meeting? Or are you team just eating your popcorn and enjoying the drama? Because that's the team I'm on. Anyways, let's talk hottest hots for this runway. Wow, 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 wow. In Mother Goose, I'm gonna give it to Xunami Muse. For Significant Mother, I'm gonna give it to Q. And for Mother, Father, Eleganza. Put your hands together, ladies, gentlemen, germs, worms, theys, others, for Nymphia Wind. And of course, I also asked my patrons to vote on their hottest hots. And this week they've chosen Sapphira, Cristál, Q, and Nymphia Wind, respectively. Don't forget though that you too can vote on hottest hot polls and get your patron icon featured in every one of my videos at my hottest hot tier over at patreon.com/BussyQueen. See you later, love ya, bye. And that's the tea. Hey y'all, it's me, Bus Scout, and welcome back to Hot or Hot. Today, we'll be reviewing episode 4 of RuPaul's Drag Race Season 16. Our queens were challenged to make RuPaul laugh in the allegedly, backed by popular demand, RDR Live. Copied and pasted directly from All Stars 8. And the runway category was Night of 1,000 Shares. Oh. No, wait, how did Mhi'ya do it? I'm right. So we'll be breaking all that down, plus covering some drama along the way from queens like Plasma, who's addressing the "no more being a local girl" comment that she made in Untucked last week, and Plane, who's addressing the "she copied Jimbo" controversy going on with her sketch this week. First up, and in the order they appeared on the runway this week, Xunami Muse, who in the challenge is playing the role of Branderson Cooper in the Countdown Till the End of the World news broadcast. And she here is co-hosting with Morphine, who's playing the role of Brandy Cohen. And I would say Xunami and Morphine did okay in this sketch together. They were in front of the camera and delivered their lines. There just weren't any extra layers in Xunami and Morphine's performance here that would have brought it to a more comedic place. And I think they both missed an opportunity to do more, but I wouldn't say either of them did bad, so I would give them both a warming up in the challenge. Concerning Xunami's runway though, oh my god. She's doing Cher's The Prisoner look from 1979. The reference itself is so iconic in pop culture and fashion, but to see this look done in completion in such great detail with the fairy wings and the butterfly in that hair and the beautiful crystal shard fabric pieces coming down in front of her. I mean, Xunami nailed this. Absolutely. It is not only a beautiful recreation, but she looks damn good in it. The only deviation Xunami has made in this outfit, which I think was a smart choice considering this is a for television look, was to put like a structured bodice underneath that is in a flesh tone color, which looks great and was necessary considering Cher had nothing underneath her outfit. Prisoner? I hardly know her. Xunami, this look is hot. And next up, we've got Morphine's runway, who is doing Cher at the Academy Awards in 1988, which by the way was the year she won the Oscar for Best Actress in Moonstruck. I'm a an Oscar winner. Morphine as Cher here looks absolutely effing stunning. This is the best Morphine has looked the entire competition. Not only is she mugged down Muggiana, but she has this really beautiful, faithful hair on and a gorgeous jumpsuit that is really body-yaddy-yaddying, and she looks fabulous in this. This is definitely hot. And now moving on to Mhi'ya, Iman, LePaige, who did a really great Kermit the Frog meets Cher impression for the judges this week that maybe was the highlight of the entire episode. I'm right. It absolutely eclipsed whatever bad she did in this challenge, but let's talk about it. She was a intoxicated news anchor reporting from where there appeared to be some sort of mass flooding. Her wig falls off. She's got her cup of mysterious intoxicating liquid. She's slurring her words. Like, she definitely, I think, was painting a picture, both with like the physical comedy of the wig falling off and how she was portraying everything. I do agree with the judges. Sure, there maybe could have been a few more layers, but she was at least doing something exciting in what was up until that point a pretty dry delivery from Xunami and Morphine. So I'm gonna say Mhi'ya was a little underrated here, and actually I'm gonna give her a very safe 3 flame And over on the runway, Miss Mhi'ya is representing Cher from her press tour or red carpet tour of promoting burlesque in 2010. And more than anything, I've got to say, I thought this was a really bizarre choice of outfit to recreate because, like, yes, Cher definitely has a thing with like black leather jackets. And I think like she nailed that aspect of what was going on here. But the outfit Cher was wearing, the base reference is relatively unremarkable compared to her absolutely enormous catalog of looks that could have been chosen from. Which did kind of make me wonder, did she actually choose this look or were the queens assigned looks? Either way though, for what really is a not very exciting look from Cher here, Mhi'ya, I think, did really well. She zhuzhed it up and added some sparkles and crystals and stoning in the top and the bottom part, and some metal detailing and studs on the jacket with some patches on the bag. And really the critiques she got for this look were centered around the hair, which isn't like that crazy big ultra draggy Cher hair that she often wears, but when you look at the reference photo, it's actually just as big or maybe even a little bigger than Cher's. So yeah, I'm gonna go with Mhi'ya was a little underrated by the judges here too, and also give this a safe hot. And next up, grab your keys and start your engines, it's Geneva Karr. And she tells Ru going into this challenge that she thinks she's going to do well because memorizing things is something she used to do with the fruits and vegetables at a job she worked at. Anyways, in the challenge, she's playing the character of Lady G, who is supposed to be Lindsey Graham, but in drag, who we'll just say is very on the opposite side of the spectrum of politics when it comes to queer people and drag and all of that. With the joke here being it would take literally the end of the world to see this person in drag. And the concept for this character could have been really funny, but Geneva didn't know who this person was at all, I don't think. And so she finds out she should maybe be incorporating like a southern accent into her impersonation, and it just turns into something that I think she completely lost control of or never had control of in the first place. And between her struggling with the accent and I think misplacing some of the delivery of some of the jokes, it was an all-around confused mess. So I'm gonna give this performance a rot. And over on the runway, she's giving us Ringmaster Cher from the Ringling Brothers Circus in 1984. And this was actually a Cher look I had never seen before that I thought was so gorgeous on Cher. And not only is the base costume reference super great for something like the Drag Race runway, but I think Geneva did a pretty good job of hitting all the points that needed to be hit for it. She's got the hat, the big feathers on the arms, the red sequin costume, and I am very much getting that she was inspired by that Cher look. She deviated from it in the midriff and on the arms where she's chosen to cover herself in fabric instead of leaving those open like Cher originally did. And while I understand her choice to at least cover the midriff area because that's where a lot of awkward padding and pantyhose lines can sometimes happen in drag, I think at least not leaving the arms open was a mistake because Cher is so known for her revealing yet tasteful and beautiful costumes. But for all the nitpicking I'm doing, I've really got to say the wider idea of what she's doing here on the runway, I think is a very clean presentation and I think she looks good. So I'm gonna give this a and next up, now you see her, now after this episode you don't. It's Mirage. Miss Mirage in the challenge is playing the role of host tonight, a role which she not only chose but fought for against Sapphira Cristál, which to me was a goof and a gag because obviously I think the host role was meant for a queen like Sapphira. She is that girl. Mirage is a lot of fun, but I don't think she has shown that same poise and control that someone like Sapphira could have brought to this role. So it was interesting, I think, to see the interaction play out in the workroom where they both are saying they want this role, and we ultimately see Sapphira just step down and in a confessional just kind of be like, well, if she wants it, she wants it. I know she's gonna fail. And the crazier thing about this whole situation was after Sapphira steps down, Mirage is almost shocked. She's like, wait, I don't know if I actually want this role. Like, she kind of sees what's happening and she's like, oh, so Icarus flew a little too close to the sun on this one, I think. And I'll say she was not bad as host. I think she just wasn't good. There was a palpable hesitancy in how she was delivering this hostess performance, like both in her body language, as the judges pointed out, and also in the way she was speaking. It was almost like she didn't know if the jokes were going to land. And if you're speaking like you don't know if the jokes are going to land, then it's going to probably not land. This performance was definitely a rot, but at least she looks gorgeous on stage. So there's that. And over on the runway, she's giving a Cher in concert in 1979. And this gown is, my god, what a gorgeous reference to pull from for Cher. The final look Mirage presents on the runway, though, does not quite reach the peaks of Cher-ness that it needed to. She tried to adapt this really showy but delicate and feminine gown into her self-claimed fashion, and ultimately the final result was just a tacky explosion of colors and strips of fabric and random beading on the top. I didn't really care that she didn't get the hair right for this outfit because the outfit itself was just so off base, I think, for Cher. So this look I'm gonna give a. And next up we got Megami and Plain Jane playing the roles of deck saleswomen. They're dumb, they're hot, they've got giant chesticles, and they're here to sell you something. Plain is playing out the very stilted, airy, and off planet Earth performance, and Megami is giving us the oohs and the ahs to emphasize the things that Jane is saying. And this sketch to me really was the first funny part of RDR Live in this episode, but it was also a very eye-roll moment because they get performances almost identical to the ones given by Jimbo and Jessica Wilde in All Stars 8 just a couple months ago, in a sketch that was basically a copy and paste from season to season. But that certainly wasn't either of these queens' fault, because the two characters that all four of these queens are ultimately playing are based on characters from SNL, where Cecily Strong and Vanessa Bayer are playing these retired corn stars who are trying to get sponsored by the various products and things that they're selling in a kind of QVC style infomercial. And so really both pairs of queens did a great job of imitating ultimately the original. And while I don't think they brought anything new or fresh to the conversation of what was happening here, I would give them both points for their performance. And Plain Jane did actually address this over on Twitter after the episode aired, writing, "The way y'all love to discredit excellence, talents, and iconicism on here is just, for lack of a better word, disappointing. Do better and look at things objectively. Challenge level impossible." Where we see a fan replying back, "Can I ask a question though? I'm actually really enjoying you, and I think there's so much more to you than what's being shown. Can I ask about that skit? It was almost a carbon copy from All Stars 8. And Plain replied, "Yes, the skit was similar. RDR Live is a spoof of a spoof SNL, which also has recurring skits. People can say what they want to. I do me best, and I immediately recognize which character plays my brand and my strengths." Which is all true. They were hilarious. Plain's character was great, and she understood the assignment. Well, let's talk about Runways. Megami from this pair is giving us the Turn Back Time 2009 outfit, which is a gorgeous reference that was done super well. It was something I immediately recognized as a Cher costume, and I think adapted into Megami's drag in little ways that really made sense for her, that made it even more special. Like, for example, the way the boot is coming into that stocking garter thing to create a more seamless transition there, I thought was really smart for drag. The only thing that made me scratch my head, I was like, what are those crazy earrings she's wearing? This was too many accessories and in the wrong color. I think if it was black, like Cher's original earring, it could have worked, but it just kind of stood out in an awkward way. But I would still give this look a. And Plain, this lucky bitch, got maybe one of the most recognizable and iconic Cher looks of all time. This was her at the Met Gala in 1974. This is an iconic reference look, and Plain Jane here has done it wonderfully. It is such a beautiful homage to that Bob Mackie gown, and I think he would be proud. I don't think that's a stretch to say. I think he would be proud of whoever recreated this dress. Definitely gonna give this a. And next up, grab your briefcases. We've got a mandatory meeting. Who's playing herself as one of the news anchors of QNN and is reporting on all the relevant hot happenings of today's pop culture. And I've got to say, I was super impressed with the way Amanda handled this role. Her over-the-top too muchness is absolutely perfect for something like this. And I felt she was 100% comfortable and in charge of leading the news anchor co-duo of her and Dawn. And it was really the little things for me that got me, like when Dawn gave her the shady read for not being on the Forbes list again. Amanda has this moment where she's like chewing on her mouth, like looking angry and frustrated, and seeing everything she was laying down, I could tell that she was no stranger to a little theatrical production, so I'm gonna give this a. And her co-host Dawn also gave a good performance, but one that was ultimately, I think, very outshined by what Amanda was doing, and then doubly outshined with what Q did, but we'll get to that in a second. She just had a slight timidness, I think, especially in comparison with those other two, to her performance that felt a little flat. And there was like this feud between her and Amanda with these little shady reads that I thought Dawn could have really upped the bitchiness in her voice when she gave those reads to play a little bit better into the drama and drag of everything going on. But she did just fine. I'd give her a safe hot. But let's talk about these looks. Miss Amanda is giving us a recreation of the Cher doll outfit from 2001. Which I kind of had a mixed response to. Because on one hand, I'm like, wow, this is actually a really cool outfit to recreate. It's so Y2K. And actually, looking at the styling of this would have been a much better choice for someone like Mirage, considering her drag style, but I think the zoomed out effect of what Amanda is giving is acceptable here. Like, she did recreate the Cher look in a fairly faithful manner, but for me, it's the details when you zoom in on like the waist up. Like, there is just something particularly jarring about what's happening with her crazy over-the-top drag makeup and this flat banged Cher hair. Like this is such a crazy presentation, and I just wish she would have tried to do more of a Cher illusion with her makeup, because she really could have sold it to me if she had have. And there's also something awkward, I think, happening with the top part of the look riding up way too high. So yeah, waist up for me, it's not doing it. This is a rot from the top, but actually I would say a hot on the bottom. The mermaid skirt part of this dress garment is really pretty, and I think well done, and she's serving that. And concerning Dawn's runway, I didn't really love this either. She's giving us mod Cher from 1966, and I do understand why someone like Dawn ended up with this as the Cher reference, because it fits into her brand, but the entire aesthetic just didn't come together for me in this look. There's another huge issue here with crazy drag makeup and super flat hair, and not just super flat hair, but where is the bang from the reference look? But the bigger issue for me was really, I think, the proportions of everything going on. The original look is all about the giant oversized crazy coat, accentuating how, you know, tiny Cher is in comparison to it. And Dawn here made the choice to actually make the jacket smaller, which reads as less draggier and a little more pedestrian. Like, this is the JCPenney's version of the coat that the women would probably buy to be like, oh, I got the Cher coat. It's not right and it's not okay. This look for me is a... And next up we got Q, who's playing gay icon The Brick from Stonewall. And she comes in at the end of the news segment hosted by Dawn and Amanda to recount her story to the best of her ability about being a poor little innocent brick who was picked up and thrown into a window. And this is honestly such a fun character for the writers to put into this sketch. But I was shocked they didn't take the opportunity to put in some of the Derek Barry and Willem discourse that was happening about the brick from that one interview.
And people were... Nobody was.
But Q absolutely nailed this character. Like, she made a literal brick hilarious, and not only delivered peaks, valleys, and comedy on multiple levels, but actually eclipsed everything that was happening between Dawn and Amanda prior. There's just an extra layer of control, comedy, camp, and experience, I think, ultimately, that made this an absolute standout for me tonight. Brick Squad represent, because this was hot. And her runway tonight. Oh my God. I mean, what even can be said about what was done here besides this is a brilliant recreation of an amazing Cher reference, which was, by the way, from the Sunny and Cher Comedy Hour 1973. And this recreation was done in such a way that does so much justice to the original, but also looks so damn good on cue. No notes. This look was hot. And finally, we got Plasma, Nymphia, and Sapphira in the barbershop quartet. Now a tritet, because one of them died of some disease, as Sapphira lets us know in the beginning of the sketch, which is basically made up of these three impersonating Barbara Streisand, all trying to out Barbara each other. And honestly, they all did so great. This was by far and large my favorite sketch from the entire thing, because there were just so many different levels and layers to everything the three queens did. Sapphira starts us off with these like real crazy eyes looking at everything and kind of out into space and doing all that gig. And then there was Nymphia singing in that crazy mumbled singing style, who actually was the first person in this entire sketch to have me not just have a chuckle or a hee hee or a ha ha, but actually have a good laugh about. And then Plasma coming in at the end to give a completely different and over-the-top Barbara Streisand impression, which apparently she was nervous about giving because she didn't want to offend Barbara, somebody she very obviously holds in high regard. But I'm gonna call conspiracy corner on that one, because what she did in this, the impersonations, the eyes, the facial movement, everything about what she was doing felt so studied and calculated and perfected. Like, she very obviously has done some Barbara Streisand impressions in her past, and I think her doing all that with the, oh, I don't want to offend anybody tough, was just her trying to cover her ass, which she didn't need to do, because it was hilarious and I think not offensive at all. But these three queens absolutely killed it for me. I gave all three of them all 5 hot flames. But now let's take a look at their runways. Miss Plasma is giving us Cher at the Met Gala in 1985, and this is one of the more kind of dark, sultry ladies of Cher's look catalog, which I think is a really great choice in outfit to recreate for Cher, but maybe not one of the best for the Drag Race stage, especially when she hasn't done anything to transform the look and drag it up. She here is having the same problem that Amanda and Dawn both had with their crazy drag makeup next to this flat ass hair in a look that is like a good recreation of the original, but not better than and not something that is, you know, like a perfect homage. Like, this is just missing the attention to detail the original look had, like with that beautiful collar piece on the neck and the 80s poof sleeves, two things which really brought the whole style of everything happening together, which she missed in the recreation. So this look for me is going to be a And now concerning the drama and controversy Miss Plasma found herself in on Twitter this week. Basically, a local queen named Jane Don't from Seattle called Plasma out for the comment she made in Untucked last week. Jane Don't wrote on Twitter, "This was really weird, lol. Quote, no more being a local girl." Wherein Untucked, Plasma said that and then did like a cheersing thing to all of them now being Rue girls. Okay, see y'all when you get booked to the bar with us. Which she followed up with several more tweets writing, "Don't come on here much anymore, but felt compelled by how goofy this moment was. I get that most people that get on the show probably feel this way to one degree or another, but oh boy, does it feel a little tactless to say it. Some of these girls might be back working their old gigs right after this anyway. Let's not pretend Drag Race is a golden ticket anymore. No shade to anybody, just think it's goofy to get an ego when we're all just doing poo poo pee pee haha wacka wacka in nightclubs for a living." And Plasma later addressed the comment she made in Untucked on Twitter, writing, "Hi y'all, watching Untucked back and fully hearing how my toast sounds derogatory towards local performers. Totally not how I feel. I would be nothing without the NYC drag community, and I apologize if my words came across as a slight to any performer anywhere. Much love." So that's that. And Nymphia on the Runway is recreating Cher's Egyptian goddess for the Ain't Nobody's Business If I Do music video in 1979. And this, of course, is another beautiful reference Cher look, and one that I think is also a great choice for the Drag Race stage because of the crazy headdress she's got going on. And the reference photo they're showing next to Nymphia's look doesn't have the cape component that Nymphia has on hers, but in the original music video, that was something that was a part of the look flowing off the back of Cher's look. And Nymphia here, I think, has done an absolutely beautiful job in recreating this look. The only issue I had was with a little bit of awkwardness in the chest area. It is clear there's like a skin tone mismatch in the shade of fabric chosen to cover the chest. And while that is something that's really hard to do and predict, especially because the queens don't know the stage lighting and how it's gonna play on the different tones of their skin and fabrics, I will say that could have totally been mitigated by maybe doing a bigger version of that neck collar piece, which again, I wanna point out was a really beautiful recreation. Like, the attention to detail and the craftsmanship of like the embossing on the foil of the neck collar piece was incredible. And what I'm talking about here is a very small complaint, so I'm gonna give this look a hot. And finally, for Sapphira's Runway, which is an homage to the Cher Vegas residency look in 2017. And I just want to point out, for anyone who may not be totally aware of Cher's legacy and iconicism, we are doing a night of 1,000 celebrity runway Cher here, who has looks and who has been iconic since the 60s. We are now 60 years into the future and she is still relevant. That's crazy. Anyways, long live Cher and Sapphira Cristál, who did an amazing recreation of this look. All those crazy blue pheasant feathers coming off that giant beautiful neck piece that has that fabric training down. It's so gorgeous, and that all comes off and reveals to the dance costume underneath. Plus, picking a modern Cher look that doesn't rely so much on a bunch of cutouts and skin showing everywhere was really smart for somebody like Sapphira, who pads so heavily in her drag. The mesh illusion fabric really allowed her to do all the drag that she needed to do without anything looking awkward or non-Cher-like. This was hot. But now let's talk tops and bottoms. This, I will say, was a very close call personally between Q and Plasma. They both were absolute standouts in the challenge. However, I think Q's runway eclipsed Plasma's by leaps and bounds. And I actually think she beat Plasma by a hair in the challenge too. So it was really surprising to me to see them ultimately give the challenge win to Plasma, not Q. It felt very, let's recreate the Jan face crack moment and give the win to somebody who did great, but not to the person who, I don't know, to me, obviously deserved it. And the bottom three tonight are called out as Mhi'ya, Geneva, and Mirage, but I personally probably would have swapped Mhi'ya for either Xunami or Morphine. The final bottom two, though, of Geneva and Mirage absolutely made sense to me. That's who I thought needed to lip sync this week. And the lip sync they did was certainly a lip sync that I did react to over on my Patreon at patreon.com/BussyQueen. That's my members only website where my Patreon family gets exclusive member benefits like early access to my YouTube videos and access to exclusive videos like all of my reactions to Drag Race, which basically serve as a pre-show to Hot or Rot that you can get exclusively on my Patreon. And I would really love it if y'all click the link in the description of my video and join my Patreon and help support my channel. It would really mean a lot, and I'd love to have your support. But concerning what happened in this lip sync, we saw Mirage flub on the words, even though she gave, I think, a better dancing performance, while Geneva gave a slightly less exciting but more comfortable and composed lip sync where she demonstrated she did indeed know all of the words. And so sort of a default win situation that goes to Geneva, which I absolutely agree with. I mean, we're in a show that has been going on for 16 years now, and one of the unspoken rules is you have to know the words of the song that you're lip syncing, and if you don't, RuPaul's not gonna be happy. Especially when, God forbid, you don't know the lyrics to a Cher song. One of Ru's icons and idols. See, that was a huge fumble on Mirage's part and has one of the most heartbreaking eliminations I've seen in a while. I mean, she had a full crying breakdown on stage when Ru tells her to sashay away, which, like, honestly, that would be me. I'm such a crybaby with stuff, but I really did feel for her and was enjoying her presence on the season. I actually didn't feel like it was time for her to go, and I kind of think the judges didn't think that either. They probably just expected her to know the lyrics, and you know, so they put a pretty good performer up against somebody who was going into the bottom for their second time in a row. Anyways, let's get into our hottest hots. In the challenge this week, I'm gonna give it to Q, and on the runway, Plain Jane. And I also asked my patrons to vote on their hottest hots over at patreon.com/BussyQueen. And this week they've chosen Q on the runway and Plasma in the challenge. See y'all later, love ya, bye. Y'all, look how big my baby girl is. She's not a baby anymore. This is a big girl. Say hi. Aww. Hey y'all, it's me, Buskerfinger, and welcome back to Hot or Rot. And today I'll be reviewing episode 5 of RuPaul's Drag Race season 16. It's girl group day, which means our queens split themselves into 3 groups and were challenged to write lyrics for and perform original choreography to RuPaul's hits ASMR Lover, Courage to Love, and Star Baby. And the runway category was Pussycat Wig. Wig, did you just say wig? Yes. That's just for us. So we'll be breaking all of that down, plus covering the Q, Amanda, Plain Jane drama triangle as we go. And finally taking a look at Bob the Drag Queen versus Plain Jane's burger finger drama that escalated this week on multiple platforms. And end by going over a really great article interview by Joey Nolfi at Entertainment Weekly with the mandatory meeting. That was a lot of words, about her coming out as trans, in which she also talks Plain Jane drama. First up, we got Morphine, the self-proclaimed Abby Lee Miller of season 16 of group QDSM, performing her verse to Star Baby. And opening up the group's number, she's saying, "Morphine like the drug, but no relation. When you at my shows, you stay in admiration. The flawless, the face, the beauty, the taste," and so on. Yes, Morphine, you are very beautiful. And also pretty good at dancing. She was really taking charge in the rehearsals, and it seems she was directly responsible for the little Madonna walk moment that the group did that I thought looked pretty cute on the stage. The only thing I would have changed is that second line in the first part of her lyrics, "Morphine like the drug, but no relation." It just felt, I guess, obvious, and then she didn't really go anywhere with that. But overall, this is definitely a hot for me, and on the runway, I was super impressed. She is really killing it in the looks department, y'all. She really is doing all that. Look at the silhouette she has created here with that body is insane. And the details on every part of this look are so incredible. Like when you zoom in on that pussycat wig and see that she's encrusted the tips of it, and then she's got the big cat scratch on the back of this gown. And I love that this look overall is very much giving me Catwoman goes to the camp-themed Met Gala in 2019. Jacket's always gotta come off, y'all. I start sweating. Let's see if we can do this. No, we're not doing that. This look is incredibly hot. I also almost can't believe this is the same queen who wore that towel dress on the very first runway of this season. Like, the glow up already. And next up, Mother has arrived. It's Sapphira Cristál, who in the first part of her verse is very quickly rapping lyrics like, got you gagging on my dragon, baby, you need to breathe. And in the second part slows it down a bit and starts to sing, I bring the heat by keeping my cool, I look like this, you look a damn fool. And her performance overall, from choreo to lyrics to stage presence, felt very polished and in control. It's just kind of get critiqued for being in her head while performing, but that wasn't really something I saw when I was watching. And I truly think she had one of the best verses of the entire night, with a great balance between the rap and the singing and just delivering this mothering energy. She ate, and this was hot. Now over on the runway, we are in for another surprise from Miss Sapphira Cristál. She is giving us Dr. Evil from Austin Powers up in high drag, where the pussycat wig is the cat actually on the head. And it did take a second, I think, to really get me there on the pussycat wig, because when she's coming down the runway, it just kind of looks like a messled jumble of hair, and then it cuts to a shot where she clearly has like lifted up like a tail, and there is a hydra hole visible somewhere on this wig as well under that tail if you peep that. And of course, when she turns around, there is a little kitty face on there, and she takes it off, starts petting it. And the bigger gag of this whole look to me was that bald cap she has on was seamless. I do think the pussycat wig was a little messy looking, like maybe she needed a brushing or two, but we'll say it was camp. We'll give it a pass, because this look was definitely hot. Or should I say, hot. And next up, we've got the letter Q, who starts off the episode this week crying in the workroom because she's been in the top for the past couple of weeks, yet has failed to clinch the win. And that's a very fair feeling. And in the midst of Q's monologue about being in the top and never being good enough to get a win, Plane jumps in and she's like, well, I feel good about being in the top. Like, I don't know about y'all, but like, I'm doing good. And I can see where both these queens are coming from, but I would probably be more on the side of Plane, where I'd be celebrating that I had been in the top so much. But would I actually state that to the person that's crying? No, probably not. That's very plain Jane though. Anyways, this all comes up later in the episode when the queens are getting ready for the challenge, and Q is trying to communicate to Plane that the way she spoke on that topic at that time made her feelings feel invalidated. And Q then compares the situation of Plane addressing that in the moment to the situation of Plane addressing Amanda, to which Plane throws in a little comment, well, rest assured, I have more respect for you than I do Amanda. Which is a wild thing to say right in front of Amanda. And then Amanda jumps out and she's like, why are you such a C? Where is this coming from? I don't know you. And like, they have a moment which ultimately resolves with Plane saying to Amanda, let's be friends right now and kill this challenge. And to Q, Plane ultimately apologizes, but it seems like there's some unresolved issues there. Q in confessionals is saying she's not sure if this apology is genuine. And honestly, I'm not sure it was either, because even Plane in a confessional said that maybe she should think more about the things she's saying. However, she's having fun being a shady bitch. And again, I can see both sides of what's happening here. Plane Jane is very interested, I think, in making the best reality television she thinks that she can make, and that is by playing this character of mean shady queen. And then we've got Q, who is taking this competition 100% seriously and wearing her heart on her sleeve with everything. And personally, I am enjoying the drama, but I do also see that there are maybe some real people getting their feelings hurt, and that's not great to watch. But the drama is entertaining. But I would love to know what y'all are thinking in the comments about Plane Jane, all of her crazy antics below. And moving on to Q's challenge performance, we see her do what I would say was a pretty okay performance for most girl group episodes of Drag Race. But this one was, for me, particularly good. I think she just really stood out as not being great. Because yes, she was struggling with choreo in the rehearsals and, you know, not hitting all of the marks all of the time in the larger group number. But she was there for at least like 90% of it. And again, I think that is better than a lot of girl group choreography that we see on RuPaul's Drag Race. But she's saying, I strut in a fashion, serving looks, my passion. Leaving it all on stage, no crashing, you cannot stop me. Just one letter, nobody better. Which is all very Bratz Doll's passion for fashion of her, but overall kind of generic. So I'm gonna give this a but on the runway. Holy Mary, Mother of God, Jesus, Mary, Joseph, and the 7 wise men. This is probably my favorite cute look so far. It's absolutely incredible. It's very Tin Man meets Joan of Arc. I love the silhouette and all the different armor pieces and shapes of the outfit are so powerful and so feminine. And the crazier thing, besides this outfit being absolutely effing stunning, is that she doesn't seem to be bodied at all, as in like she's not wearing padding. The bitch just looks that good. The look is hot. And finally for the QDSM group, we've got Dawn, who in her group I probably had the most fun with. I think she did a really great job of taking her into her crazy, kooky, quirky, not like the other girls world. It really added some great personality where it was needed on this track with lyrics like, from the stars laying bars, didn't you know there's life on Mars? Galaxy, fantasy, turning looks, setting free. And can I be honest, I'm a star baby? Like she not only stuck with the star baby theme in her lyrics, but also found a way to make it super fun and peppy and exciting. This performance was hot. And over on the runway, again, this is Dawn's world, we're just living in it. It's a look. She's got blue makeup on, elf ears, a bowl cut with a pom-pom, bedazzled jeans as boot covers, a giant glove purse, animal print everywhere, all over. And I mean, girl, this is everything but the kitchen sink of this alien girl fantasy. And as crazy as it all is, I ultimately did like the look. My only issue was I think she missed an opportunity to tell a bigger story about why this was her look for the pussycat wig runway. Like this barely even is a pussycat wig. I mean, it has some little bob moments in the back and maybe some like on the side here, but otherwise it is just straight up bowl cut. So all things considered, this would be like a safe 3-flame hot for me. And next we've got Plasma, who is the group leader for the Lova Girls, who are adding their verses to Rupaul's Courage to Love. And Miss Plasma, as team captain, started her team off with some pretty crazy choreography in the rehearsals. Like she is throwing out terms, busting out movements, and she's kind of leaving her teammates in the dust a bit. I guess just expecting they'll catch up to her, you know, very obviously theatrically trained talents. But in the edit we saw, it seems she was more interested in showing off than helping the other girls learn their steps. But we do see Amanda come in and sort of take some of the girls to the side and be like, okay, we're gonna do this with this. Hydra hole, Hydra hole. Hydra hole. And Amanda seems to mostly get everybody together. But back to Plasma's performance in this challenge. The dancing and choreo, incredible. Her singing, incredible. And her lyricism, also incredible. Like, what a great way to start off her group. It was so powerful when she sang things like, when I was younger, my mama said to me, just be yourself, baby, the rest comes naturally. And I loved her final lyric of, remember girls, rule number 1, have fun, whatever you are, better be a damn good one. And overall, no notes. This was so hot. But over on the runway, y'all, this is not for me. She said she's giving us a Y2K take on Hermes, the Greek goddess of messaging moments. But there's just so much going on with this that feels odd altogether. Like she's got this almost businessy golden collar and spray painted gold headphones to which she's attached some feathers with an overall like Grecian inspired, you know, Hermes kind of thing going on. And while there are gold elements in all the different crazy pieces of her outfit, bringing them together in a way, the overall effect is kind of jarring. It just feels so piecey and like 7 different costumes all put together in one. This was a... And next up, no, it could not have been an email because this meeting is mandatory. It's Amanda. And we already talked a little bit about how she really was nailing it in the rehearsals and even helping the other girls in her group with their dancing. But ultimately the final product of what she delivered just didn't have that same level of polish and professionalism, mostly because of her own worst enemy in this competition, her current drag aesthetic. Girl, that wig with the dance move, she was fighting for her life. Plus, I think she had kind of a mixed bag of lyrics that started off strong, seemingly singing, someone told me who I am is wrong, but now I trust myself, I know that I am strong. But something about the phrasing in that second half just didn't work for me with the, no, it doesn't hurt who hurt me in the past, because now I love on myself. I'm going out so I can throw this past, I think she said. So yeah, this was a route for me. And over on the runway, y'all, this is okay. I've never seen anything like this. Let me just say also, we are lucky to be living in the timeline that is the timeline where a mandatory meeting is on Drag Race dressed as a blue robin's egg in the nest. With 2 blue robin's eggs painted like they're up in drag right next to her in the nest. Like that's That's crazy. But honestly, this runway was just such a treat because yes, it was objectively bad, but the vision, I'm going to choose to believe a mandatory meeting's creative mind is operating on levels that we mere mortals cannot perceive. And I'm actually not even gonna hot or rot this look because I think it really transcends all of that. A mandatory meeting, thank you for your service. And next up we got Xunami Muse, who in the challenge I want to call out is looking so cute, petite, with that little beautiful pink flower on her chest. And her lyrics, as you might have guessed going into this, were about her serving and turning looks. Come on, strut. Find your light, turn your head to the left and you shake it to the right. Cute face, tight waist, she's got it all. Can't tell me nothing because I'm here with Miss Paul. And overall I would say was missing some punch in her lyrics. It felt like she was kind of very softly and airily going through them instead of really serving that fierce, fierce, fierce mother, 888. Me having a stroke. But I would give the lyrics and performance in this challenge like 3 hot flames. And over on the runway, she's giving us Matador, but make it lesbian. And this was a look on the runway tonight that actually took a little bit to grow on me. When she first walked through, I really lost her entire bottom half because it was just the black cummerbund, black pants, black boots. Like she was very much giving beautiful floating torso coming down the runway at times. But when I got a chance to really zoom in on everything and see all the craftsmanship and tailoring involved in this look, and the way everything is so cut perfectly, and that little crop jacket and the little rainbow tie in the front and the fur, like it's so well done and is indeed a very beautiful look. The only question I have is how we got from pussycat wig to Matador, but I'll take it. This look is hot. And finally for this group, girl, fasten your seatbelts. It's Plain Jane. And she in the challenge honestly absolutely killed it. The look is correct. The dancing is correct. She looks like a mother tucking professional on the stage. She is at home there. And she sang, Plain Jane, Miss Jane if you're nasty. And if the pipe real long, holla at me. Booty fat and the body so right. Got him flying on this plane all day and night. And then the best set of lyrics in her verse. Don't play with me, just play that track. Don't break my heart, just break my back. Which are all really wild things to say considering we actually started this song off with Plasma singing about her mom teaching her to love people and be kind. And then we got here. But honestly, somebody needed to breathe a little bit of life and get nasty in this group's track. And of course it was Plain Jane to do it. This was hot. And for a runway, there are certain words that I can't say in YouTube videos because of monetization policies. So just know that I'll be talking around those. But Miss Plain, or Miss Jane, if we are here indeed being nasty, she is wearing a collection of latex items, accentuating the very large upper part of her body, to which she has fastened some pipes or tubes into the mask that's covering her face. And my first thought when I saw this look was, oh my god, she's doing Bane from the Batman movies of the 90s. But I think that was mostly just me getting excited about Bane from that movie. Wow, is that my like gay awakening? And I don't think Plain Jane was referencing that here at all. But it did make me wish that she did have a more creative concept than just super sexy, hot, F words, K words, blah, 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 blah. The look was hot, but I wouldn't say no to a little more storyline. And finally, we've got group Thick and Stick, performing original verses to ASMR Lover. And the name took me a minute, Thick and Stick, but I'll help you out. The stick is Nymphia. Very funny, very clever. And Miss Mhi'ya Iman LePaige is the opener for this group. And oh my god, I loved her in this, y'all. The rapping was so natural, on point, the delivery was punchy, and the way her group members were working with her in her verse to be like, Mhi'ya, was next level. It was truly next level. And being the queen of flips, she starts everything off with a flip and raps, you make me feel like a dainty lady, high-heeled boots straight out of Haiti, is the name they screaming when they see me flipping, where she then backflips. And I feel like I've really been hyping her up in my reviews, but I am so obsessed with her and the way she performs. And this was like, wow, she absolutely is not that timid person on the stage that Rupaul was talking to do. She is like 100% in control of the whole game and delivered a performance tonight that was absolutely of the best. This is absolutely hot. But over on the runway, it's a runway. It certainly is her wearing some kind of pussycat bob wig, and she certainly is wearing an outfit. Something about the outfit feels to me very like Ariana Grande in the mid 2010s, where she always had that very cinched waist and like poofy skirt moment, case in point. And while this look is cute on Mhi'ya, I don't think it's particularly interesting or adding to the conversation of who is Mhi'ya and what she does in drag. And maybe I missed an explanation, but I did not see any concept in this look beyond I want to look cute and I want to wear a short wig. So I'm gonna give this a And next up we got Geneva Karr, who was actually the team captain for ASMR Lover. I think she starts off her verse super strong, clearing customs left and right. Geneva Karr has just arrived. I'm La Diva Más Latina that you guys will ever see. And those lyrics all do a great job of continuing to tell us the story of who Geneva is while, you know, touching on those branding moments that we've already heard from her about clearing customs and La Diva Más Latina. But the rest of it did kind of feel like a lot of words stuffed into not enough space. Like she was kind of going for the fast rapping thing, and she even made a nod to that with like, if you want to read, there will be subtitles down there. But I was like, oh yeah, I actually do need them on because you're kind of talking too fast and saying too many words for me to know what's going on. But the overall effect of what she did, very hot. And over on the runway, she is tapping into her 20s flapper girl fantasy with her pussycat wig, and it's a cute look. I think it's interesting how she blended in this swirl of pink and purple and leopard with the mesh underneath all that. But I was really just kind of confused. Like, it's giving me Lisa Frank coloring book meets flapper girl from the 20s, but there's not enough over-the-top drag happening to really make the full joke of it. Like, where is the giant entire headpiece of feathers for the flapper girl? Where is, I don't know, a giant train coming from the back? Like, give me a little more drag and drama from this, and not just what kind of looks like Lisa Frank at prom. She was also goth in the 20s. This for me is a rock. And next we've got Megami, who the big drama for her this episode is that she was picked last, which she very fairly so has an emotional moment in the workroom about. And girl, that is very relatable. And I think that happening to her on Drag Race lit a fire under her ass because she really was working overtime for not only herself in this challenge, but also her entire team. It seemed, based on what the girls were saying on Twitter and stuff after the episode aired, that she was so deeply involved with really writing lyrics for everybody, doing choreo, etc, etc, etc. Like, she was that girl. Like on Twitter, Nymphia this week wrote, I just want to say Megami basically wrote my lyrics. I was really struggling, so please show her some love. And as she found out this week, sometimes the best position to be in is the position in which you are underestimated, because you can surprise and delight. She rapped, down on your knees, bitch, pray to me, because Megami is the goddess you'll pay to see. And I absolutely loved how she ended her verse with, ain't nobody eat the runway like I do, running over bitches on the rough drive-through. And how all the choreo worked with that too. That was good. Megami, this was hot. Where Miss Megami will need to, I think, eventually find her footing in this season if she wants to be taken seriously by the judges in future episodes is on the runway. But concerning this look, there is a little asterisk by it. She tweeted this out. The way my original look for this category tonight literally fell apart on the way to California, and I had to put this together in the hotel room, but I look so hot in this. And while what she said does provide some context as to why the look isn't so great, I don't think it excuses the look not being so great. And I'll say firstly, what I like about her runway is the concept. Very obviously, she's tapping into that Tinkerbell pixie kind of fantasy. And that to me has a clear through line to the pussycat wig brief, which a lot of the queens didn't have that connecting piece. But really, just about nothing on this look is right. I mean, the dress is like one piece of lacy fabric that is maybe being held onto her body with the belt that feels very out of place. And then she turns around, she's got these tiny little wings. It's very much giving. I, at the last minute, wrapped a curtain around me and went to the Dollar Tree and got some Halloween fairy wings. That's what this is. It's a rock. And last but certainly not least tonight, it is Nymphia Wind. And Miss Nymphia this episode was at her old tricks and games where she's trying to convince the other queens in the challenge that maybe she doesn't have a certain skill or talent here or there. She's playing the game. She is playing the game. Anyway, she's saying, gone with the wind, I'm fabulous. These mother-trucking hoes can't handle us. Breaking wind, serving fashion, acting up like you said, action. She did everything she needed to do here. She made us laugh. She sold us on the I'm great, I'm amazing fantasy. And at every turn in her performance, sold us on this continued brand of the color yellow, bananas, being from Taiwan, being fashionable, and being funny. Like, she really is a complete package, and she made it clear. My name is Nymphia Wind, and I'm here to make it clear. This was hot. And girl, you wanna talk about breaking wind, serving fashion on the runway this week? This is crazy. She comes out, she's like, oh, I'm beauty, I'm grace. This gorgeous, encrusted, bedazzled gown, the top hat, and it's always with the details on her. You zoom in and you see like every little hem and stitch is bedazzled and stoned and perfectly done. It is perfection. The twist is she takes off the top hat and reveals, oh, a pussycat wig, kind of like the one we saw from Sapphira. Except this pussycat has been brushed, I think, a time or two. and doesn't look so disheveled. And underneath that pussycat wig is another pussycat wig, which is red finger waves that have been encrusted with rhinestones. But that's not all. There's one more reveal. She takes off the finger waves and turns around to reveal the hair over the lady part on the back of her head, which was amazing. She gave us a theatrical performance and really took us on a journey that I don't think anybody could predicted the ending of ever. This look was incredible and absolutely hot. And touching on the twist of the season, which really right now is just Sapphira and Plain Jane having immunity potions. Neither of them used their potions tonight, which wasn't a surprise. And honestly, I'm kind of wondering if there ever even will be a chance for them to use it, because Trixie actually called this out in the pit stop, but people who get immunity do indeed usually never need it. And I think the only way that we're gonna see Sapphira or Plain use their potions will probably be using them on somebody else. But were they used today? In Plain Jane's words, not today, Ru. Rupaul's, okay, after that got me. That got me, gal. And the win this week goes to group Thick and Stick, no surprise. To me, there really was no competition. I think Thick and Stick was the only group who truly worked together and gave a really cohesive story in their performance the way they did. Mhi'ya. What's criminal though is that while each girl does technically get a win for this challenge, Rupaul makes them split the $5,000 prize, so $1,250 each. And to me, that felt a little cheap, considering where we're at with Drag Race and the $200,000 main prize and all that nonsense, but whatever, I'm sure the girls aren't complaining for getting the cash. Did Drag Race have the budget to pay $5,000 to each of the girls? Not today, Ru. And concerning the bottom two, this is the episode where RuPaul asks all the girls who should go home, and the girls all say Amanda and Q. And I think rightly so, considering what happened in this episode. And I did react to their lip sync over on my Patreon at patreon.com/BussyQueen. That's my members only website where my Patreon family gets exclusive member benefits, like early access to my YouTube videos and like 4 or 5 or sometimes even 6 extra videos per month with these exclusive reaction videos. And you too can become one of my patrons by clicking the link in the description of this video. So click the link. I'll see you on Patreon. But concerning the outcome of this lip sync, I was really conflicted about everything because to me, Amanda did win the lip sync. As much as the editors, I think, really didn't want to emphasize how well she was doing, it was clear to me that she really was 100% winning that lip sync. Which is not to say that Q didn't also do good here. I think she did good in the lip sync. It just wasn't that next level of like great that I think Amanda's high ball of energy, chaos, and danceability all combined together to make such a great performance. Like, I think Q did just good enough to justify RuPaul going ahead and giving her the Shantae You Stay. Because the truth is, at this point in the competition, it's not like we're ready to say goodbye to Q. Like, she's just coming out the gate. She is really just getting started, and she has impressed us every single week and has her aesthetic and drag completely nailed down. Whereas Amanda is really still developing and working on her aesthetic on this season, and is even having her own drag really be her own worst enemy in times like the challenge this week and the runway this week. But Amanda is 100% primed for some future season of All Stars because she is an amazing television personality. And I think when she gets the crazy chaotic forces of her creative energy reined in just a little bit and a little more polished, she is going to be an unstoppable force. And next up we got drama and news, then we'll hit hottest hots. So this week we saw Miss Plain Jane feuding with not only Amanda and Q and probably 10 other people that we don't know about, but also Bob the drag queen on multiple different social media platforms. We saw Plain responding to a sibling rivalry podcast clip on Instagram concerning her burger finger performance, where a lot was said, but ultimately Bob ended his analysis with the thought,
Burger Finger does not have the same artistic merit as Willow Pill's The Toast in the Bathtub talent show.
And Plain responded, no. I get that people can't compute me being both sexy AF and a clown who performed this number well before Drag Race, but this take is tired. And then we saw Plain double down on this on X, formerly Twitter, writing, frankly, it's rude for alum Ru girls to claim Burger Finger has less artistic merit than other shittier talents, especially girls that have never even had to prepare talent numbers on their original seasons. Let's see you do better, Grandma. To which we saw Bob reply, girl, shut up, LOL. And that was the drama. Bob ate her up. But scientists are still researching the international implications of Burger Finger, reportedly, allegedly. Anyways, in exciting news, and news tangentially related to the drama with Plain Jane because she does address it here. We have Miss A Mandatory Meeting doing an exclusive interview with Entertainment Weekly's Joey Nolfi, where she comes out as trans. Amanda in an interview said, "I think Plain caught me at the sweet spot of my healing journey. I'm not giving you, Plain, the response you're looking for, whatever that was. I'm sitting here like a real effing person and I'm telling you, I do not like this, please stop." And it's unclear whether these two have fully resolved things off the show, but Plain did share this article on X, rallying up positivity and support for her sister Amanda. And I've linked that article in the description of my video, recommend you check it out. And finally, let's talk hottest hots. In the challenge, I'm gonna give it to Mhi'ya. She was the only one that I went back and watched, I'm not joking y'all, like 20 or 30 times. And on the runway, I'm gonna give it to Nymphia Wind. I also asked my patrons to vote on their hottest hots, and this week in the challenge, they've chosen Nymphia Wind, and on the runway, Nymphia Wind. But of course, I'd love to know what y'all think, so be sure to let me know down in the comments below. See y'all later, love ya, bye. Everyone say goodbye to the mustache because she'll be ripping in peace soon. I'll miss you. Hey y'all, it's me, the Bus Reaper, and welcome back to Hot or Out. And today we'll be reviewing episode 6 of RuPaul's Drag Race season 16. Our queens were challenged to create 2 identical looks, one for themselves and one for their very own doll in a combined design and branding challenge, featuring guest judge La Roach, who's well known for his celebrity styling of Zendaya and Celine Dion. And you'll notice in this week's video, I'm scoring the queens out of 10 hot flames, where I've awarded up to 5 for how well I thought the look and doll the queens created captured their aesthetic and brand, and another possible 5 for the actual design and creation of the garments. And in the order they hit the runway this week, first up we've got Xunami Muse, who's serving Fashion Week edition doll. She's from NYC, she's good at walking from the bank to the bodega, and her inspirational message is, you're never overdressed, everyone else is just underdressed. And as far as branding, this is absolutely a silhouette that we've seen Xunami Muse in. She loves a good pant on the runway and looks good in them. There's almost something that's a little too casual for me for Fashion Week edition. I expected something a little more avant-garde and visually interesting. Like it's kind of giving me model on a go-see rather than on the actual runway. But she did at least serve model, so we'll give her that. And as far as the actual garments she created, the pants again are great. I think that little flare at the bottom is super cute, but everything waist up is just a little messy to me. It's kind of giving cummerbund around the waist. And the top really is not fitted that well. It's kind of hanging off awkwardly from her body. And that giant tulle bow tied around her neck is fighting for its life against that ponytail that is like dragging on top of it. I just feel like if you're making your brand Fashion Week and going for something super simple, it needs to be done immaculately. And this, to me, was not. So I'm gonna give this overall a. And next up, Mother has arrived. Miss Sapphira Cristál is giving us Grande Dame Diva Metropolitan Opera Edition doll. Say that 5 times fast. And the vocalized component of her doll advertisement, if you will, caught me off guard immediately because she's speaking in this really deep announcer voice. And I was like, oh, what is she doing? But as I listened, I realized she was doing a kind of parody on the very cliche deep announcer voices. And the way she sold herself and her doll got me excited to make the purchase. She said she was regal, inviting warm, high maintenance, and scary as hell. She's ready with a backhand, and she is singing opera, but the opera code is not included. I loved how much all this made sense for her drag character. She's circling back around on the very first time we saw her on Drag Race singing opera in the talent show and touching on all the things that we know her to be: regal, warm, inviting, but also not afraid to mother and put people in their places. And considering the gowns she's created for her doll and herself, these are very simple and elegant gowns that I do think make sense for the idea of a metropolitan opera. And to my untrained eye, the construction of this looks really well done. The fit is great. She's bodied, the silhouette is pretty. And I think it was smart to choose a pattern fabric in a sea of everyone else who just did plain blues. To improve this look, I think she could have gone bigger and bolder. When I think of an opera singer, I do often think of somebody with like a giant, very structured waist coming out at the bottom because they're standing there singing and that's the show and they're not necessarily moving or dancing. But overall, this was absolutely hot. And what a gag it was that Miss Sapphira decided to drink her immunity potion this week. I was shook. I mean, clearly, nerves got the best of her here because she wasn't thinking clearly. Like after she said yes, RuPaul even asked her, are you sure? And she goes, yes. As in like, you shouldn't be doing this, girl. You're gonna be at least safe. And she said, I'm gonna drink this anyways, but that's her choice. So down the hatch the potion went, and in confessionals, she did later regret the decision. And next up, the fourth state of matter, Miss Plasma, who is giving us Passenger on the Pacific Edition doll. She says she's rich, beautiful, sickening, and nauseous. She's an old school glamour hag, and she's great at moving her mouth, standing still, and theft. Those were just some of the things that Plasma said in the vocal part of her presentation. She said a lot. Concerning the overall brand here, I do very much get the 50s old Hollywood glamour, Lucille Ball, Joan Crawford type of thing she's going here for with that headscarf. And visually, I would say this is who we know Plasma to be. The brand is right on the nose. But the jokes were, as Rue critiques, I think just a little too heavy-handed and forced. Like, she's sitting there writing, I think, trying to make every single line and the thing that she's saying into a joke, another joke, another joke. Plus, the actual execution of this look just wasn't great. The dress itself is sort of like a long blue tank top with no shape, and she is struggling with this scarf that is wrapped around her shoulders and her neck, and it's like falling down from her head constantly, which could have been a feature and not a bug if she had just let it sit there. And the scarf being that crazy shiny material that it is with all of those jewels along the hem of it made the malfunction just even more obvious. I will say though, the outfit does strangely work a lot better on the doll, but on this runway it's a rod. And next up, get ready for takeoff. We have Plain Jane, who is giving us the aquatic edition of her doll, which she says is funky, spunky, and a little skunky. And has a very self-aware moment where she asks, is she a magical mermaid or a retired ice skating instructor? Plus mentions her stinky burger finger, which gets a laugh out of Rue. And I'll say she definitely had the funniest vocal presentation of all the queens tonight, where really her acting and comedy chops got to shine quite a bit. However, I'm not sure why she said aquatic edition. In the confessional, it seems that she has chosen this descriptor because she's using a blue fabric, and that makes the look aquatic, I guess. Like, the only thing that read aquatic to me on this look were the random starfish on her back, but the starfish really, to me at least, have nothing to do with who Plain Jane is as a character or the rest of the look. Because as she acknowledged, this was way more giving some kind of Cinderella on ice type of fantasy. And with some slight modifications and maybe a little flight attendant cap, could have been translated into a better concept for her brand that maybe could have been something like Overseas Edition. Because, you know, Plain Jane, flight attendant or pilot, whatever, playing into all that. But slightly confusing branding aside, I think the execution of the design of this garment was one of the best tonight. And of the same blue fabric looks, this is absolutely 100% the best of those. Plus, tying back into the branding, this is immediately a recognizable silhouette for Miss Plain Jane. And I love how she really went the extra mile here with that pleated tulle skirt and the train coming out the back. She got a really great eye for design, and overall, this is absolutely hot. In other Plain news though, we do hear from her this episode she'll be turning a new, more congenial leaf. Something she decides to do after a conversation with Sapphira, who tells her basically that she's coming off wrong and doesn't need to read a bitch down at every single opportunity she gets. We also hear from her that she doesn't really intend to come off so blunt and harsh, and she explains the Russian culture she grew up with is one largely lacking pleasantries, which she expanded on Twitter, writing, growing up with a Russian dad who frowned upon any feminine form of expression instilled a fear with me I carry to this day. But bitch, it just makes seeing myself as a beautiful woman on TV that much more rewarding. So all things considered, maybe we'll see a little less turbulence going forward. That is unless a mandatory meeting finds her way back into that workroom, because where we are, no sparks are gonna fly if that happens. And next up, it's Nymphia Wind, who, girl, Miss Nymphia. Listen, she could possibly be the most talented queen in all of Drag Race history, like just counting her raw number of skills and abilities. It does not matter what the challenge is, she has been there, done that. And this week, after they hear the challenge will be to make their very own dolls, we hear her say this should be easy because she collects and customizes her own dolls. On the runway this week, she is giving a Spring Banana Yellow Carpet Edition doll. And I'm not sure what a spring banana or a yellow carpet are, but Nymphia tells us that her doll is fun, dumb, and full of potassium yum, and that her doll comes with bananas, milk, and cream to make your very own banana smoothie. So let's all be yellow. I enjoyed her diving deeper into the yellow banana branding that she really has been hitting us over the head with so far. But I'm a little nervous it could translate as one note if we see too many more challenges where she has to talk about bananas. I guess only time can tell, but the other critique I have for this presentation overall is there's a slight mismatch for me going on between this really elegant gown and this sort of dumb H-word character she's doing. Like, for everything she's saying, I expected something a little campier, like her entrance look with the giant hair and all the sunglasses and, you know, the trench coat with bananas, stuff like that. But concerning the design of what she's created, I think the base gown in that pale yellow color is really absolutely gorgeous. But I wonder if she had a little too much time and talent on her hands, because the bow feels almost like an afterthought. It's not quite holding on properly to the rest of the gown, and we see it really pulling down and stretching the middle part of the fabric in her waist. And I don't know if she ran out of yellow fabric, but I wasn't loving the lavender on top of all this yellow. I think it's just a little too much contrast, because if you look at the way she actually dressed the doll with yellow on yellow, it looks flawless. And the other issue for me was that neon yellow hair just feeling so mismatched with all those soft pastels. But overall, this was really well done, absolutely. And next up, Morphine, who's giving us Miami Bimbo edition doll. And she says she is gorgeous with a hint of stunning and splash of why am I here? She's got gray shoes, hair, and a suspiciously long pinky nail. If you know, you know, I guess, but I can't explain that joke. And she also does this little gag where she says, I've got a beautiful smile, and then shows a missing tooth. And I do know the character, this real life woman that she's parodying here. And so in my mind, she was successful at branding something, but I'm not totally sure it resonated with how I, as a viewer, think of Morphine in my head. I think since she's so well known for her cosmetic ability, she could have very easily gone with like makeup artist doll or MUA edition. And concerning the design of her garments, this look is clearly inspired by that iconic Versace J.Lo dress with all the green florals, the very same one we have seen on Drag Race like, I don't know, 7 times. I think the bottom part was well executed. The panty line is good. The little sleeve train cape thing happening is nice. But waist up, it is really just a mess to me. I think it's awkward how she has this scarf around her neck, creating a rectangle here on her chest. And the way all this fabric is sitting in these very straight strips, it just feels strange. And I think obvious that she isn't really wearing any padding or shape up here. But I would give this like a warming up. And next up, Queen of Flips edition doll by Iman LePaige, who tells us that her doll is fun, shy, outgoing, and energetic. Shy, outgoing, and energetic. Like, what a queen of having a multifaceted personality. And also note, shy, she admits to, but not timid. Cut to Rupaul telling her that she's timid. And yes, she is the only doll that can do countless backflips. And I think hearing and seeing all this, it's clear that she knows her brand is performing and flipping, but visually there is nothing connecting the dots between the doll idea and her being the queen of flips. And honestly, it's not like she even really needed to do flips during the runway presentation. Like, that would have been nice, yes. But I think having a better visual for this idea of flipping being something like Olympics inspired, gymnast inspired, sports inspired, would have just made a lot more sense for the doll. So I do think she missed the mark on branding. And concerning the design of the outfit she has created, the fit and construction of everything isn't all that bad. I don't even think this would be in the bottom for just a raw design challenge. It just is really confusing here though. Like, that tie-dye pastel color combo is, to me, it's not for me. I think it looks visually assaulting, especially with the way she has paired it with that copper hair. Like, that is a wild color combo. And as the judges pointed out, she's got this giant cape on, featured as a main part of the outfit that she hasn't lined or hemmed. So yeah, it's gonna be a rot for me. And next up, we've got Megami giving us Native New Yorker edition doll. She's wearing blue and orange, the state colors of New York, something I wouldn't have known unless she told me, and says she's good at hailing cabs, and you can always find her riding that D train. And honestly, at first, I was kind of rolling my eyes at this because queens from New York really truly cannot go a single day on RuPaul's Drag Race without saying that they're from New York. But at the same time, all the New York queens constantly doing that makes a lot of sense for her as a New York queen to do this. So I guess this is indeed very on brand for her. I was just a little confused why she didn't do something more like Comic-Con edition or geeky edition, nerdy, something related to like the video game or fantasy world, you know, considering her name and interests. I was though really glad to see her bring these props onto the runway, because I feel every doll you see that is highly stylized is going to be carrying some kind of prop in relation to the thing they're branded as. And here she's got coffee, a little Statue of Liberty tiara, and a manila folder, a clipboard, a piece of paper. She loves pieces of paper with words on them. I don't know what that is, but it's rhinestone and it says forget about it. And concerning the actual garment she created, the sequin fabric was a really great choice. The way it moves and the lights is really beautiful and does stand out, even though this is 50 Shades of Blue tonight on the runway. I'm kind of giving Yassified Statue of Liberty hosting the Hunger Games or something, and I would give this look a hot. And next up, beep beep, it's Geneva Karr, who in the challenge is giving us the Daintiest Doll in Texas edition doll. Doll. This was mostly confusing. In the vocals of her presentation, she's saying her doll speaks good English and Spanish, bilingue, and is known for her size 14 pumps and messed up ponytail. And her quirks are that she's always smiling when boys flirt. And then she ends all that with an inspirational message, I suppose, to spread butter on your bread, not your legs. Whatever that means. And really, there is not anything cohesive here in the branding department. Like, she's basically said her brand is being small in a state where everything is big. And she's completely left out some of her catchphrases like La Diva Mas Latina and the thing about clearing customs. And I don't think if my life were on the line that I could guess what in the hell this was supposed to be based on the visual presentation. Because not only is there no concept, but the design for what's happening is bad. I will say the collar is interesting and probably the best part about the look, but the crazy white sequins looking like scales on her arms and legs. And then she did that thing again where she put blue stretch fabric in the middle of her outfit instead of like making a cohesive look. And that's baffling because she didn't get great critiques on that either. This is a rock. And next up, wake up babe, it's Dawn, who's giving us Galactic Empress Edition doll. And Dawn says her doll is known for intergalactic domination, sincere introspection, and a 22-inch waist. Her quirky qualities include everything. She's insane, but she's gorgeous. And honestly, I think we all need to give her a resounding props to ya mama for this look. She was one of the only people to create a highly stylized and immediately recognizable character that makes sense for her brand. I think this look was particularly fun to see after last week's challenge, where in the verse for RuPaul's Star Baby, she's saying, "From the stars laying bars, didn't you know there's life on Mars? Galaxy, fantasy, turning looks, setting free." She connected the dots. But not only was the actual branding great, the design of what she's created is really fresh feeling for RuPaul's Drag Race design challenges. Like, she's giving me Mugler Bionic Woman meets that Galactic Empress. And I love how she completely transformed her doll's makeup and did those extra long, crazy lashes, which helps compensate, I think, for a lack of wig. And like, can we just talk about the gorgeous billowing pleated silver skirt and how sense she is in that deep blue fabric in the middle? It's regal, it's pretty. However, I think it would only be fair to point out that it appears some of the fabric, especially on the head wrap and at the hem of her dress, looks to be a little unfinished. Maybe she ran out of time, but this look is absolutely intergalactically hot. And finally, we have Simply Q, who's giving us Fantasy Edition doll, the only doll with an extra box for all of her clothes, and even comes with fairy dust, which is glitter that she throws all over the runway. Girl, Miss Siri trying to get in this video. What actually happened was this little gremlin, she loves to go turn on my HomePods. Like literally, it just perches right on top of them, turns them on. She also says her doll doesn't dance too good, but moves a lot, and people like that. And leaves us with an inspirational message that no dream is too big. And more than anything else she did with all of this, I loved her speech. It felt very like inspirational message from Life Size, the movie with Tyra Banks. And that's how she combined a self-aware sense of humor, talking about the dancing and moving, with an overtone of believing in yourself and confidence. Like, very well done. And the visual presentation is also crazy. It's really crazy what she did in creating this look. Like, there are so many different, very structured armor-like pieces like on the top, and this really gorgeous headpiece she's created. However, I will say, just looking at this, I couldn't really say what it is. It's beautiful, absolutely, but I think it'd be a little clearer in the actual idea of fantasy. It's almost kind of giving me Galactic Empress like Dawn's was, just from a different galaxy. But yeah, Q absolutely killed this challenge, and this was absolutely hot. And for all of the greatness that she accomplished tonight, Ru does award her the win, which I'm sure felt really great for her considering the story arc she's had of being in the top, landing in the bottom, and then now finally clinching the win there. But I could have seen a very justifiable win for Dawn as well. Q and Dawn were actually tied for top 2 in my ranking list in this challenge, where I knocked off half a point on Dawn's design execution and half a point on Q's branding execution. And the bottom 2 tonight ends up being Mhi'ya, LePaige, and Geneva Karr. My personal rankings also matched up here with those 2 in the bottom, where I also scored Plasma at 4 and Morphine and Xunami close to that with 5 points each. And I did react to this lip sync as well as the best parts of this episode over on my Patreon at patreon.com/BussyQueen. That's my members only website that I would absolutely love for you to check out, because my Patreon family gets exclusive member benefits like early access to my YouTube videos and access to extra videos every single week for all the seasons of Drag Race that I'm reviewing. And you can join my Patreon and get access to those videos using the link in the description of this video. See you there. And in the lip sync, our Queen of Flips does indeed pull out all of the flips for the Janet Jackson Control song, and overall gives a really hot performance. Miss Geneva, though, tried her best, but she had to have, I think, seen the writing on the wall considering this was her 3rd time in the bottom. And for my hottest hot this week, I'm gonna give it to Dawn. But I also asked my patrons to vote on their hottest hot, and this week they've chosen Q. See y'all later, love ya, bye. Hey y'all, it's me, Bussball, and welcome back to Hot or Hot. And today we'll be reviewing episode 7 of RuPaul's Drag Race season 16. It's Rusical time, and our queens were challenged to lip sync and dance in The Sound of Rusic, parodying, of course, The Sound of Music starring Julie Andrews. And the runway category was I Can Buy Myself Flowers. So we'll be breaking all of that down, as well as covering the drama between Megami and Q and Xunami Muse, as well as Plain Jane's honest opinions about some of the other girls she shared in Untucked this week. So much for that new leaf. And first up, in the order they hit the runway tonight, what's that? Oh, the sound of plasma. And not only does Miss Plasma absolutely love musical theater, Broadway, and performing in general, but also the sound of music. Like, from what I can tell, this is the challenge of Plasma's dreams, which I feel like can sometimes be a dangerous thing for Drag Race contestants to let on, because we often end up with face crack moments, like with Jan. And the big drama involving Plasma this week was her little tiff, we'll say, with some of the other queens who also wanted the role of Mhi'ya in The Sound of Rusical. And she found herself head-to-head with Morphine and Sapphira, who were vying for the role. But girl, she wasn't letting this part go from her cold, dead fingers. Even though this is actually the second time we see Sapphira let a role go that she initially wanted. But she wasn't too worried about it because the last time she gave up a role, that queen went home. Anyways, Plasma gets the part she wants. She is the main character, the star of the show, the ringleader of this Rusical circus. She is Mhi'ya, a postulant on her journey of self-discovery with the bad habits and Von Straps. And all I can really say about her performance was that it was truly on another level compared with every other queen tonight. And like, yes, pretty much everyone was good, but it was clear Plasma was operating on a level of know-how in this realm that the others were not even privy to. This performance was of course a 5 out of 5 hot flames. She killed it. But the crazier thing is that this Rusical having pre-prepared vocals actually kind of held her back, because she could have easily, I think, done everything she did and sang live in an incredible voice. And by the way, I've just got to give a quick shout out and congrats to her and everyone else that worked on the Barbra Streisand Don't Rain on My Parade video recreation that's up on our channel. Y'all should definitely go check it out. And Miss Plasma also killed it on the runway tonight, interestingly matching the Rusical theme on the runway with the flowers brief. She's giving us a take on the classic Audrey Hepburn black and white My Fair Lady look, which we've seen on Drag Race in various interpretations, I think most recently from Rosé on the season 13 finale. But I always love seeing a unique take on an iconic look like what Plasma's done here, making it all yellow and covered in flowers. The through line being the character from the movie actually getting yellow roses, thus she's wearing yellow roses on the runway. This is, I think, Plasma's best look on the runway so far, and it's totally hot. And next up, Mother has arrived. It's Sapphira Cristál, who in the challenge ends up with the role of Mother Superior of the Bad Habits, where she teaches Mhi'ya that she can't just keep her freak inside. She's gotta let it out. And Sapphira, being the leader of the Bad Habits in the Rusical, had a lot more solo moments than her group partners. And those solo moments really were her best, because when the three habits were together, they were often so all out of sync with each other that it was hard to tell who was doing the right thing or wrong thing. You know what they say, let go and let God. This performance was hot. And over on the runway, just when you think Sapphira Cristál can't get any more Mother, just when you think she can't eat anymore and leave no crumbs on the plate after getting seconds and thirds, feasting at the buffet of serving Mother, she does this. This flower look is incredible. It is an entire stage show in and of itself. And yes, she looks absolutely beautiful in this costume, but I was even more impressed with the quality of construction to be able to keep those flower petals out at those angles outside of her body. They're huge. And also, did y'all peep that the wig was literally like the inside of a flower with the stamen and the pistil? Come on now. Come on now. This is like Palmon's final Digimon evolution, and it's hot. And next up, Morphine, like the stuff they give you in hospitals, but no relation. And she in the Rusical did try to fight Plasma for that leading role, but ended up with a very minor supporting role as one of the bad habits behind Sapphira Cristál. And I was actually kind of shocked to see her called out as a bottom 3 placement this episode, because I thought she did pretty good. It seemed honestly like in the group segments of the bad habits, she was nailing the choreo and looked like she was having a good time in her face. But because this role had no solo features and probably the least amount of lines that weren't lip synced alongside somebody else, yeah, it was hard for her to stand out. But I would have given her like a safe 3 flame hot here. Over on the runway though, she kind of stood out for the wrong reasons. She's very much giving 70s hippie flower power realness with this like floral printed deep V jumpsuit that has giant billowy sleeves, a flower crown in her hair, and a little surprise in her mouth. And like, honestly, it's not a bad look. It's just a very casual look for something like the Drag Race runway. Plus, I don't think it helps her case that they put her look right after Sapphira's, who easily had the best look tonight, which she too acknowledged on Twitter, writing, also dirty for putting me after Sapphira, like, did y'all see that? Oh, we saw it. We saw it. Anyways, this looks gonna be a rock. And next up, the Queen of Flips, Mhi'ya, Iman, LePaige, who is our other bad habit in the challenge tonight. And look, I really wouldn't say anybody was bad in this. Nobody stood out as messing up or anything like that. I do think though, it was clear Mhi'ya was a little out of sync with the rest of the group, but honestly, each of the 3 bad habits were kind of giving their own individual performances So who's to say which performance was the right one? And the thing with Mhi'ya is we know she's a good performer, but I think this style of performance is not necessarily something she does all the time, so we do see her struggle a bit. And like Morphine's character, there really just wasn't anything in the script for her to shine on her own. This performance was ultimately a rot, but shout out to her for powering through her habit like falling in front of her face while she was dancing, because that's a true performer. And over on the runway, she's giving us a little romance, a little red, a little rosebud for our nerves. And this feels very, I think, in her arena of pageantry style, and I think is very pretty. I love the red rosebud fascinator or hat she's wearing, and I'd say the look overall is pretty and meets the brief. However, something does feel a little unfinished about this gown to me. It was like she started decorating the top part with red rose floral elements and then got kind of bored and stopped, but I would still give this look a safe hot. And next up, wake up babe, it's Dawn. Who in the challenge is one of our Von Strapp sisters. The first Von Strapp sister we see with one of her teeth blacked out, and we see her blowing on like a whistle or harmonica or something. And I'll say Dawn to me was the most memorable of the Von Strapp sister group. She felt very in control of her character, and it was also, I think, a character archetype of being silly and quirky and weird that fit her personality and drag aesthetic as a whole. And picking that character, I think, was a smart decision, considering she admittedly is someone who doesn't like Rusicals. I don't know if she likes Rusicals, but I meant she said she doesn't like musicals. She pulled it off, and this was hot. But over on the runway, she says she's giving us Gul'dan, a forlorn lover that's been dead for years, inspired by dead flowers on gravestones. And honestly, her explanation made me even more confused than my initial reaction, because there's just so much going on with this that I really don't know where to start. There's the red accessories with the clown collar, opera gloves, and horns stuck into this crazy giant hair, and then gray, blue, and white and red makeup, and all of it's attached to this like blue gown that kind of goes down to the bottom with some flowers on it. And I think if she had just focused on being demonic with the horns or ghoulish with the blue and gray tones, that might have been a little more successful. There's just a lot of different things that I don't think came together in a cohesive vision. I also thought it was funny that she's been having these conversations with Michelle about not wearing elf ears, and so this week she's like, okay, no elf ears. I'll give them demon horns. She's quirky, not like the other girls, and maybe I just don't get this look, but I'm gonna give it a And next up, our queen of protecting queer art, Megami. And she is in the challenge another one of the Von Strapp sisters, and she gets critiqued tonight for giving very one level, which I could see is a fair critique for what she did. Plus you could see her watching the other queen's feet and floor as she was making sure that she got the choreo right in the moment. But I don't think she really messed up at all. She was just not totally present, and I don't think those huge thick-rimmed glasses did her any favors, because it kind of hid her face from emoting to the judges. All things considered though, I'd give this like a warming up. But over the runway, she certainly found her theatrical moment when she runs out onto the stage with this like stained wedding dress that she tosses to the side. And what it was stained with, we may never know. But she was emoting more in those 5 seconds than she did the entire Rusical. Anyway, she throws the stained dress aside and hits the runway in lace stockings and kind of like a deconstructed take on a wedding dress made of flowers. She's got half a hoop skirt and bustle on her sides. And the color palette, I'll say, is pretty, and I'll certainly compliment her hair, her mug, and her body. She looks great. It's just that this collection of accessories on her body is not giving runway look. It's giving covered myself in glue and rolled in the flower fields. We're gonna put these flowers back in the pot with some Miracle Grow and give this look a rot. And next up, Queen of Bananas, Nymphia Wind, who firstly, did y'all notice was like early in this episode? I mean, I don't know if she's like just not giving a lot of confessional narrative moments, but you see her in the challenge, you see her on the runway, and other than that, where was she? She's our final Von Strapp sister, and she probably has the quirkiest and craziest version of this character archetype. She's parading around the stage with a pine cone, talking about all kinds of interesting things she likes to do with it, like sit on it, sniff it, hold it, which all is a reference to The Sound of Music, where the guy's talking to the girl and he's saying, I fell in love with you when you sat at the pine cone at the dining room table, yada, yada, yada. And I think she sold this weirdness really well. She's a very campy queen and knows how to sell comedy, and this was hot. Her runway, though, was absolutely insane. Yo, we had some good runways tonight. She's created this giant hips and shoulders silhouette of what looks like floral printed pale green sleeping bag fabric with a cute little pink flower on top of her head. It is weird, it's freaky, it's fun, it's very fashion. It's very much giving me title cards of SpongeBob episodes, meets that crazy Comme des Garçons outfit Gaga wore to the Met Gala many years ago. We see at the end of the runway, she pops her hands out of the sleeves and they're like little green leaves. This was so fun and totally hot. And next up, Simply Q, who in the challenge ends up with the Baroness character after rock, paper, scissors winning it against Megami. And as we know, Q is a particularly good performer and lip syncer. Like, yeah, I think the dancing has been a little bit of a struggle for her, but every other aspect of what she does in performance, she's got it nailed down. The big drama though is that while most every other person in the Rusical had, I would say, a pretty good level of dancing choreography built into their performance, Q really didn't. Her big moment at the end of the Rusical is her walking around the stage with this giant stole that's the size of the entire stage. And queens are kind of tripping over it and it's causing a fuss, it's all the drama, but it allows her to have a performance that's not so focused on hitting tight dance moves. Or as Megami so eloquently articulated, what choreo? She was just walking back and forth on the stage with a rug. And the queens have it out and untucked for a moment over this, where Megami is saying it was really hard for her to stay in character because she had so much dancing choreography. And even Dawn jumps in on this moment basically saying that Q didn't do anything on the stage, and Q has to set the record straight because she did work very hard in this performance and was great in it. But it was a performance with less physical focus and more on the drama of the acting. And remember, Megami here is also probably feeling a little upset because this ultimately was the role she originally wanted, and I'm sure it didn't feel very good to see someone else succeed in that role while she struggled with hers. And this untucked is actually pretty spicy because Xunami and Megami start discussing some comments that Megami made under her breath about the Baroness girls being filler queens. But the queens all do make up with a heartfelt apology from Megami to Xunami specifically about those comments she made. But yeah, Q had a great stage presence and I thought this performance was hot. And over on the runway, she's giving us a little bit of pink people eater, a sort of abstract interpretation on a lotus mantis, which is like the pink version of a typical green praying mantis. And she, like this bug does in nature, has camouflaged herself in all of these beautiful pink flowers and has a real abstract, alien, otherworldly kind of vibe to what she's giving. She even has what I think are crutches or stilts of some sort that she has covered and is using to like walk on her arms on the runway. It was really cool, and this look was hot. And next up, prepare for turbulence. It's Plain Jane, who in the challenge is one of our baronets. And it's very obvious Plain is another queen who's very at home on this stage tonight. She's really good at emoting her face and of course really good at selling this extremely evil character. Again, like Dawn, I think it was smart of her to pick something that matched her personality, allowing her to really tap into something she knew so well. And of all the supporting roles in this Rusical, I actually think that she would probably get like Best Supporting Actress or whatever the equivalent is for musical theater people. Tony? Would it be a Tony? Supporting Actress Tony? She would get that for me. This was hot. And over on the runway, she says she's giving us Rapunzel, complete with a runway length ponytail adorned in flowers, where at the end of it we see her Prince Charming. And my favorite thing about this look was I think getting to see another side of Plain Jane's sense of humor. It was a very whimsical look and also one that very much said Plain Jane with that short little skirt cocktail dress type of silhouette. My only question was I'm not totally sure how she got to Rapunzel with Prince Charming on her ponytail from flowers brief. Like, it kind of felt she just wanted to do something like that and then put flowers all over it. But it's not like it doesn't work, and I enjoyed the presentation, so I'm gonna give this a. And as I said, this episode's Untucked was particularly spicy. At the very beginning, when the Safe Queens are discussing tops and bottoms, we hear Plain Jane call out Plasma's looks in the Rusical as looking rancid and insane. And like, I think what she said is fair. Like, if she were looking to read a bitch down, yeah, the looks of Plasma in the Rusical were super fragicalistic, expialatrocious. I don't know what the style direction there was or how she ended up in these like little t-shirt dresses and wigs that were kind of flying back and falling off. It was strange. It was strange to not see a level of polish put into the main character. And I think that is probably more to do with the production team of the show. I don't really know, but it was something I clocked in my reaction to this episode, available as an exclusive video on my Patreon right now. Click the link in the description to join and get access to all kinds of extra exclusive content. The other queen Plain calls out in Untucked is Mhi'ya Iman LePaige when she says, "Personally, I'm so bored with Mhi'ya. Give us something. Grow a personality." Again, so much for that new leaf, I guess. She took the new leaf and she threw it right in the trash. She said, I'm done with that. But I will say this, at least you always know what this person is thinking. Do you want to know what she's thinking? Maybe not, but you know what it is. And finally tonight we've got Xunami Muse, who in the challenge is our last baronet. And while both baronets were side characters to the baroness, Xunami's character was a sort of shadow to Plain's larger baronet character. And Xunami was really alongside Morphine tonight for, I think, having the least amount of solo lines in the entire Rusical. So there really weren't a lot of individual moments to see her shine, but I think think she pulled this character off well. And, you know, having someone like Plain Jane, who's so good at a character like this, lead the way, you know, that can only help. I am, of course, just teasing all in good fun about all of that. But really, these two were a great, believable, evil duo, and Xunami's performance was a hot. Over on the runway, though, her look might have been a little lost in translation. She says she's giving us an upside-down flower bouquet with the cellophane. We see, like, that she'd wrap on the bottom as the coat, over the stem, which I think is her body. And then the ruffles at the bottom are supposed to be flower petals. And I really like the vision here. And I think the movement in the gown is good. It certainly is a unique take for the Drag Race runway in a flower brief. But something is, I think, a little off. Like, the cellophane feels a little cumbersome and not really like a part of the outfit. And I'm not really getting flowers from those bottom ruffles like she wanted to give. But I would say the shape and silhouette are not bad. I would give this look like a warming up. And considering my final thoughts on this challenge, I felt the musical was well written and cohesive, and pleasantly not just an endless regurgitation of Drag Race quotes like we sometimes see in Rusicals like this. Plus, the choreo was great. Like, even the queens who struggled with it still did good. And the ones who were dancing, they really worked those girls out. Like, the habits in particular were dancing up and down across that stage for, I don't know, half of the Rusical. On the other hand, though, pre-prepared vocals in Rusicals really aren't my favorite. There's just a really big disconnect for me personally between these nice voices we're hearing that kind of sound like stock audio voices with the queens who have such distinct and unique personalities. It's not like I'm wanting the queens to sing live on stage, but having them record some pre-written lyrics in their own voice really just, I think, adds an extra touch to the Rusicals where they've done that. Plus, when queens can record their own vocals, they get to add their own inflections into things and personalize their performance on a deeper level than what they're acting out that some other person singing inflected. And the win tonight does, of course, go to Hang It Up, Flat Screen, Plasma, Hey Nikki, Asthma. And yeah, I don't think there was any competition for the win tonight, like, at all, really. But seriously, congrats to Plasma on that win. I know that must have meant a lot to her considering her background being from New York and all that. And our bottom two end up as Megami and Mhi'ya. This is a bottom two I can understand. I do disagree with Morphine being called bottom three, but I understand they had to have somebody there. And so Megami and Mhi'ya lip sync to Miley Cyrus's Flowers, which I did react to on my Patreon. And again, you can watch that exclusive reaction video on my Patreon by clicking the link in the description of this video. There's tons of extra Bussy Queen content there for you to watch, and I can't wait to see you there. But this lip sync was, I guess, a little controversial because Mhi'ya does take her shoes off. And that's kind of, I guess, been a Drag Race no-no for a while now. But I do think she certainly captured the joyous essence of this song, which ultimately is about loving yourself. And she was, as she always is, endlessly entertaining and even Superman all the way from the back of the stage, sliding on her stomach to the front. Whereas Megami, who also did good in the lip sync, was more focused, I think, on the sad emotions present in the song, but she was missing those layers. Megami's final words as she leaves Drag Race, though, were that she felt she won the lip sync and that Mhi'ya's lip sync was messy, you know, with the shoes coming off and all. But I would love to know what y'all thought about all that in the comments down below. And as for hottest hots this week in the Rusical, I'm gonna give it to, of course, Plasma. And on the runway, Sapphira Cristál. I also asked my patrons to vote on their hottest hots, and this week they've also voted for Plasma and Sapphira in those categories. See y'all later. Love ya. Bye. Hey y'all, it's me, Bus Mandatory Reviewing, and welcome back to Hot or Hot. And today, we'll be reviewing episode 8 of RuPaul's Drag Race Season 16. Our queens were challenged to impersonate celebrities or other made-up characters, and the runway category was Dancing Queen. Looks inspired by iconic dances like the robot and salsa. So we'll be going queen by queen to break all that down, as well as taking a look at the, yes, still ongoing feud between Plain Jane and a mandatory meeting, who was seen clapping back at fans on Twitter this weekend who were sharing negative opinions of herself and other queens from this episode. She said, "You know what I've had? It. Officially." And in the order they hit the runway this week, first up, Q. In Snatch Game, she portrayed Amelia Earhart, the first female aviator to fly across the Pacific Ocean who tragically disappeared in flight in 1937. So Q has a decent start with this character and lands a joke about being the first girl to eat peanuts on an airplane. But it's also immediately clear to me she didn't have a unique portrayal of this character thought out when she approached Snatch Game. She's seen throughout the challenge making that same really earnest, over-smiling, exaggerated face that she was making with the Brick character back on the SNL challenge. And she has another decently received response with the Lady Buddy question, bringing her total responses to 2. But I just didn't feel this character was very thought out, and it could have been because this wasn't her first choice. She did let us know on Twitter that her original first choice was Leslie Jordan, but she was encouraged not to do Leslie because we did just see a very successful Leslie from Trinity the Tuck. And while what she did wasn't bad here, it's just that she could have written anyone's name on the nameplate and given that exact performance. So I would say this was a very safe, warming up safe hot. Over on the runway, her dance she has chosen to portray is the robot, which feels appropriate for Q, given she does kind of have this narrative of not being the best dancer. And my first thought when seeing her come out was, wow, what a missed opportunity for her to not wear a recreation or a dupe of Bob's iconic robot Amazon jumpsuit. Like, hello. But other than that, I can see where she was going with this. She's tapping into that like retro futurism style with the cone bra and cone hips kind of mixed with like a Y2K thing with those cyber goth hair tendrils and neon pink and yellow colors. This look was overall just kind of a miss for me though. I think there were a lot of other great robots she could have referenced for this runway, like C-3PO, which would have allowed her to maybe serve a little more, I don't know, Thierry Mugler inspired Bionic Woman fashion. And really for how killer all of Q's runways have been, this one just feels lackluster. Plus the actual robot dancing she was doing was missing something. So this look for me is going to be a and concerning her ex, formerly Twitter platform clapback drama, that will be at the end of the video, so look out for that. Next up, Xunami Muse, who in the challenge is giving us Gold Tooth Fairy, which she ends up describing to Ru in Snatch Game as a hustler, a gold digger, and someone who's interested in reselling bones as well as gold teeth. And this, I think, was a strange choice, not because the character was made up. That's been done before. Trinity did She-Devil. Other people have done Jesus. But this was more so strange to hear her say and do because we did see Shea Coulee do a gold tooth fairy ball look on All-Star 7. Next, I was expecting Xunami to acknowledge that in some way, but didn't. In total, though, we see 2 responses from the gold tooth fairy, her intro, which was received well, and the Lady Bunny response, which wasn't, both of which, though, were very confusing and I think lacking a perspective or direction on the character. So this was rot, but on the runway, I thought she looked absolutely stunning. This very much reminded me actually of her Cher runway, and I could immediately tell the form of dance she was paying homage to was salsa with that beautiful side swept bang she's wearing. And while my eye for salsa technique is certainly untrained, I did enjoy her runway presentation, and it felt like she was very much giving some very specific and stylized dance moves throughout her runway walk, so I would give this a hot. And next up, she's a K-pop star. She creates her own dolls, she makes her own garments, she has an answer for everything that RuPaul's Drag Race has to throw at her, except apparently Snatch Game. It's Nymphia Wind, and the character she chooses to portray is Jane Goodall, world famous chimpanzee expert, who I can only guess that she chose because chimps and gorillas and monkeys eat bananas, and you know, bananas are her thing. But honestly, for how well this went, she should have just dressed up as a banana. We see a total of 3 responses from Miss Nymphia in Snatch Game, her intro line where she does some monkey howling and RuPaul says, okay, and 2 other not well-received responses, to which, honestly, we see RuPaul completely refuse to volley. RuPaul was just absolutely not having it with the monkey noises, and her long drawn-out responses about silicone or being there to teach a class. He just rolls his eyes or is like, oh no, you're not. And like Xunami, she just didn't seem to have a real point of view for who Jane Goodall was going to be in Snatch Game. So this banana certainly was, as Morphine called out, rotted. But on the runway, she gives us a little bit of fashion and education. She is representing the dance style of Japanese Budo, which she says is a traditional Japanese dance formed after World War II, which was meant to contrast ballet by focusing on facial expressions, darker emotions, and slower movements. And this is absolutely walking art. It's giving us ethereal tree fairy, and I think it's so amazing how she's found a way to make these boring beige tones so beautiful. Plus, she is absolutely giving us all the drama with her makeup and the crazy faces that she's making to embody the dance style. This was hot. And next up, wake up, babe. It's done. In Snatch Game, she did Meghan McCain and kind of came into her own celebrity with The View several years ago, which she spent like 4 seasons on, which by the way, I hope explains Ru's first question to Dawn as Meghan, how's The View from there? Other than that intro question though, we see one other response from Dawn, the Golden Girls response, about paying people off to not share your secrets, and this is received well, but we do not see a lot from Miss Dawn in this Snatch Game. She was basically not there. What we saw was like an okay safe hot to me, but I didn't feel like there was a ton of unique characterization going on, and I thought she could have dug even deeper to make fun of this person with some crazy characterizations. Over on the runway, she is embodying the polka, a dance she says that her grandparents grew up doing. And this poses as a little old maiden, a little midsummer, and fairly true to the style of dress that someone doing polka would be wearing. And most of all, what I like about this look is that she didn't try to do too much. She stuck to a reference and kept it simple, which is never a bad thing to do on the Snatch Game episode. This was a safe hot. But next up, it's mother and father. Sapphira Cristál is giving us James Brown in the Snatch Game, which, oh my god, finally, was a breath of fresh air in this relatively stale Snatch Game. She starts off with this loud, boisterous characterization of James Brown singing the hit that he wrote while he was in prison, "Let Me the F Out of Here." And Sapphira also has great banter with Rupaul when she is talking about Sapphira's dancing shoes that she keeps wearing on different challenges and runways, to which she, as James Brown, says, "No, those are not character shoes. I ain't got no character shoes, and there's no way that you could remember them because I met you in 1969. I also loved her singing the Hot Sexy Thing song about Michelle Visage. And I was actually surprised to hear some of the critiques from the judges saying that Sapphira could have gone bigger with this character, because I don't really know how much bigger she could have gone. All three of the responses we heard from her were received well, and I loved this performance and thought it was hot. And over on the runway, she's giving us even more personality. Like, she really turned it up to a 10 this episode and stood out in both categories. And the dance style / costume character she's giving us on this runway is Drag You Majorette. And a majorette, by the way, would typically be somebody in a marching band, maybe twirling a baton and keeping time with all the drummers. After seeing this and thinking back to her promo look, I'm guessing that she has some kind of background in drumline or majoretting. And while the outfit she has on the runway is, you know, not the most exciting in terms of fashion or avant-garde presentation like some of her previous runways, she certainly was ready to give us a show with all of the squatting and dancing, and, you know, she embodied the style here. Plus, it was, I guess, interesting to see her use the Drag You orange and blue colors and give the fans, who I suppose weren't around since day one, a little education on the show that once was, infamously referred to as a rough spot. A comment I don't think Ru ever forgave Ginger for. Anyways, this was hot. And did you know that I have tons of extra content posted over on my Patreon at patreon.com/BussyQueen? That's my members only website where my patron family helps support my channel financially every single month with a pledge and gets special benefits like early access to my YouTube videos and access to exclusive reaction videos that I post for every episode of Drag Race I review. And you can help keep this Bussy running and become a patron by clicking the link in the description of this video. It would truly mean a lot, and I couldn't do what I do without my patrons, so a big thank you to all of them, and I'll see you there. And next up, get your donation sites ready. It's Plasma, who in Snatch Game portrays Patti LuPone, who's a bit of a Broadway and musical theater icon of yesteryears. And this is a very on-brand choice for Plasma, who's made it very clear that she is the musical theater gay of this competition. And while she has had lots of success as Julie Andrews and Barbra Streisand in this competition already, I'm not really sure her Patti LuPone went beyond those performances. Watching her act and talk as Patti felt like we were watching her act and talk as Julie or as Barbara. Like, this, I think, is a character that wasn't fully fleshed out or individualized beyond that old-timey, you know, Hollywood kind of gig thing. And it feels like Plasma definitely has something to say to Ru when she asks her questions. But really, who knows how many jokes she did or didn't tell in her responses, because we only saw her intro line and then a response to the Lady Bunny question. She was another queen this episode who very much took a back seat in the narrative. But because it did feel like she really was ready to play ball, I think I'm gonna give this a hot. And over on the runway, there she is, Miss Plasma weaponizing that BFA for the world to see on the main stage. She's doing tap, and honestly, I wouldn't have had her do any other style of dance. This was so perfect, again, considering who we know Plasma to be. And I couldn't tell you if the actual tap skills were good or bad, but I was quite entertained with her ability to tap her feet in those heels while she did this runway. And I don't particularly care for the outfit she's wearing, but I guess it's a reference to Danny Kaye as Vera Ellen in White Christmas, which Rupaul calls out while Plasma's doing her runway. But it just, yeah, didn't feel particularly flattering or interesting in any way. It's like a pink nightie. Before the tapping, I'll give it a 3 flame hot. And next up is Morphine, who in Snatch Game is portraying Anna Sorokin Delvey, the infamous con artist and fraudster who climbed her way up some social ladders in New York in the mid-2010s and ultimately did spend jail time for defrauding people of several $100,000. The gag, though, is that after serving prison time, Netflix bought her story and paid her like $325,000, which allowed her to pay all of her court-ordered restitution and lawyer fees, plus keep some on the side for herself. And so while she did serve time and is now on house arrest somewhere in the East Village, like, I don't know, it kind of feels like it really all worked out in the end for her. We do truly live in a society. Anyways, Morphine's portrayal of Anna, I guess, was like, okay. it was fine. She seemed to be really focused on jokes where she would call everyone else poor, and so she was at least committed to that bit, even if it wasn't finding a lot of success, and she did try an accent. Both of her responses, aside from her intro though, fall flat with Rupaul, and she misses a big volleying opportunity when Plain Jane steals her joke about dating her. This was a rat, but on the runway I think she had one of the most beautiful presentations of all the queens. She's giving us a little homage to the flamenco dance style, and this red polka dotted gown is just absolutely stunning on her. The mug is beautiful, the hair is gorgeous, like the drag of everything that she's doing is absolutely phenomenal. And I could have used a bigger performance with some grander movements as she was on this runway, but this was hot. And next up, the queen of flips, who's finally found her voice. It's Mhi'ya, Iman, LePaige, who starts off this episode feeling really good after winning last week's lip sync with no flips. And this positive attitude carries her all the way through Snatch Game, where she does Chiquita, Trina's cousin. And her original plan was to do Tiffany New York Pollard, a character I think we last saw on Drag Race Season 8 with Naomi Smalls, but instead we get Chiquita, who we learn is somebody who doesn't rap, but does hair and nails and stays in the pork and beans projects. And concerning her choice to do somebody completely made up, you know, we have Gold Tooth Fairy up on the row behind her, so like who really cares? Plus we've seen so many celebrities done on Snatch Game across all of these seasons that I think finding an element of surprise like Mhi'ya did here with Chiquita can be rare and worth doing. And while I wouldn't say the actual performance she gave was particularly original, like we've seen this crazy party girl personality come onto Snatch Game before, but she kept it simple with her responses, and more importantly, I think was leaning into jokes that were making RuPaul laugh. She had 3 well-received responses during Snatch Game, and I would give her a safe hot. For the runway, her chosen dance style is 90s hip-hop, which she says is very much inspired by her love for Destiny's Child, TLC, and SWV. And I'll say I don't think the outfit she's wearing is particularly making me think of those 3 girl groups that she named, but it certainly does have 90s flair with that yellow color blocking, with the poofy sleeves, and it feels like her dancing is kind of giving Missy Elliott to me a bit. So I give this a safe hot. And finally, prepare for landing, it's Plain Jane, who in the Snatch Game is portraying Yelena Karlyushka. Yelena Karlyushka? Karlyushka. Something like that, who W Magazine is actually referred to as the Lady Gaga of Serbia, which Plain Jane talks a little bit about, and you can definitely see in some of her music videos like this one, Carly, where she's got on tons of crazy outfits. And off the bat, we see Plain's wit coming through every time she responds to Ru. She's got the response about being Serbia's #1 BBW, beautiful Balkan war survivor, and is very much yes and volleying with Ru when she says her babushka was both diseased and deceased. Plus, Plain was maybe the only queen that we saw in the edit, at least, really take advantage of, I think, volleying with the other contestants. And all 3 of the responses we heard from Miss Plain were received well by Ru. This portrayal was certainly hot. Even Yelena thought so. Plain got a response from her on, I think this was Instagram, where Yelena wrote, "Beautiful Balkan war survivor, I love it, hilarious, well done, and congrats." And Plain says, "It was an honor to portray you, my queen." And over on the runway, Plain is paying homage to the Latin ballroom scene, which is really special to her, she says, because she grew up competing in this style of dance. And this look from Plain is pretty delicate, simple, and I think really effective in delivering the message and showcasing her dance skills. This is a softer side of the big busty sexy clown that we usually see on the runway, and it's refreshing to see that she can give us a little bit of both worlds here. This was certainly hot. And Plain actually found herself in some drama both in Untucked this episode and online this week. When she comes back from critiques, she, to all of the other girls who were safe, says that the safe girls needed to turn it up a little bit. To which Q retorts that Plain Jane has her nose up a little bit too far in the air and says not to on everyone else's performance, which leads to Plain saying, "No, I wasn't talking about you, I was talking about you, and you," where she points out exactly who she meant, basically everybody but Q. And Q continues to chastise Plain's comments, saying, "I don't act like you when I'm at the top." And we do see Sapphira back Plain up here a little bit, but things did get a little crazier online with Amanda, Marsha, Plain, and Q. After the episode aired, Amanda tweeted out, "I get so mad watching some of these episodes, LOL, like I know I would have been eating." Now, with the name of mandatory blocking, if you tweet something at me that threatens to disturb my peace in any way, and then I click your profile and you're not following me, but you are following Aircraft Annie, baby, you're getting blocked boots. Now you know. Also, baby, if you're getting tired of me continuing to have feelings as I watch episodes of the girl who made my life hell on set last summer when all I wanted was for her to leave me alone, LMFAO. To which Plain responds, "Sister, co-worker, again with this? You're a smart girl and I see what you're doing. Enough is enough. Please find another brand stat. Leave me alone at this point, lol. To which we see Amanda respond, love your hair on the runway aircraft, keep slaying us boots. To which Plane responds, well thank you Miss Conference, that I appreciate. We've then got another interaction with Miss Plane, starting with a tweet from Marsha of season 15, who wrote, so we don't have to sing in Rusicals, we don't have to do impressions of real people in Snatch Game. Is building garments gonna be optional in sewing challenges? I'm not trying to be shady. These challenges are designed to showcase people's individual strengths. When we simplify them to a point where a specified skill is unnecessary, what's the purpose? To which Plane responds, not saying she's wrong, but putting on makeup was certainly optional for her in classifying herself as a drag queen, and she's an icon for that. Obsessed with her, by the way, I promise. And now concerning Q and the series of clapbacks she issued on X this weekend. The first of which we see when an X user writes, I'm so effing tired of Q taking offense to every critique. Like, girl, this the nicest thing Plain Jane has ever said, and you found some way to take offense. Seemingly referencing that untucked moment we talked about just a minute ago. To which Q responds, get you attention-seeking booger wolf, acting like you were there and know the story, but you could never be on TV because you do not exist on that level of iconography cashew-faced bit. An ex-user was commenting on the untucked fight, and another user wrote, Q is so effing annoying, like she thinks everything is related to her and I'm so over it. To which Q responds, get out of my peripherals, you ugly bitch. Into that post, another user wrote, Q needs to go home, oh my god. And Q responds, just watch the TV, ugly. Nobody will ever know their name except for at the local McDonald's assho. And to another person who wrote Q is so annoying, she responds, baby, you're not even important enough to be on your main burner account, assho. Another person seemingly posting about the untucked fight wrote, Plain Jane, gather Q again for me, boo. And Q responds, gather your self for being the least impactful on my plane of existence, crooked face X. And to a now deleted X post, Q responds, and you'll never be great, period. Sitting behind screen flicking your boring ass thinking you'll ever be a relevant moment during your sad existence. Sitting behind a screen at home because you're so foul and putrid, you'll never be able to sit in front of the camera. To which Amanda responds, LMAO, get her sister. And another ex-user wrote, are they really gonna give Q the win? WTF do they see in her? To which she responds, all I see in you is a rotted with a social media account. Pretty effing unimpressed. You should be used to that though, right? And some other ex-users were seemingly worried about the way Q was responding to people, writing, someone please get her an anxiety med or something. Are you okay, baby? These comments are so mild too. Imagine if she saw what they said about her on Reddit. She'd literally explode. To which Q writes, y'all are right. Please on me, please. I'm begging for your opinion. I'm more than good living my dream, but y'all seem pressed enough to have my name in your mouth, so y'all gonna catch it. Y'all are just mad I decided to clock in today. And then in her own thread, Q wrote, and it's so funny to all the girls who were like, this isn't it, girl. Oh, you have a platform. LOL, F off. You really want us to shut up and lay down while y'all line up to take a massive dump on us and then expect us to get up and be like, yum, another one, thank you. To which an ex-user responds, I just want to know how you found half those posts when they didn't tag you. Girl, you monitoring the letter Q on Twitter like a hawk, and that's so iconic to me. To which Q writes, it honestly does show up on Twitter algorithms like very frequently. People think we're looking for it, but trust me, most of what my sisters and I see every day is unwarranted hate and spewing. There's much more love than hate, but the hate gets posted a million times more. I don't mind queens bitching back, but at least make some points and maybe not go after people's appearances, you know, like you were saying on the show you're on. To which Q wrote, an ugly person hiding behind a cartoon profile pic said this. And in another response addressing that Plain Jane untucked situation, an ex-user wrote, the way she's proving the point of the OG tweet, I love her. And Q responded, proving what? Y'all mad weird for dissing us for reacting like literally anyone would. You didn't see where she literally came in word for word and called us shit in the most out-of-pocket way. It's just who she is, haha. Everyone was on the same page as me, I promise you. Y'all should have seen their faces when she came in talking her shit. Y'all are wild for thinking you're ever getting the full context of what's happening on that screen. It's reality TV, mama. And then another tweet she wrote, oh, don't look for it and don't respond. Bye. It's all we see all day, every day without having to look for it. I'm pretty good at laughing it off, but the low points I'll put my sisters in who have seriously become like family to me. I'm in my checking booger bitches era. And then another thread Q wrote, and funny thing is, I'm just cackling, finally giving y'all the clapback and attention some of you so desperately are craving and asked for. To which an ex-user responds, I think a lot of Q critique I'm seeing is regarding your perceived attitude behavior from a parasocial perspective, which happens when you're on TV. Your clapbacks seem to have a through line of attacking people's appearances though. The deterioration of character is unfortunate. To which Q responds, run up and perceive these hands, mama. Then you're really gonna have to worry about appearance. And another user wrote, honestly, truly, I think you need professional help, girl. It's not normal to spend hours insulting people. Like, yes, of course, defend yourself, but you're calling your actual fans ugly? You sound a little crazy. To which Q responds, I'm not insulting everyone. Like with you booger bots, y'all just insult yourself when you walk out the house, so I don't gotta do anything. And in another post, Q writes, done not replying to these irrelevant attention-seeking who just want to feel important by spewing they know literally actually nothing about. I'm clearing y'all from now on. To which Plain responds, I know your true heart, sister. I know you're not the nasty, stinky, uncoordinated monster they say you are. No, but for real, love you, ignore, block, delete, and keep on serving the utmost. And then another post on her page, Q wrote, I got time today. To To which Amanda responds, she said that Delta in-flight Wi-Fi is strong. So that's the drama, mama. That's the drama mama. Miss Q, she did have time that day. She had time, she clocked in and she said, I've had it. And while I can't sit here and support everything she's saying to people, I will say I can understand why she's having a moment on this platform talking to these people. It's not fun to see people gossiping about you and saying mean things online, and she wanted to take a little bit of power back. In doing so though, it seems she upset quite a few people, and I would love to know what y'all think about this type of clapping back on platforms like X. Should those areas be safe spaces for people to have any kind of opinion? Or do we think there should be a little more decorum where people are expecting that the people they're talking about are going to be reading what they're saying? Because, you know, they are. But now let's wrap up this episode. The win this week goes to Plain Jane, which was no surprise. She and Sapphira were honestly, I think, the only two queens who truly made me laugh. Everyone else just felt kind of like they were there. And this Snatch game, it was okay. I think the good thing about this Snatch game, though, was that there really weren't a lot of bad performances. Like, there's usually somebody who just completely Flopiana flops. Like, everyone else just felt really safe. Even the bad performances from queens like Nymphia, Morphine, and Xunami were just kind of boring and not truly like hard flops. Like, it felt there was just overall less variance between the peaks and valleys of the range and performance given this Snatch game. But even that is really, I think, difficult to say because we only saw 2 or 3 responses from each queen. And one of those 2 or 3 were the freebie intro lines they give them. Like, this was a really short Snatch game. But either there just wasn't a lot of material given by the queens to show in the edit, specifically in terms of like volleying between them and with Ru, or the edit just left a lot of that stuff out. And concerning our bottom 2, we've got Xunami and Morphine. And Morphine there kind of surprised me just because I feel Nymphia's Snatch game maybe was objectively the worst. And it's not typical for the judges to really emphasize how great a runway is, like with Nymphia's, to justify keeping somebody out of a bottom placement. Because just Snatch game considered, I think it should have been Xunami and Nymphia lip syncing. But sure, factoring in the runways, like, yeah, Nymphia's look was incredible. And if a runway was gonna say someone from the bottom, this is the look that should do it. Xunami and Morphine's lip sync though was truly incredible, maybe one of my favorites of the season so far. I think that was in part because these two have such a great friendship connection that it made their lip sync together in the moments they shared, like with a little kiss, even more special. The decision was correct though. Morphine ate this up. And like, we know she's a great dancer and performer, but this was a full show that she gave. I mean, she absolutely killed this lip sync. And Xunami did good, but Morphine really put a shot of goodness into this. So we say goodbye to Xunami, unfortunately without seeing her have a real standout moment in this competition. She was safe across the board and had a lot of good runways, but I still feel had a lot more to show. But of course, I'd love to know what y'all thought about all this down in the comments below. And finally, for hottest hots on the runway, I'm gonna give it to Nymphia Wind, and in Snatch game, Plain Jane. I also asked my patrons to vote on their hottest hots, and this week they've also chosen Nymphia Wind on the runway and Plain Jane in Snatch game. See y'all later, love ya, bye. Hey y'all, it's me, Gothusy, and welcome back to Hot or Hot. And today we'll be reviewing episode 9 of RuPaul's Drag Race season 16. Our queens were challenged to create a neo-goth look that says Morticia meets Mugler using only white, gray, and black fabrics provided to them in the workroom, which means this was the 3rd design challenge of the season. So welcome to RuPaul Andre Tim Gunn Charles's Drag Race, I guess. But to be clear, I'm certainly not complaining about another design challenge. I love them. So we'll be going queen by queen to break all of that down, plus taking a look at some online drama involving Elliott with 2 T's that ultimately culminated in her simultaneously cutting down her season 13 sisters and applauding her own political activism. And speaking of political activism, I guess RuPaul is also running for president or something. Like, did y'all see that mysterious Instagram post she posted?
I'm RuPaul, and I have an announcement of an announcement for the American people. Subscribe and be the first to find out what it is.
Anyways, let's start this week's video with the drama. So this situation bubbled up on X, the platform formerly known as Twitter, when a meme of the winner versus the real winner started to go viral in some of the drag commentary spaces. And some of them were funny, mostly harmless jokes like this one, where we have Jinx Monsoon as the winner and Serena Chacha as the real winner. But there are also some less popular opinions being shared through this meme format, like this one, which is essentially invalidating Jada Essence Hall's win against Gigi's, which I personally don't find fair or funny. Elliot with 2 T's, though, gets brought into this when somebody shares a post of Simone as the winner and Elliot with 2 T's as the real winner. And with Elliot not even being a finalist from this season, this was very obviously a joke, but Elliot seemed to think this was a genuine fan, wishing that she had won this season out over Simone. Reposted it with some teary-eyed emoji, the rock-on symbol, some hearts, and a kiss. And her reaction to this is... It is meme levels of inability to read the room on so many different fronts, but this is not the roast of Elliot with 2 T's. I'm just sharing the news of what happened. So she reposts this, and then Cornbread responds to her underneath saying, "Now Elliot, sugar, I don't think this means what you think it does." Elliot, I guess, at some point caught on that she was actually the butt of the joke here and proceeded with a flurry of posts to her ex profile, writing, "Y'all still corny and obsessed with me, LOL, logging back out of this wasteland. Y'all can't accept anything other than the lies y'all have all been fed. Maybe, just maybe, what is being said about me is being said by bad people, maybe? Continue y'all's foolishness and stupidity." And keep in mind, her last post to this platform, aside from the meme resharing snafu, was May of 2023 when she came on to say, "Y'all really still obsessed with me, hashtag canceled." But she goes on in further posts to say, "Apparently I'm one of the nicest people ever. Doesn't sound like I'm the monster everyone thinks I am? Check y'all sources," where she reshares a video of Gottmik from the season 13 era, basically saying she's generous and would give her the wig off her head if she wanted it. And this was followed with a reshare of a clip of Simone also giving compliments to Elliot, saying that she's a nice queen. And if you're a little out of the loop here, the short of it is back during the season 13 era, she was called out for a couple of things, the biggest one being where she was saying Simone's drag was black girl magic but not aggressive. And according to several members from the cast of season 13, had made insensitive comments about people in the trans community. All of which, by the way, she has apologized for over the years. But after she reshared the clips of Simone and Gottmik saying that she was a nice queen, she posts this. "No one else from my season went to the US Capitol to fight for trans rights and stopping the drag bans. Again, really, look at the people y'all are idolizing, because they are not good people. Just because they are the loudest in the room doesn't make them right. I never in my life ever intended to hurt anyone. And if I did, I'm truly from the bottom of my heart sorry. But if I said something that I thought was being silly or trying to make a connection and it came across wrong, I'm genuinely sorry. I have nothing but love for everyone. But seriously, y'all gotta stop with the hate and the threats and the harassment, especially when it is coming from a place of lies. Girls from my season spoke a lot of lies about me that have ruined my chances of anything else Drag Race in the future. Isn't that enough?" Ending with a post where she wrote, "That's all," and a meme photo saying, "You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. You can show a person the truth, but you can't make them think." Let me firstly say, though, she is right that the bullying, harassment, and threats all are not ever okay to anyone for any reason. Like, that is just the period at the end of that sentence. But what's crazy here to me is how she took this opportunity to basically say, look at what a great person I am. And by the way, no one else from my season did this. Suggesting that they didn't do that because they're not good people is crazy. And just completely ignorant of the fact that doing drag at all, at any level, is its own form of political protest. And it's great that she went to the Capitol and did these photo ops. Those types of things are very important. But I certainly don't think it's fair or valid to say that people who are not doing this form of political activism are not good people. I guess it's true though, you know what they say, that you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. And you can show a person the truth, but you can't make them think. But of course, I'd love to know what y'all thought about all this down in the comments below. And now on to our hot goth babes of season 16. First up, Plain Jane, who says she's giving hardcore meets Chanel, Gaultier, Versace, and I don't know, she named like every major fashion house here, which is a fantasy I live for. Not one that I totally see, but one that I definitely live for. Like, girl, I can absolutely throw on a little black eyeshadow and some silver chains and fully be living my Amy Lee Evanescence goth high fashion fantasy. But on the real note, the detailing in the bows and the metal chain connection pieces all across this bodysuit are really gorgeous, intricately done. And I mean, you can absolutely see the craftsmanship here and the vision she had for this look. And I like this very like Florida drag queen. Like, I feel like Trinity the Tuck would wear something like this meets Janet Jackson kind of goth fantasy she was going for. This look certainly is hot, but I think she could have pushed the envelope a little further on the darkness, and the look. And I think this would have been a great opportunity for her to showcase that she can create a very different silhouette from what she has created in all the design challenges that essentially boils down to decorated, elegant, pretty bodysuit. But then again, I think there can definitely be something said for operating in a safe zone that you know is going to be successful, because sometimes those risks do not pay off. Next up, Mhi'ya, Iman, LePaige, who comes out in a really interesting look. Like, I don't know what I was expecting from her gothic presentation, but this was pleasantly surprising. I think the shiny vinyl front with the mermaid skirt was really fun, and then she turns around, she's got this skin tone illusion lacy element to the gown, which is actually, I thought, even better than the front. I think if she had done that full gown and that lace presentation with a bigger train, this really could have turned some heads. She also incorporated some campy gothic details like ravens onto her shoulders and spiders crawling up the hem of her dress where those two fabrics meet. And I think one raven maybe as a fascinator in the hair would have been good enough, but you know, why not three? What is it Coco Chanel said? When you leave the house, look in the mirror and take one raven off. And look, this really is not bad, but compared to the other looks tonight, it is a rot. But the big drama of this episode is Mhi'ya got a lot of help, seemingly, from Sapphira, Cristál in the workroom this week. And everyone is noticing what's happening as Sapphira is going over to Mhi'ya's workstation and giving her stencils, kind of instructing her on what to cut and where to cut. And it was clear she was very in over her head, but I thought it was really nice of Sapphira to help her out. I mean, she could have not. She could have just let her suffer, but she didn't. And the other queens were seemingly not too happy about this. I mean, personally, if I was not a good seamstress, I'm not even a seamstress. So if I were in the workroom, seeing somebody else who was also not a good seamstress get a bunch of help, I would be a little bitter boots. I would be very jealous. I'd be like, Sapphira, why don't you come help me out too, girl? I need help. But there were a lot of people online debating whether or not what happened between Sapphira and Mhi'ya was fair, which I don't think is honestly even a valid discussion, considering she ended up in the bottom anyways. And as Sapphira and Mhi'ya explained to the judges when they noticed her advancement in sewing skills, saying while Sapphira gave instruction, help, and advice, the majority of the actual garment building and craftsmanship was Mhi'ya's work. Plus, Mhi'ya is hardly the first person to have a little help in the workroom from another queen. I don't know. I thought that was a weird thing happening. Next up, it's Dawn, who says she's giving us Chandelier Came to Life with some vintage inspired goth, and I did see that. I definitely immediately got the spooky chandelier in a big giant haunted mansion with a bunch of covered in cobwebs. And it kind of has this styling to it that's very 20s, going into Flapper Girl and great Gatsby Art Deco type of feel. And the best part of this look is that deconstructed reverse chandelier hoop skirt thing that is hanging on to the rest of her look by fishing line, hot glue, and a knowledge of fluid dynamics, according to her. And I really am loving how she did her makeup in this look. Like, yes, it has that gothic flair, but it's also more subtle and graphic and defined. It's a good look for her. My issues with the look are really just a personal taste thing. I don't care for the Elfir situation, and I didn't love how the headpiece things were like sticking into her face. And I think a different hair would have been better for me. But those are, again, just like really personal taste stuff. And this is a great look. I think it's absolutely hot. And next up, Morphine, like the drug, but no sedation. She said no relation in the song, but she should have said no sedation. Morphine, girl, of all the queens I think that I was impressed with tonight, and I was impressed with a lot of them, I was really impressed with Morphine. Look at the last two looks that she created in the design challenges. Like, they were nothing to really sneeze at, but this is a level of attention to detail, styling, and construction and craftsmanship that is beyond, and shows that, wow, she really wants this. She really wants to be here. She's really trying. And she looks absolutely so stunning in that solid white gothic makeup. And girl, it's not easy to blend out that solid white and to create shadows and all that stuff. It's not. And made it look damn easy. She looks good. But the actual gown is really cool too, and I think absolutely taps into that Morticia meets high concept artsy runway type of thing. I think all those pleather fins sewn into the black velvet were super smart details that allowed the light to catch the dress in different ways. And that mermaid skirt on this gown is, I think, one of the best interpretations, creations of a mermaid skirt on a gown we have ever seen on Drag Race. It is so gorgeous how it's layered and ruffled and trains behind her. And sure, like when you zoom in on some details of the gown, there are some small construction issues, like with the way the fins and spikes don't always come to complete points or are kind of floppy in a way, but like this is pretty crazy for a bottom three look. And I think it's absolutely. And next up, Plasma, who hit the runway in this, which at one point during the episode, I think she describes as Paris Hilton-y. And I can kind of see where she had maybe like a Y2K vision for this with the double belts and the low-rise flare pants. But as Michelle called out during critiques, this look isn't really much of anything. It's a lot of different style references, all mismatched and mixed up into a blender of chaos with a layer of black paint on top. The worst part of this look is that deep U-cut, like wrestling singlet bodysuit thing she's got going on, especially with no body on. And she's accessorized her wrestling singlet with, I don't know what that is. It's a jacket, it's a shrug, it's that twirly thing in the car wash. And this actually is the best part of her look. And that's why I did give one hot flame here. It's a really cute jacket. And had she kept that vision for strippies, strappies, and everything throughout the look and just presented something cohesive, I think she could have been safe. But instead she completed this look with the low-rise flare pants and like a gothic Victorian beaded choker. It's very much giving randomized in the sim generator, and I think in that sense we can say it certainly is a unique look. But it's not a good one, and I'm gonna give it a rot. I will say though, it was admirable this year stepping outside of her comfort zone, even if it wasn't ultimately successful. But it seems she only really did this because the other girls were kind of getting her head in the workroom. Plain was asking Plasma if she thought this gothic design runway brief was in her wheelhouse and asked her if she could do anything besides matronly. And we also got Dawn asking her if she's gonna diversify her looks this week. Plus we have Q getting involved, telling Plasma that the look she's creating is actually similar to some of Plain Jane's sketches. And watching this episode back, seeing her being sent into a tizzy, hearing all of these opinions from everyone around her on what she should or shouldn't be doing for this look, I can understand why the look ended up like it did. And as she acknowledges in Untucked, she should have just gone with her gut. And next up, the mother of season 16, it is Sapphira Cristál, who yes, not only completed her look and went to go help out Mhi'ya, Iman, LePaige in her time of need, but also helped out Plasma in her time of need, giving her some much needed encouragement and hugs and friendship when she was not feeling so great about what she was creating. Anyways, Sapphira's look is incredible. She's very much giving me the bride, but like actually mother of the dead bride. And it was kind of funny to hear her be a little modest about her approach to this goth style, saying that, you know, she's doing it her own way and it may not be exactly what we're expecting, but really she hit the nail on the head as far as goth references go. This is very Lydia Dietz and Beetlejuice. Classic goth babe. And the gown she's created is absolutely incredible. The construction and shape of it is absolutely insane. That high slit on the side that gushes out into all this like black sparkly tulle is really smart. And I love how she perfectly captured that Morticia Elvira drapey sleeve element in this. It's such a great look. And as always, she's giving us a full presentation, which let me just say her range is incredible. To have her go from last week dancing around as a majorette to Gothic Bride funeral director is pretty crazy. This widow just passed go and she is collecting the life insurance policy. This look is hot. Next up, Nymphia Wind, who was again this week playing a little coy in the workroom with the other girls, despite proving time and time again that she is incredible at design challenges, and to a greater extent, anything the judges throw at her. But this look is no exception to the incredible catalog of looks that she has not only brought, but also created on the show so far. She's got this beautiful black veiled spider nest bride situation happening on the top. And there's so many elegant details in this look, like the ostrich feathers around the neck and all of the beautiful draping that you really don't see until they zoom in and she's standing still with light coming in the back of her, because this look is so black without a lot of contrast in color that you really lose her in some of the moments on the runway. She kind of just looks like a blur of nothing. But when this look is properly lit, it is drop dead gorgeous. And the way that she's created this like reverse teardrop drapey silhouette with her legs coming down to a point is really, really gorgeous. She's kind of giving me the Pokemon called Ms. Druvius, I think is how you pronounce it, but as a drag queen. This look is absolutely hot, and I was kind of surprised to hear her getting some negative critiques from Michelle in the vein of her not being happy she couldn't see her face, but I saw the face behind the black veil bride spider nest situation, and girl, she had some spooky gothic makeup on that also looks great. I don't think there was anything to complain about here. And finally, you are living for Q. It's Q. Yo, this look is crazy. We have some crazy looks this episode, but she is giving us gothic Victorian doll fantasy. She absolutely is giving that spooky porcelain doll in like the haunted section of the thrift store. I see that. She perfectly captured it. She's got this baby doll dress almost, but it's actually a coat with this huge billowy train behind her that's got a big giant black bow and tons of smaller little black bows everywhere. I mean, the details on this are absolutely insane. Like, it's really crazy to me that somebody with this level of skill in creating a garment from conception to execution is just casually competing on Drag Race. And she makes like most all of her looks from what I understand. Girl, the craftsmanships, the theatrics, the level of drama in her looks is unlike anything we've ever seen on Drag Race. And in the same way that Nymphia is this very high fashion take on drag, Q is a very theatrical and dramatic take on it. I will say though, I don't personally like the style of this look she's created. It's just not something I gravitate towards. I much prefer, I think, a more traditional, fashiony, high concepts type of look like Nymphia presented on the runway tonight. But I'm certainly not going to sit here and not absolutely give her applause and flowers for her artistic vision and creation, because it really, truly is incredible. And as it turns out, the sad, sad tears of the gothic porcelain doll in the corner of the thrift store are indeed hot. And the win this episode does go to Q, rightly deserved, but I also could very much have seen justification for Sapphira or Nymphia winning this challenge. All three of them had such an incredible and unique take to this Neo-Goth brief that, as Plain Jane said on Twitter, like, we should just be lucky we as viewers get to see the level of talent and ability to create these garments across our set of queens in all their different ways, forms, and fashions. We're lucky, right? Because we've also had seasons where the pinnacle of a design challenge is gluing cookie cutters to a bathing suit. Not that we need to name names, but congrats to Q and really everyone on this challenge. And our bottom two is exactly who you would expect looking at this lineup, Mhi'ya and Plasma. And I did react to this lip sync in Runway over on my Patreon at patreon.com/BussyQueen, which you can get access to by clicking the link in the description of my video. But before we break down the actual lip sync, we have to talk about that abomination of a song that was the chipmunk version of Bloody Mary by Lady Gaga. Like, what was that? They were calling it, I think, the TikTok version or something. And I'm like, girl, there is a reason I don't use TikTok. And this is the reason. Not even the 13th reason, just one of the reasons. But despite this complete butchering of what is really a beautiful Gaga song, the lip sync was incredible. It was a frantic mess from start to finish, where we have Mhi'ya giving ballroom and Vogue, doing a black rose petal reveal beneath her wig, where yes, she should have had another wig underneath, or even really just shown her natural braids and taken the beanie off. But we did have that. And we also had Plasma giving a little nod to some Lady Gaga choreo in some moments and doing some drops and falling onto the floor. And I don't think you could say that these queens were not both lip syncing for their lives. But Mhi'ya, the range, the absolute range of this queen to hit the bottom three again for the third time, and not just lip sync her way out of the bottom, defeating Plasma, but doing it in a style that was different from the first and second times she was in the bottom. All three bottom three performances have been different, but Mhi'ya's incredible lip sync here does mean that we are losing Plasma, somebody who's got 2 wins under her belt and who hasn't otherwise really slipped up. And in that sense, does it really hurt to see a contestant who's doing so well in the competition go home because they didn't succeed at a design challenge? Sure. But personally, I think it's nice to really feel like the lip syncs are counting this season, even though some people online were saying, well, look at what happened with Q and Amanda. Amanda won the lip sync, but ended up going home. But looking back at that lip sync and comparing it to this one, I would say the Q and Amanda one felt a lot closer and justifiable in either direction, just kind of depending on your performance preferences. Whereas in this one, it was very obviously a complete slaughter on the side of Mhi'ya, Iman, LePaige. And regarding the outcome of this lip sync, it was really nice to see both Plasma and Q come to the defense of their sister Mhi'ya on the platform called X, formerly known as Twitter, writing, "It's so weird how y'all would just come on here to shit on us. Shit on me for winning, shit on Queen of Flips, Mhi'ya for staying. I'm just so tired, y'all. And don't you dare come for my sis, Queen of Flips. Full stop, that's my sister for life." But as always, I'd love to know what y'all thought in the comments down below. And finally, for hottest hot, I'm gonna give it to... Y'all, I really can't decide this week. Like, Sapphira's was the best drag interpretation, Nymphia's was the best high fashion interpretation, and Q's was the best theatrical craftsmanship, attention to detail interpretation. Just so incredible in their different ways. But if I had to live with one for the rest rest of my life, or like what I personally would wear, I would go with Nymphia Wind. And of course, I also asked my patrons to vote on their hottest hots, and they too voted for Nymphia Wind. See y'all later. Love ya. Bye. Hey y'all, it's me, Basel Visage, and welcome back to Hot or Hot. And today we'll be reviewing episode 10 of RuPaul's Drag Race season 16. Our queens were challenged to write lyrics to and learn choreo for Power, a get out and vote disco themed drag anthem, which will be featured on Drag Race's upcoming Werq the World tour. And the runway category was True Colors, Monochromatic Roy G. Biv Realness. Plus we'll be taking a look at some spicy Entertainment Weekly interviews with Joey Nolfi featuring Plasma, last week's eliminated queen, and Plain Jane, this week's Mother Teresa. First up, Plasma, whose elimination was a bit controversial in the fan base, considering she had 2 wins under her belt when she was ultimately sent home by Mhi'ya, Iman, LePaige. In her interview, she opens up about not only having a Republican-leaning family, but family members who've actually run on the Republican platform, saying she's never voted Republican, but that hasn't stopped her and her family from growing close over the years. Saying, my relationships with my family have never been stronger or more empowered. Also saying, I remember coming out to these people when I was a young person and having the most robust, incredible, empathetic response from people that I never saw it coming from. And regarding her elimination, which Nolfi describes as a murder, Plasma says, the first thing Sapphira Cristál said to me when we touched base after filming was over was, Plasma, I love you baby, but Mhi'ya ate your ass up in that lip sync. All I remember is that the shoes came off, the wig came off, and the birds on her shoulders came off. I was like, I'm going home. Apparently also having dissociated while all of this was going on. And to a question about Plain Jane asking, did drama with Plain seem to get better as the season progressed, she says, no. The farther along we got, personally, the less patience and capacity I had for Plain and her antics. In defense of Plain Jane, she walked in with an agenda and clearly and intentionally executed that agenda, and I think she should be proud. She's doing a phenomenal job making reality television. And if you haven't seen it yet, you can catch her music video for the Bloody Mary song on her YouTube channel, where she has the goth look she created ripped up by some other queens. But overall, even though her elimination, I guess, was controversial considering her track record, it's been nice to see her handle her elimination with such grace and be level-headed about what ultimately happened. Make sure to check out the rest of that interview, link in the description of my video. And now let's dive into episode 10. First up, and in the order they appeared in the power number, wake up babe, it's Dawn. And as it turns out, we're seeing our sweet little Dawn turn into kind of the new villain of the season. It's been funny to watch Plain and Dawn kind of switch villain arcs, where we see Plain gradually getting a little more nice and congenial as we progress through the season, and to see Dawn go from being a sweet little angel to whispering evil deeds in Plain Jane's ear this episode, like when she tells her to tell Nymphia that she's gonna give Nymphia her immunity potion, but then not actually do it. In the challenge though, Dawn opens the power number singing, writing up laws will not stop our wild, healing up our inner child. And generally speaking, her verse tends to focus on being who you really are and not letting others stop you from doing that. But I did feel the lyrics in her verse were kind of wordy at times and even unintelligible in parts. And even the people making the captions for the show, I think, weren't sure what she said in this one part where she said, who you are cannot be tamed, so bears, so don't bear their shame, which I'm still unclear about. Definitely though, some simpler lyrics and clearer enunciation would have gone further for her in this challenge. But it was nice thematically, I think, to see her connect this verse to her story and personal journey overcoming her mental health struggles with the help of therapists. And regarding her choreo, I would say she did okay. It was relatively simple compared to some other queens like Mhi'ya or Sapphira, but we know dancing isn't necessarily her strongest asset, and seeing her stay in her wheelhouse was fine for me in this challenge, and overall I'm gonna give this a warming. On the runway, her true color is navy blue, and she's giving us a little ASMR sleep paralysis demon for our nerves, but like in a little nighty slumber party gown. And overall, I love how dreamlike and surreal she's made this look. The droopy arm sleeves and hat trailing behind her like a train are great details that add to the strangeness of it. And I love the fabric pattern she used to create the top parts of this garment that kind of look like a starry night sky. And by the way, she says all of the materials used in this look are things that she would have found in her childhood bedroom. And not only is the garment super cool, but her makeup tonight is phenomenal. The spooky eyes are really great, and I love how she layered the black, blue, and then white lashes on top to create lots of drama up there. And I think the look is absolutely hot. And next up, Mhi'ya. And speaking of good girls gone bad, Miss Mhi'ya at the beginning of this episode was absolutely not having it with Morphine, which we kind of did get some hints at the beginning of this season that these two Miami girls were not besties. we'll say. But we haven't gotten an explanation on why that might be. But this episode, they were throwing jabs at each other because they were having the discussion of who would have won the lip sync had the bottom two been Morphine and Mhi'ya, where Morphine basically says there's no way she would have lost, and Mhi'ya says, well, your numbers are cute, but you would have lost. Anyways, in the challenge, Mhi'ya goes second and sings, living in a country where our rights should be equal, just because I'm gay don't make me less equal. And this rhyming equal with equal couplet was something that came up during rehearsals, where we hear some other queens in confessionals talk about how they don't think that's a good idea. Ultimately though, Leland suggests she should just put more emphasis on that second equal, which she does, and rhyming the same word together didn't really matter to me that much. And I think her verse overall came out strong, but I think she could have gone even further with attitude and put some more punch in the other lines. She ends her segment with, don't let them win, let's keep it going, Martin Luther King, I have a dream. And her execution of the choreo in this challenge was phenomenal. I think she was maybe the best in terms of that tonight. And it was also great to see her go the extra mile and live up to her title as the Queen of Flips, where she punctuates the end of her solo segment with a flip. This was hot. And over on the runway, her color is red. And this presentation is pretty. She's giving us pageantry with some beading and ostrich feathers that are cutely accessorizing her backside and the skirt of her dress. I will say though, this doesn't feel like something new for Mhi'ya, mostly because we did see her do a red flowers dress on the flower runway. And it seems we're getting a lot of runways from her that are kind of existing in that pretty pageant realm, which is fine, but some looks with more interesting concepts might be interesting going forward. That may or may not be a possibility for her though, because apparently she was missing like 5 runways that were ultimately not delivered by her designer. And so something she opened up about in Roscoe's viewing party saying this.
I was leaving at 6 a.m. to go to the airport. I got the looks back that I wore on the show at 4 a.m. in the morning. And I kind of just laid down. I was like, forget it, I'm not going no more. But something just hit me and said, God put you in this position, so let's go. Let's go make TV. I just threw dresses and things that I had in my closet already in my bag, packed it up, and went to the airport and flew to LA.
All things considered though, I think she looks pretty. I'm gonna give this look a 3 flame. And next up, Morphine, who I'll just say right now really stepped up to the plate this episode. In the challenge, she does something unique with her verse where she structures the beginning parts of most of her lines with I got that heat that inspires, I got that beat that desire, I got that drag that they ban on, and ends with a little bit of attitude saying y'all better get up and mother-tucking vote because it's getting serious up in here. And this performance Morphine gave felt like a completely recharged, energized, and galvanized version of the Morphine that we've been seeing the past 10 episodes. And her lyric delivery and stage presence overall was just top tier. This was absolutely and on the runway this week, her fire continues to burn. She got the color purple and she looks absolutely gorgeous. And we all know makeup and hair for Morphine have been absolutely top tier every single week on the runway, but garments have been a little hit or miss, sometimes being a little too simple, like the bathing suit towel dress she wore in one of the first runways. But she has absolutely elevated her runway presentation in every single way this week. She is bodied perfectly. She's got an amazing silhouette going on. I love this hat with the purple fringe coming down and how the ombraying of the purple across the different pieces of fabric are creating all these dimensions and shadows on her dress. This is absolutely gorgeous and totally next up. Ooh, it's getting windy. It's Nymphia Wind. And she opens her power number with some fairly generic but nicely delivered lines. Aspire to community, Nymphia for equality, but ends with have a seat at the table when you vote yellow, which felt a little confusing to me. And I'll say generally, I think she was missing a consistent cadence in her lyrics and maybe even just missing lyrics, period. I feel like her verse more than any other queen's was a little empty, but the delivery was solid. She sounded good and looked even better. And what she didn't do in lyrics, she did in dancing. Like she absolutely nailed all of the choreo, which is especially obvious in her duo segment with Plain Jane, where she is absolutely dancing her in circles and Plain is looking a little lost. And Nymphia has in prior episodes played coy with her talents and abilities, but she does actually struggle this episode with these lyrics, and I've got to give this verse a and over on the runway, her color is, of course, yellow. Girls, sit down at the table, vote yellow. And she really takes us by surprise, I think, when she embodies this color yellow with a bunch of bananas. Who could have guessed? This is a really solid look from her, and I love that she acknowledged the very clear Josephine Baker banana outfit reference, while also, I think, very much making it her own. I also like that there was a through line between her performance look and this look. The through line, of course, being yellow and bananas, but I do wonder how many more banana looks she's got in her suitcases, and I was initially scared of this when the season started, and challenge, she did bananas for her entrance and those 3 reveal looks. But she's actually shown a ton of versatility, both in color use and not using bananas on all of her other runways. So I kind of forgot that that could have been an issue, which is all to say, I think this was a nice return to form for her. But in future episodes, I think if she does any more banana looks, she'll run the risk of overdoing it. Anyways, this look is and next up, Drag Race's very own reality television mastermind, Plain Jane. And she, in the challenge, opens with, yeah, I've got the power and I'ma have to use it. They're coming for our freedom and bitch, I'm gonna lose it. Ending with, tell hate to kick rocks, and if you at the polls, you can catch this box. And she had a sexual overtone in her lyrics that was unique to her tonight in this song about self-empowerment and voting, which I could see maybe somebody rolling their eyes at, but I think it's also been made clear by Plain that she finds a lot of self-empowerment through her identity. And I think in that regard, she certainly gave us one of the most unique verses, plus was able to serve a bit of comedy. It's something no one else did in this challenge. I would actually say her verse is one of the most entertaining, but she struggles tonight with the choreo, mostly. And this is not as noticeable in her solo segment. She does okay there. It's really in, as I highlighted, that duo piece with Nymphia, where she looks kind of lost. And as Michelle calls out, this really was the first time she truly slipped up in a really obvious way. But because her verse was so strong, I'm overall gonna give this a warming. And over on the runway, her color tonight is green, and she's going for a little bit of pageantry and simple elegance with this gown. It's like a skin tone illusion mesh gown with some chunky emerald pieces and some kind of leafy branch looking stone pieces. And this look from Plain surprised me because it is a little understated, or dare I say plain, but it is a pretty gown and I appreciate her showing versatility across her runway looks. And this felt like a very safe for me. And next up, the letter Q, who in the challenge. Firstly, I don't know, like, if I just am not used to seeing Q in wigs, because she pretty much never wears them on the runways, but her in this, like, berries and cream meets Michael Jackson wig fantasy really shook me. It haunted me, actually, I should say. I was not living for Q in that wig. But we'll brush that aside and look at her verse. She opens with, now we all live in a crazy place. We're not all the same, but we need our space. It sings about keeping her man, saving the kids, and ends with, cast your vote and tell the ones above. Take your power and spread the love. And her delivery is very theatrical and Q-like. And she was successful, I think, in putting a lot of personality into the delivery of her verse. But I do wish she had simplified her verse a bit. It was a little wordy for me, and it was kind of coming off like a monologue essay or like someone doing slam poetry at a jazz club, but singing. And her dancing was okay, I would say like middle of the pack. And so I guess I'm kind of opposite on how the judges viewed her tonight, because they seemed to not really like her white girl funk, but loved her look. Overall though, I'd give this a safe 3 flame. Hee. Hot. And on the runway, her color is lavender, and the hat she's wearing with all that fringe beading coming down is really a show-stopping piece. But every other part of this outfit to me is off, and I don't feel the top and pants and hat all work together. It's almost like all those ruffles on the pants are fighting for attention instead of complementing all that cool fringe drama. And something's really odd with the way the top's fitting. Plus, I think without having a headpiece that adds like a foot of height to her, she did look noticeably shorter on this runway, which she could have easily fixed, I think, by letting the hat sit higher on her head. But there's just too many things about this that are off for me, so I'm gonna give it a rock. And finally, yes, we did save the best for last. It's Sapphira Cristál, who closes out this power track singing, I'm an American, bleed red, white, and blue. I got the freedom to love, so much love for you. And ends telling her truth. The truth is, she's got the power. And having watched her do this several times, I just have to say, like, she is such a professional in every single way. Her stage presence is absolutely unmatched, and she can do all of the easy step this, step that choreo, and also integrate fun tricks like splits and such into what she's doing easily. Plus her line delivery perfectly matches the funkiness of the song, and her lyrics strike a perfect balance between simplicity and effectiveness. She was the perfect closer to this performance and nailed it in every single way. This was totally and over on the runway. Oh my god. She is doing the color royal blue and says she's channeling Queen Charlotte. And this look is such a gag. It's jaw-dropping, which isn't different for Sapphira because, girl, our jaws have been dropping almost every single week with her looks. But the question I keep wondering is how the hell did she get all of this to Drag Race? Like, she must have had a Mary Poppins bag or an entire U-Haul deliver all of her drag costumes. This look is not just great because it's filling up the entire stage as she walks across it, but also because it's so elegant, beautiful, and absolutely embodying royal opulence, like girl Marge Simpson could never. Again, Sapphira's a true professional, and she looks great in Sapphire. This look is hot. And regarding placements, when we get to critiques this week, we're reminded that Plain Jane is still sitting on her immunity potion, but has to use it this episode or it will expire. And she gives us the gag of the season by not using it on herself, but on Nymphia Wind, giving us a little Mother Teresa Queen of Generosity moment. And she may truly have not been very self-aware that she could have very easily been in the bottom this episode, which was obviously such a gag because we as viewers just watched her give arguably one of the weakest performances this week. And I don't think the judges would have had any problem justifying a bottom placement for her. As to why she gave the immunity potion to Nymphia, she gave an explanation in an interview with Joey Nofli over at Entertainment Weekly saying this. Nymphia expressed to me she was worried she was in the bottom and she didn't feel confident in her performance. Essentially, that made me assume she also didn't do well. This week it didn't serve me to be so prideful, but I thought Nymphia was in danger, and if there's anything iconic I could do with this immunity potion other than saving myself, I'd rather give it to a friend who feels as though that they need it. And in this grand act of kindness, she completes her villain arc with a benevolent ending and makes great reality TV, as she has been every single episode. And although I'm not sure I could make the choice to give up an immunity potion that could maybe be the only thing that takes me to the final four and then win $200,000, for Plain, it ultimately made sense. She is in this interview very self-aware of the character that she plays when she sits down in front of the camera in confessionals and in Untucked, and is, I'm sure, also very aware of how the fans have treated villains from past seasons. And using this immunity potion on somebody else sort of gives her a get out of jail free card, I think, in the eyes of some fans, while also guaranteeing that if she were to be put in the bottom this episode, she wouldn't have to lip sync against Nymphia, who has already demonstrated this episode can outperform her. She even suggested in this interview that she thought the only other person who might end up in the bottom is Q, someone who's already been in the bottom too, and who is a self-professed not great dancer. Which is all to say, using the immunity potion or not, she likely knew that she was not going to be sent home this episode. But none of that really matters in the end anyways, because the twist of this episode is everybody's safe. Except our top two, Sapphira and Morphine, who I absolutely agree with did the best in this challenge. They really stepped up to the plate and took it all the way home for me. So they lip sync for the win, which I did react to, as well as the best parts of this episode over on my Patreon. And you can watch that exclusive reaction video by clicking the link in the description of my video to join my Patreon. See you there. But let me just say, I'm not the biggest Meghan Trainor fan, and so I was kind of setting myself up to maybe not like this lip sync, but Sapphira found a way to absolutely destroy this. I mean, she added a level of fun and camp to this and made it seem so silly that I loved every second of it. Morphine, though, in this lip sync, got a little lost in the sauce, or lost in her dress and then lost in her wig, and she never really recovered from that. And so Sapphira takes her second challenge win, rightly so. Considering my final thoughts on this episode, I will say, like, this was very plainly a planned non-elimination episode. I just can't imagine a world in which they were going to send someone home on an episode about unity and voting and empowerment. Plus, it was clear they set all these queens up for success. The challenge was executed so well across the board. The production value in the actual track, phenomenal. And how everything was shot and lit while they were performing was also incredible. I was genuinely excited watching this performance, and it made me feel uplifted and energetic. Plus, it was the perfect way to, in a US voting year, hopefully energize some people to register to vote and ultimately exercise that right to vote. Make sure you vote. But for real, to all my fellow US citizens, y'all better vote. No cap, all facts, no printer, Riz on God, slay boots, yes God, mama, goon. And now for my hottest hots in the challenge and runway this week, I'm gonna give it to Sapphira Cristál. I also asked my patrons to vote on their hottest hots, and this week they've chosen Sapphira Cristál in the challenge and on the runway. See you later, love ya, bye. Hey y'all, it's me, Bustania, and welcome back to Hot or Hot. And today we'll be reviewing episode 11 of RuPaul's Drag Race Season 16. Our queens are split into groups and challenged to tell jokes via the medium of drag awareness seminars. And the runway category was Flashback to DragCon 1980. So we'll be going queen by queen to break all that down, plus taking a look at Plain addressing some accusations of insincerity on Twitter this week, plus going through the drama and fallout of a mandatory meetings feature on one of the drag seminars where she was referred to as a Halloween baby queen. And first up, we've got Plain Jane and Q, who are doing a seminar on Do You Know Your Drag Hershii? And these two, more than any other group tonight, were super in sync with each other and the topic at hand. They start off by introducing themselves as Dr. Q and Dr. Plain Jane, MD, of course, and give us some really stupid but crowd-pleasing jokes like, take a look at these slides and these historic clips, which were just pictures of play slides and hair clips and the like on a PowerPoint presentation. They then go back and forth introducing us to some famous people of Hershii who we may not have known were drag queens, like old Honest Abe and Benjamin Franklin, aka Babraham Stinkin' and BJ Bottoms. And they end with a groundbreaking revelation that the Big Bang was actually the Big Tuck. These two were able to bounce off of each other. I think were, generally speaking, funny enough for this type of challenge. And we even see this strange chemistry between their presentation characters develop as the skit goes on, where it ends with a surprise kiss. The only criticism I really had for their presentation was both queens felt like they were very much at the same level and ultimately playing the same character. Some peaks and valleys or contrast in their character archetypes could have helped, I think, add a little more humor into the situation. But on the other hand, I think their tight synchronicity is what made their presentation feel so cohesive and good. So I'd give these two both highs. As for Plain over on the runway this week, she gives us a super gorgeous pink and green, purpley blue neon swirl pattern of colors power suit with lots of different black fabric panels sewn throughout this look to add contrast and dimension. And I love the way this jacket has those giant shoulders and the peplum around the waist. And let's be honest, Miss Plain Jane did a pretty good job of making capri pants look sickening on the runway. I think a bigger concept than sickening 80s power suit could have helped sell a more interesting fantasy, but I loved the look as is, and I'm really enjoying seeing Plain expand the diversity of silhouettes that she has shown us in her runway catalog this season so far. This look is hot. And before we take a look at Q's look, I think it's important to highlight the conversation she was having in the workroom this week with her scene partner Plain Jane. She was very bravely so open and honest about her HIV diagnosis, what that means for her, and how she's handled all of this with her loving husband, who we also saw pop in during Untucked with a really beautiful message. And I want to absolutely commend Q for sharing her story and truly being brave enough to talk about this stigmatized topic on national TV that has an international impact. However, it seems not everyone watching the sweet moment between Q and Plain interpreted Plain's response in a sincere way. A user on the platform X, formerly known as Twitter, screen capped this moment where Q says, "I've been HIV positive for 2 years," and Plain responds, "Mama, kudos for saying that, for spilling." And they wrote, "Plain's response here is absolutely sending me, so unserious." And let me just say, if you hadn't watched the episode, I'm sure that reading this caption as her initial response to what Q is saying might read a little insincere, but having watched the episode, I can say that there truly, from my perspective, was nothing but sincerity in the tone of her voice and how she handled this conversation with Q. And indeed, Plain took to defending herself online in response to this post, writing, "I don't know, I meant it sincerely. Very proud of Q for sharing her status publicly on national television. That isn't to say that I'm not severely socially impaired though, but I think we've all clocked that by now." Anyways, on to Q's runway, which is absolutely breathtakingly gorgeous and such, I think, a beautiful way to bring awareness to something like the HIV awareness ribbon that's literally a part of her suit jacket. The top part comes around her neck as a lapel and dramatic collar, with the two ribbon pieces eventually trailing behind her in a train. And then the pattern of this power suit she's wearing is actually very much inspired by Keith Haring's art from the 80s. But instead of copying the signature bold primary colors used in his art, the pattern of this suit is all muted gray, allowing that red ribbon to really tell the story of what's happening in this look. This look is so gorgeous, and I love how she made it truly so 80s with those huge shoulder pads and fishnet stockings. I absolutely love seeing drag that is living at the intersection of history, awareness, and fashion. Q did that. This look is hot. And next up, we've got Dion and Mhi'ya, Iman, LePaige presenting on the topic of drag in the workplace. And Dion starts her duo's presentation with a little joke about adult beverages and maybe being at the wrong gig, which sets the general idea for their presentation being about surviving a drag queen's presence next to you in the office and how to interact with them if they're there. And generally speaking, Dawn of these two was the more composed and on track throughout the presentation, but she does include throughout the bit these jokes about Plain Jane, where she's featured in a slide as one of the queens returning to the corporate world, and then also has her face on the can of bear spray. The context of Plain Jane being the butt of the joke throughout their presentation being that she and Dawn had a little bit of a falling out at the beginning of this episode. Dawn basically said Plain's look was boring, and Plain came back at Dawn calling her a creature from the Black Lagoon that needs to go back, and saying she was wearing rags from a child's bedroom and saying that she was all concept and no gorgeous, and they went in on each other, basically. And while that explains why Dawn and Mhi'ya put playing into their presentation as a joke, I don't think it was ultimately successful because that was more of an inside joke with the audience of Drag Race rather than the live audience that was sitting there and responding to their set. That is all to say, I think Dawn did an okay job in this presentation, but the humor was kind of hit and miss even for me, someone who was clued in on why I should be laughing. And I am giving her a safe 3 flame hot here, mostly because she was able to deal with her scene partner Mhi'ya, who was really having trouble staying on track. She basically spits out some word salad in the middle of the presentation when she's trying to teach us about helpful phrases that we can use with the drag queens in our office, and is out of sync with her partner Dawn when they're trying to say things like workplace, and instead of place, she says room. And this chaotic character who rushed in and dropped her cue cards and generally felt a little flustered on stage could have been funny if there were any funny jokes alongside all of this messiness in their presentation, but there really wasn't. So I'd give Mhi'ya's portion of what happened in this challenge a and over on the runway, Dawn says she's serving as 80s rocker punk bitch with some chappy pants being suspended by a coat. Dawn's knowledge of fluid dynamics jumping out yet again. But this time I would argue not so successfully. This outfit for me lacks a central point of focus. It reads more as a random collection of fishnets, straps, stripes, patterns, fabrics, and things. And even Michelle Visage, who I would say is very much an 80s fanatic and aware of that decade's style, didn't recognize Dawn's look as being 80s. But Rupaul actually seemed to enjoy this look a lot, acknowledging its punky roots and even compares it to a band called Zig Zig Sputnik, which after looking that band up, I can definitely understand that reference point. And generally, I do like the edgier aesthetic and way she approached this look. And I think it'd be really fun for an 80s night in a club or even a performance number on stage, but on the Drag Race runway, it just doesn't feel elevated enough for me. So I would give this look a rock. My Iman LePaige, on the other hand, though, she said, I'm gonna make sure that I hit this runway brief correctly, and says that to get inspiration for this look, she literally Googled DragCon in the 80s and then recreated what she found. And someone on Reddit actually found what was apparently the reference she used, and it's literally AI generated art, which is such a crazy train of thought to me, because I don't think I would ever think to Google DragCon in the 80s, much less expect there to be a literal AI generated result of a look that you could actually use. That's so wild. But in this look, we see that inherent issue that I've always noticed with AI art, in that it feels a little soulless. Because I'd argue this look is pretty. I enjoy the flower ruffles on the shoulder and the mint green color used to construct the catsuit portion of this. The cape of it is great. It just feels kind of unoriginal, and I think is missing a more interesting concept than just being 80s inspired drag. But overall, for me, this is a safe hot. She does look good, and she hit the brief. AI really has come for everybody's jobs out here, even the drag clothing designers, mama, and maybe even my videos. How would you know if I'm not an AI robot right now? And finally, we've got Cynthia, Cristál, Nymphia Wind, and Morphine presenting Are You a Drag Queen? You Might Be Surprised, who I'm gonna go through individually instead of as a group because they gave such wildly different performances. And starting with Sapphira, we immediately see upon the open of their little presentation that she is a professional when it comes to holding a microphone and speaking to a crowd. After the previous group's flop, the audience was very much in need of a little warming back up. And so she gives a little toast and tells a joke about putting dynamite somewhere it shouldn't go. And she also did a bit of group audience interaction at the end of their presentation where she made everybody stand up out of their chair and say, bitch work. And playing into this audience is so smart because they really probably have been sitting in their chairs, mostly watching drag queens give PowerPoint presentations for, I would guess, an hour or so. And Sapphira got them up and excited and on their feet. And throughout their presentation, she really is the glue that keeps them progressing slide to slide. And she does have a small slip up where she stumbles over some jokes about drag narcissism, but she does, I think, a pretty good job of not drawing attention to the mess up. And like she does with literally everything, handles the situation with grace. She gets a hot for me. And over on the runway, she hits us with a larger than life 80s prom fantasy, and of course is in a really interesting silhouette in a gown that is fashionable, campy, and generally fun and original. I love the oversized buttons and lapel with all the contrast in the black and the white. Everything just looks so chic and stylish and perfectly 80s. Plus she just looks absolutely gorgeous. I don't know if there was something a little different she did with her makeup here, but it's amazing. She looks hot. And next up, Nymphia Wind, who this episode goes through her usual routine of freaking out, being anxious about everything, and then ultimately doing just fine. There was a bit of controversy though, I suppose, with how she handled the character choice she made in this presentation. Comedy of her jokes seems to be mostly relying on Asian stereotypes and a really thick accent. And it seems the judges didn't really know how to receive this, because on one hand, they were applauding her for choosing such a bold character and sticking to it. But on the other hand, they're saying they felt nervous to laugh at some of the hyperbolized stereotype things she was saying. And she, during the critiquing session, explains her character choice as wanting to bring the different sounds of the world to her drag and ultimately the drag race stage. And personally, I was entertained by what she did. She felt like such a breath of fresh air, I think, compared to the, we won't say stale, but businessy presentation format of this challenge. And I do think it was a little weird to hear them be so critical of the accent choice she made, considering we didn't hear them express those same concerns when Plain did things like speak in her really over-accentuated Russian accent. But let me know what y'all thought about all that in the comments below. She gets a hot from me. And over on the runway, Nymphia absolutely kills it. This look is so sick. She's giving us a reference to some looks Grace Jones did in the 1986 film Vamp, and has these super gorgeous concentric metal wiring accessories in her hair, on her chest, and in her pelvis area. And love how she also paid homage to Keith Haring's art here with those bold white stripes and patterns throughout the purple pieces of this power suit. The interplay of all the different references that she nailed here, the silhouette she accomplished, and the colors she used to do it all with that vibrant red pink hair against the purple suit. So gorgeous. This is fashion. It's a beautiful reference. It's a beautiful homage to multiple things, and I love Nymphia Wind's runways. This look is so hot. And finally, Miss Morphine, who in the workroom is struggling quite a bit, confessing that she's never been to or done a seminar. And her segment to me was, in a word, strange. She introduces herself by seemingly cutting off what Nymphia is saying in her bit, where she's going on with her, you might be a drag queen if this, if that, and Morphine says, now I think it's time for drag vocabulary. And this wasn't totally clear to me if that sharp cutoff was planned or just something that happened, maybe because Morphine realized that time constraints were going on. But either way, there was some awkwardness there that lended some uncomfortable vibes to Morphine's segment of the presentation, which ultimately was probably the shortest segment out of any of the queens on the stage tonight. And in her piece, she attempts to teach us the difference between regular slang and drag slang, comparing things like, that's sick, bro, versus that's sickening, mama. Which I think was a great setup, and had she had more time and not choked and brought attention to the joking, she could have been funny. But she literally stumbles through a joke and goes, oop, drag queen flopping. Which is kind of funny, but not for the right reasons. And she wasn't the only one to stumble through this live one-take presentation, but she was the only one to really draw attention to it in a noticeable way. Plus, there weren't a lot of jokes, so I'd give this a rock. And over on the runway, she doesn't do much to save her overall performance in the episode tonight. This is, as Michelle describes, a little bit deflated Dolly Parton. And I see maybe in a way where she could have been going for some 80s like Western references, almost like stuff Trixie might wear. But for me, did miss that 80s mark and almost felt more 90s, looking a little Romy and Michelle meets Something About Mary, with the way that hair is like flipped and awkwardly sticking up in the front. But more so than missing the brief, this runway just looked a little sloppy for someone like Morphine, who generally has her aesthetic so perfected and nailed down. The beads dangling off the skirt looked a little arts and craftsy, and it just overall was slightly messy. So I'm gonna give this look a. And the win this week is actually kind of a gag. It goes to Sapphira Cristál, who secures her third win in this competition, now ahead of Plain Jane, Q, and Nymphia, who each have 2. And I say her win here was kind of a gag, mostly because of the way the episode set up the storytelling and showed the critiques. Q and Plain Jane seemed to get nothing but positivity from every single judge. And it was clear the judges and audience members seemed to be enjoying their set more than any other. And I think objectively, their chemistry was the best, and coherence throughout the presentation was the cleanest. I will say, aside from Plain Jane and Q, Sapphira was the strongest out of everyone when considered on an individual basis, but I can't really say it made a lot of sense to give her the win. It felt much more like one of those produced let's crack Q and Plain Jane moments, because we even see Q, like, when she doesn't win, looking just like Miss Jane did, given the face crack of the century back on the stage. In multiple shots, like, she is pissed. She is seething. And like rightly so, because the judges basically told her and Plain they were gonna win, and then they didn't give them the win. And Plain did speak about this on X, writing, "All the love to Mother Saph. She was sickening up on that stage, but I also want to pat myself and Q on the back for our performances. I clocked no flaws. We ate that tiff up." The bottom two this episode were not a surprise to me. We have Mhi'ya, Iman, LePaige, and Morphine, who gave one of the gaggiest lip syncs of this season so far, and I did react to this lip sync as well as the best parts of this episode over on my Patreon at patreon.com/BussyQueen, and you can get access to all of my exclusive reaction videos by clicking the link in the description of my video and joining my Patreon today. See you there. But this lip sync was gag after gag. I loved the energy and fight these two brought to the lip sync. And this was a full circle moment because we did see them going head to head a couple of weeks ago saying, "I would have won, no, I would have won." And that fire comes out in moments like when Morphine's opening the lip sync with a backbend and Mhi'ya walks over and covers her with her cape, which, like, side note, could have been dangerous because she could have just like backbend and broke her back there, but she recovered and threw it off like the diva she is. With the other highlights being Morphine's extra long extended split, her throwing one of her chicken cutlets at Mhi'ya after the cape incident, and then also when they jumped into a split together. This truly was an amazing lip sync. They both killed it, but I think the win, rightly so, goes to Morphine, and she gets to stay in the competition. And she, concerning her performance in this, did post on X, writing, "Not me trending. Just want to go on the record saying how much I love Queen of Flips. For those that don't know, I also was a part of the Miami ballroom scene. I walked face, OTA, drags face, so last night's lip sync was all fun and love. So proud of you." And Mhi'ya responded to this, writing, "I love you so much, sister." But of course, I'd love to know what y'all thought about the outcome of everything down in the comments below. And now let's wrap up with the drama surrounding a mandatory meeting and then do hottest hots. So this drama stems from the presentation segment with Sapphira, Morphine, and Nymphia when they're discussing drag queens being born during Halloween. And their slideshow pops up with baby queen examples like a mandatory meeting. And an extra screen capped this moment, posting it to the platform, writing, "This was so nasty. Hashtag drag race." Which Amanda reposted, writing, "Now do y'all understand why I have a complex? LMFAO. To which someone replies, "Notice how everyone thinks you're busted, but you only fixated on Plain." And Amanda writes back, "I mean, I could elaborate and explain my feelings on this, but y'all will still find a way to say I shouldn't feel the way I do. So I will in fact be keeping it all to myself today. Be blessed." About 20 minutes later though, she did elaborate on her feelings in another post, writing, "People will really be in the replies of a tweet ending in LMFAO telling me to laugh it off like I'm laughing. I said LMFAO. And you're obviously bothered. And I'm allowed to be. Smiley face. How about we just agree that all the season 16 girlies, and any cast for that matter, are gonna feel how we feel as we experience something we lived play out on TV. That's the gig. We watch, we have our feelings, and then move on." And in another pair of posts later that day, Amanda wrote, "I think what's frustrated me is I went to Drag Race really excited to showcase my art, and on the first day, I shut the bed with my makeup, which became all anyone could talk to me about on set, and everything I have to offer feels overshadowed by makeup / getting red all the time. Like, I get it. I know we signed up to be critiqued and talked about, but reducing me to crunchy makeup when I'm literally so talented, charismatic, creative, funny, smart, and now gorgeous, it just feels so short-sighted of people, I guess." And Malaysia Babe with All Fox of season 15 responded sweetly to Amanda, writing, "Welcome to Drag Race. What you showcase doesn't define the type of queen you are. This is the opportunity now to show the world everything else you're capable of. If you let people know it bothers you, that's all they will ever use to get a reaction. Focus." And Bianca Del Rio also responded to this post in a lovingly sister reply, writing, "Okay." To which Amanda responds, "Gonna start painting like you, maybe then I'll win something." And now for hottest hots. In the challenge, I'm gonna give it to Plain Jane, and on the runway, Q. And I also asked my patrons to vote on their hottest hot for the runway this week, and they've chosen Nymphia Wind. Love ya. Bye. Mama, kudos to you for saying that. For spilling. Hey y'all, it's me, the spexy bustlin' Karr, and welcome back to Hot or Hot. And yes, this week's video is a little bit late because I had the honor and privilege of being a bridesman in one of my best friend's weddings. But in today's video, we'll be doing a full hot or rot of RuPaul's Drag Race Season 16, Episode 12, where our queens were split into pairs and challenged to create gender-inclusive restrooms for a new reality TV show called Bathroom Hunties, a new reality TV show competition loosely parodying shows like Love It or List It from HGTV. The runway category was Chain Reaction, starting with Q and Morphine, who in the Bathroom Hunties Design Challenge originally decide on this concept of decorating for heaven and hell. But we only ultimately see them execute on the hell part of this original idea, which is ultimately a good, if yes, unoriginal choice, because I think decorating for both concepts would have been a little too difficult. I really loved the flames all over the walls in their bathrooms. And in the tour portion of this challenge, when Michelle and Carson come through to experience their bathroom, we see some fun interactive experience like live hand hooks, which you can't actually hang your things on, a shattered mirror, a tickling the pit crew activity, and of course a bathroom featuring a toilet seat with golden spikes and toilet paper hung just out of reach. And considering their chosen theme of hell, I thought they did a great job coming up with experiences that demonstrated this fun yet torturous experience. Where these two definitely need some work though were the characters they chose. We see Q basically doing the same over-exaggerated and almost now forced feeling character she's done in every acting challenge, which we first saw her do with the brick in the SNL thing. And while Q does a good job leading Carson and Michelle through the bathroom, she does, as they later critique, ultimately steamroll Morphine's performance. Morphine is very much playing the sidekick role here and fails to stand out in a way that's significant. And while I wasn't laughing out loud or IJ bowling, this was, I would say, a successful interpretation of this challenge. Now I would give it a safe hot. As for their chain theme runways, Morphine comes out in an all gold look, absolutely covered and dripping with chain. She went all the way with this theme and is, I feel, very much leaning into that pop star on a big stage energy here, with a nod to those dripping crystal headpiece wigs that people like Rihanna or Cher have worn in the past. I think the bodice of what she's wearing is absolutely gorgeous. I love how the rivets on the corset part contrast the chain and layering of the chest and shoulder pieces. The boots of this are also absolutely great. I love how stiff and structured they are in the foot and calf area, but move so much around the thigh and knee area, which, as we see later, really work out well for her in the lip sync. And she says this look is a reference to Jabaro, this mythical character who lures men into her watery depths and, you know, ultimately sees them to their end, stealing their treasures. Which, by the way, if you haven't seen the series Love, Death, and Robots on Netflix, there is an episode about this character that I highly recommend and that I love seeing Morphine reference. The only reason I didn't give this 5 hot flames was I just did not love the gold panty underneath all those structured armor pieces. Something about that just felt a little diapery, but this was definitely a hot look overall. Q's look though wasn't my favorite this week. I did like the red and black color scheme and the craftsmanship detail of how she has these giant red chain pieces coming in and out of the arms and leg pants of this look. And the pants themselves actually are incredible. I just don't love how much the top is matching the bottom, and as Michelle kind of points out in critiques, kind of blends together when she's standing there. Plus the wig in particular was really rough for me. I did not understand the choice of having this like beautifully sculpted swirl in the middle part and what looks like electrified frizz coming out of the sides. It was just a mix of two different wig styles that I think ultimately did not mesh here. And I think there's a lot of good in this look. It's just that the garment as presented didn't really feel like we reached a clear thought out concept or finish line in terms of presentation. So I'd leave this with a warming up. And our next duo are Nymphia and Dawn, who come up with the concept of decorating their bathroom like an art gallery and decide to name it for art, which is honestly a really strong concept and name for a challenge like this. It was so good, but the execution of the final experience is just lacking on so many fronts. I really hated that poopy green diarrhea color that they used to create the squiggles on the wall. And this concept of being an exhibit actively worked against them because, as we see in the other two bathroom experiences, having fun interactive moments are what make them successful. With Nymphia and Dawn's bathroom though, it's a lot of, hey Michelle and Carson, look at this bust statue sink, look at this mirrored shower, look at these wee toilets, which were all decent ideas but were missing on the interactivity element. Nymphia and Dawn also had the issue of Dawn completely fading into the background. When the two were walking Michelle and Carson through their bathroom and also giving the confessional moments directly to camera, it is almost exclusively Nymphia talking. And a lot of Dawn going, okay, yeah, or just kind of reiterating what Nymphia was saying. And what Nymphia was saying really wasn't that funny. She was just kind of talking in circles a lot. Their chemistry was just a bit constipated. So I'm gonna give their execution of this bathroom a And as for their runways, Dawn comes out in all black velvet Dungeon Dawn, draped in rouge dress with some strategically placed cutouts to show off her hips. And I think the silhouette and shape of this dress is good, although I don't think super original to the catalog of Dawn's runways. We've now seen a couple different instances of stuff that feels similar to this, like the punk look from last week and the Fluid Dynamics supported design dress. Plus, I feel the chains in this look are more of a decorative afterthought than an actual intentional exemplification of some bigger concept. So I'm gonna give this look a rot. Nymphia though looks absolutely gorgeous. looks. Here she's integrating some traditional Chinese tassel knots under the ends of these really delicately crafted and shaped chains that kind of have these swirls or butterfly almost shapes throughout the look. I think the corset and bodice are also made of such a gorgeous fabric, kind of reminding me of those like blue and white Wedgwood eggs. And I love how the color palette she's chosen for this look is so not obvious for a chains type of runway. Everyone else kind of went for these darker themes, and Nymphia said, no, I'm gonna do something light and beautiful and delicate, but still maintain the hardness and seriousness of the hardware throughout the look. She gave us a little bit of both worlds. This look is hot. And finally, we've got Plain Jane and Sapphira Cristál, who in the concepts go with the bathroom decoration theme of a classic speakeasy, calling their speakeasy the Booty Liquor Speakeasy. And from a zoomed out perspective, I think they did a great job with the 20s styling and nod to the Prohibition era. Doing things like asking Michelle and Carson for a password when they walk in, and revealing at every turn some hidden adult beverage bottles. Plus, in a larger sense, they did such a great job at making every aspect of their speakeasy interactive, with welcoming beverages and a powdering mirror. Plus 2 different performances, one in which they're dancing for the pit crew member playing the piano, and another where Sapphira literally sings opera. Okay, and we knew that she had that talent, but she absolutely killed that. And Plain does a really amazing triangle performance off to the side. They were genuinely entertaining and hilarious at every opportunity, even when they went to the bathroom stalls to show off the viewport, which, you know, you can use to see the other person across from the other stall, among other things. As a duo, these two were absolutely the most well-coordinated and had the best chemistry. I also loved the frenemies bit they were doing, where Plain would call Sapphira random names like Shakira or Sequoia, and Sapphira would do these really over-exaggerated faces in response. I was legitimately IJ bowling at them. I cannot say that seriously. And they absolutely deserve a for what they did in this challenge. And over on the runway, we've got Plain Jane serving us a little bit of sexy alien cyborg, which definitely feels like a Plain Jane nod to the iconic Terry Mugler bionic woman. And it is overall very that meets Barbarella and C-3PO sci-fi Star Wars fantasy. I think the details of all the armor pieces, straps, and chains play beautifully together, and I love how interconnected everything feels and complete this look is overall. She looks absolutely snatched to hell and back. Like, this has to be one of her absolute best looks on the runway, and I love the detail of that light green color on the hemlines of some of the pieces matching the light green in that wig. It's gorgeous. I really did not agree with Michelle critiquing her for this look giving a similar effect to what she served on the runway before, because in fact I think she has shown quite a bit of versatility now, and I think this look adds even more versatility. I think what Michelle maybe was picking up on were these similar design concepts of a really tight structured waist and large assets being exemplified through her fashions. The only reason I didn't give this look 5 flames here, because I do think it's gorgeous, is the idea of chains here or chain of reaction doesn't feel fully realized. It is just like, oh, here's a pretty bionic woman, but with chains. So I'm gonna give this look a 4 flame. Sapphira, on the other hand, absolutely 8 all the way down on this runway. Girl, she is serving us some face painted Lee Bowery Club Kid fashions in this pup bark bark bitch realness look. This is really crazy. It's so crazy and so fun and so drag, yet also so fashionable and just well done. The half black and half white skin tight latex is absolutely gorgeous. I love how she connected the different pieces of the look with the gold chains and used the gold chain as a collar for the dog around her neck. And yes, she has given us camp, she has given us club kid, and she's also giving us some elegance and fashion with the cape coming down behind her. And most importantly of all, has truly executed on a concept larger than just putting chains on a random look. And y'all know I'm more of a cat person, but this dog look is definitely hot. The win this week goes to both Sapphira and Plain, which is a decision I very much agree with. I think they worked so well as a duo, and their amazing chemistry of allowing each other to shine in their different moments is what made them successful. Because teamwork, what makes the dream work? So Sapphira now has 4 wins in his competition so far, and 3 of them are from the past 3 episodes, which is such a strong finish coming into these final few episodes. And Plain now has 3. Our bottom 2 though end up being Morphine and Dawn, which is a decision I can understand, although not one I can totally support based on how the judges said they were gonna judge this episode, which was in teams. Like, if they're gonna give a win to 2 queens for a team challenge, why are they not putting a team of 2 queens in the bottom bottom two for that same challenge. I think seeing Nymphia and Dawn here would have made a lot more sense, considering they collectively did the worst in this challenge. But I don't think it was a coincidence they singled out Morphine and Dawn, considering neither of these queens have secured a win in this competition yet. I think they were trying to give these two a clear message that they needed to show up or show themselves out. And I did react to this lip sync in an exclusive video, which you can view over on my Patreon at patreon.com/BussyQueen. Click the link in the description of this video to join today and help support the channel. But my thoughts on this lip sync are that we witnessed an absolute murder. And although I think Nymphia and Dawn would have been a better bottom two considering the context of this episode, I'm really glad that we got to see Morphine lip sync to Body by Megan Thee Stallion, because girl, she absolutely bodied that body. Your Honor, the body was bodied. And like, how perfect of a lip sync was this for someone like Morphine, who has made herself famous for having a BBL? Her eye contact with the judges and knowing every single lyric of that very wordy rap was so impressive, and the way she danced was absolutely perfect for the song. This was just not a lip sync made for a performer like Dawn, who's kind of trying to approach this from a kooky, spooky, campy perspective, crawling around on the stage and stuff. But I do want to highlight that it seems she also knew all the lyrics, so that is something worth acknowledging. Dawn did her best, but Morphine rightly shantays, which is such a gag because Morphine's now the second queen of this cast to survive 3 lip syncs. And if there is not a lip sync assassin tour being planned for this season featuring Morphine and Mhi'ya, then someone is not doing their job. And finally, we'll end with Hottest Hots, who, if I had to pick one person from the challenge, I would choose Sapphira Cristál, and on the runway, I also choose Sapphira Cristál. I also asked my patrons to vote on their Hottest Hots on the runway this week, and they've chosen Sapphira Cristál. As always, I want to say thanks so much to you for watching today's video, and give an extra special thanks to all of my patrons who truly make my channel possible by contributing to the financial success of my channel every single month at patreon.com/BussyQueen. See you later. Love ya. Bye. Yada 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 body yada 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 body crazy. Hey y'all, it's me, Bustachie Queen, and welcome back to Hot or Hot. Ooh, that was a good one. Today we're going to be reviewing episode 13 of RuPaul's Drag Race season 16. Our queens were paired up with dancers from the RuPaul's Drag Race Vegas live show in Vegas and challenged to give their partners makeovers that scream drag family resemblance, plus come up with some choreo for a group dance challenge. So we'll be going queen by queen to break all that down, as well as covering some drama surrounding T.S. Madison's critiques, as well as Q and her partner's makeup. So first up, and in the order they hit the runway, we've got Q and her partner Luna. And for their looks, I was very much getting a Real Monsters Alblina reference with the black and white stripes, and of course those oversized eyes and mouths. And more than anyone else in the challenge tonight, I thought Q did a great job of making sure her and her partner had similar but not identical looks. And Q even made sure to remind the judges who the real queen was on the runway when she had Luna carrying her train out onto the stage. And we have seen this idea of oversized monster features on the Drag Race runway plenty of times before with queens like Mo Hart and Gottmik from season 13. But I think Q's take on this concept feels original enough. What she was called out for though was the makeup, which she kind of did as this abstract Picasso clown paint, which is also something I feel we've seen many times on the runway before, notably from queens like Milk, who made it kind of her thing for a while. But the queen who called her out on X, the platform formerly known as Twitter, was actually Xunami from Drag Race España. And that post, written in Spanish, loosely translates to, I know I didn't invent this makeup, but Q's makeup in the makeover is literally my face, right? Alongside of Ugasio's face from one of her album arts. And she followed up this comparison, writing, it doesn't bother me and it could be a coincidence, but am I crazy? And as I pointed out, plenty of queens have done this style of makeup as well as this campy, over-the-top monster costumey drag. But I feel that's just sort of the nature of the art form of drag. It's a conglomeration of pop culture pulling from all kinds of references. And hell, you could even say Q's wig here is similar to the one Crystal Method wore in her makeover challenge, which is all to say none of this is truly original, but it is original for Q, and I think she pulled together enough different references to say no, she wasn't copying anyone's look here, at least directly. These looks were certainly hot. Where Q and her partner Luna struggled just a little bit tonight was, I think, in the dance challenge. They went for some campier, sillier dance moves pulling from Michael Jackson's Thriller, and in general I'd say they looked in sync and like they were having a great time. So I'd give this transformation overall a high. Next up, Morphine and Latina Love Dion, whose looks on the runway tonight are relatively simple, I think, when compared to some of the bigger and more imaginative concepts some of the other queens went for tonight. But I think they were successful in communicating this simple, pretty blend blend of pageantry and like salsa-inspired dance costume, which also makes sense for both Queen's heritage and the dance moves that they put into their choreo. And I'll say above anyone else, Morphine of course conquered the makeup aspect of this transformation. Latina looks gorgeous in the mug, but that was no surprise. Her challenge more so was, I think, in proportionizing this muscular, beefy dude. And as the judges pointed out, Latina could have used a bigger hair, perhaps a double or even triple stack, which means like 2 or 3 wigs basically fashioned together to create a larger hair, and potentially adding more padding to the top of Latina's silhouette just to balance out those huge shoulders. This transformation is solid though, and Latina is certainly feeling the fantasy. She looks good, Morphine looks good. It's just that the concepts were a little weak. Plus they did have a small slip up in the actual dance portion of this challenge. Latina failed to get the tearaway part of her dress off, which she did handle with grace, but I will say the rest of their dance felt very in sync and like they kind of challenged themselves to put a little more complicated steps into what they were doing. So the looks I would leave with the warming up and the dancing portion, hot. And next up we've got Nymphia and Juanita Wind, aka Big Bird and Little Bird. And I don't know where the bird thing came from in Nymphia's concept. Like, was she just thinking I want to dress in yellow and then like naturally went to Big Bird? I don't know, but I love it. And as Nymphia almost always does, she found such a great blend of camp stupidity with these bird beaks and feathers everywhere and actual pretty fashion. Plus her bright yellow costume next to her partner's soft lavender is just such a beautiful complementary set of colors. And the transformation is excellent. You can definitely tell Juanita is feeling the fantasy both on the runway and in the dancing portion of the challenge. And actually so much so that I think she kind of outdanced Nymphia, which I guess shouldn't be totally surprising considering these are professional dancers who literally dance in Vegas full time. But there were a couple of small steps where they were slightly out of sync. Overall though, these two absolutely killed it, and I would definitely give them hots. The drama here comes in with T.S. Madison's critique of Nymphia choosing to wear yellow for this challenge. And to be completely fair to T.S. Madison, before I read her tweet response, I want to point out she really is not on the panel all the time. So she hasn't had the privilege of seeing all of the wide variety that Nymphia truly has brought to the runway, which I think is a great time to pause and say that I want T.S. Madison on the judge full time all the time. Like, why not? She's a really great personality and I always enjoy seeing her sitting on that panel. Anyways though, some users on X, the platform formerly known as Twitter, were, I guess, kind of mad at her for saying, Nymphia, you're only wearing yellow. I want to see you wear something different. And she responded in a post writing, listen, hashtag Drag Race Family. You may not have liked my critique last night, and it's okay. I get to see the girls throughout the season and not every challenge. I truly enjoy watching the girls become stars and launching themselves into a life of superstardom. But you, mother-tucking stans that think you can aggressively handle me, better do some extensive research. I will you up on any given day and whoop yo live. Play with yo drag, not me. I'm not Rupaul, I'm her hood daughter. Everybody say love. And with that, she handled those fans and closed the book on that topic. Thank you, T.S. Madison. And next up, we've got Sapphira and Shakira Cristál. And there's a bit of drama bubbling up in this episode when we learn Sapphira's originally planned look is not going to work out for the dance portion of this challenge. It is apparently this like 60 or 70 pound gown full of geode clusters and stones. Of course, trying to give a nod to her name, Sapphira, Sapphire, and Cristál. And the preview of these look pretty cool, but I do think she made the right choice to pivot away from something that wasn't going to allow her to dance in the dance portion of the challenge. That said, what she pivoted to was not great. This was really the first time I looked at Sapphira on the runway and thought, this is not right. She's kind of giving me an 80s Madonna prom vibe in this, which I don't love. Plus, she's got those black character shoes on, which are just... they're there, and they are there every episode. She is gonna make sure we see them. And even though I don't like the style of what she's going for here in her look, this could have been maybe okay if her partner was also matching in some realm of reality, but she's not. Her partner Shakira is giving us like ice skater dance bodysuit with a bunch of fringe and a silver ankle boot. Like, these two queens are not family, they're certainly not friends, and I'm not even sure they know each other well enough to be frenemies. The family resemblances, they are both in orange. But you know what they say, everybody makes mistakes, everybody has those days, and these looks are rot for me. In the dancing part of this challenge, the Cristáls did okay though, but the style of choreo they chose felt kind of like those child pageants with like those big animated smiles and very telegraphed dance moves they're doing across the stage. The energy was good, the style was good, it just was a little uninspired. And finally we got Plain Jane and Lazy Susan, which considering Plain's name is probably one of the best drag family resemblance makeover names ever given to a makeover partner. And RuPaul certainly thought so because she was having a fit in the workroom when Plain told her Lazy's name. But aside from just a great name, the transformation is also solid. And Plain here went for a more identical twin family resemblance than loosely related, which I think actually is a bit more of a risk because you're trying to perfectly match two outfits and two mugs and two hairs. It's also a risk because we see the judges, depending on the season or franchise, go back and forth on what exactly it is they want from these makeover challenges. Sometimes they are good and very happy with identical, but other times they say like, no, this is too similar. We asked for resemblance. And there off the top of my head, I'm thinking specifically of Jimbo from Canada's Drag Race Season 1. But tonight on US Season 16, identical was what the judges were happy with. And I'll say like, were these costumes jaw-dropping fashion or anything truly innovative for the catalog of Plain Jane's runways? No, but the lines are clean, the silhouettes are solid, and the bodies are body-hotty-hottying. Plain Jane absolutely got every single signature part of her drag translated into her partner here, including the sultry, sexy, and sassy attitude, which comes out both on the runway and in the performance from Miss Lazy Susan. She was flipping that hair in Plain's face, dropping into a split, and rolling around all over the floor in the dance challenge, and came damn near close to, I think, just throwing some pearls on the stage and pushing Plain into them. Miss Lazy Susan was out for blood, and girl, we might see her on season 17. I would like to see it. These two did great and absolutely killed it in every aspect tonight. So yeah, I'm gonna give Plain hots for both parts of this challenge. And the win tonight could have been a surprise, I think, depending on how you as a viewer were looking at this challenge. Because if we're talking only runway looks, I'd say Q or Nymphia had stronger presentation of fashion. But when you factor in personality transformation and dancing in the dance part of this challenge, I think it's clear Plain Jane and her partner were the strongest. I think part of the reason they were able to give such twin energy throughout this episode was they shared a backstory of spending a lot of time in the closet due to feeling not comfortable with their sexual identity, but both were able to have moments where they could come out and live their true authentic selves. In the case of Plain, it's in drag, and in the case of Lazy Susan, it's through dance, and now also apparently drag. The bottom two tonight though were absolutely no surprise. It's Morphine and Sapphira Cristál. And considering this is Sapphira's first time in the bottom with 4 wins throughout the competition, and it's Morphine's 4th time in the bottom with 0 wins throughout the competition, I think it's pretty clear how this lip sync is going to go from the outset. But I do want to quickly say I reacted to this challenge and lip sync over on my Patreon at patreon.com/BussyQueen. There's tons of exclusive content there that only my Patreon members can watch, so make sure you join my Patreon to help support the channel and get access to that content. Click my link below to join my Patreon today. See you there. But I definitely went through an emotional roller coaster watching this lip sync because I think Morphine had it in the first third of that lip sync. I was scared. Sapphira was going for this like real dramatic, understated in a way lip sync in the beginning, which really didn't come alive until the middle and end. But after watching the whole thing, I was like, yes, Sapphira gave us levels, she gave us drama, she gave us a new style of performance and dance from all the other dancing and performance we've seen from her throughout this challenge. And Morphine did great, but she just didn't outperform Sapphira. And so we see Morphine sashay away, which is sad, but I think ultimately does feel like the right time for her to exit the competition. She is an amazing queen and one who I have really found myself falling in love with throughout this season. But without any wins up until this point, it just wouldn't have felt right to see her go any further. The exciting thing though is the finale is right around the corner and we've got a final 4 that is absolutely spectacular. Nymphia win with 2 wins, Sapphira and Plain Jane with 4 wins each, and Q with 2 wins. All queens which I think represent very different styles and approaches to the art form of drag. So I'd love to know down in the comments below, would you be happy with the final 4 going into the finale, or do you think that we need to cut one more queen loose and then end up with a final 3? And either way, let me know who you are rooting for to win the crown. And finally, let's talk hottest hots. I'm gonna do 2 tonight since I think there were 2 very different aspects to this challenge. In the runway, I'm gonna give it to Nymphia, and in the dance portion, I'm gonna give it to Plain Jane. I also asked my patrons to vote on their overall hottest hot tonight, and they've chosen Plain Jane and Lazy Susan. See y'all later, love ya, bye. Hey y'all, it's me, the Bus Sizzler, and welcome back to Hot or Hot. And today we'll be reviewing the penultimate episode of RuPaul's Drag Race Season 16. In a challenge inspired by RuPaul's new memoir, our final four were challenged to shoot book covers with photography direction by RuPaul Andre Charles himself, and to write stories about their lives, which they shared in a podcast-style interview on the main stage with Matt Rogers, who co-hosts with Bowen Yang, the Las Culturistas podcast. And the runway category was Fandango. And now, with the rabble and scraps, in the words of Plain Jane, eliminated from the competition, let's go ahead and break down how our final four did. First up, and in the order they did their interviews, we have Plain Jane. Her book is called Plane Crash and features her standing in front of what is possibly a mountainous countryside, perhaps having just survived a plane crash. And while the title of her book is clever and I think on brand with her sense of humor, I just didn't feel like there was a lot of thought put into this behind that initial funny idea. And purely speaking on a visual level, her cover is one of the weakest. And that is partly because of her look, I think, being a little asynchronous with the idea of what's going on, because her outfit is perfectly intact and doesn't look like it has seen a single pile of plane wreckage. But then she tried to seemingly incorporate a bit of messiness into the eye makeup and hair, which all just doesn't really translate into one cohesive thing. And in the podcast interview, they're going over the stories she wrote with a chapter title of Being a Bitch Can Be an Act of Kindness, which is, again, funny, but beyond that one little tagline, there just isn't a lot of substance. And if this were a less serious challenge, maybe she could have been more successful in this very stupid and haphazard approach. But when everyone else is like spilling their hearts out and talking about real traumas or past missteps and how they overcame them to become a better person, and she's sitting there saying, a good friend told me to improve my makeup, it's just like, okay, we're not really on the same plane, if you will, here. Plus, she goes on to talk about how she's learned tact throughout this competition in her shade delivery, and then immediately proves that she did in fact not learn a single shred of tact throughout this competition when Matt Rogers asked her to throw a little shade, and she has something to say about each and every one of her sisters. And recounting all of this, I can't say what she did wasn't ultimately funny and entertaining. It was. But I'm also not gonna sit here and be sold on the idea that this book is gonna offer any sort of meaningful self-help. So I'm gonna give this overall a Over on the runway, though, she is, as she says, descending from Mount Olympus, giving Grecian goddess Aphrodite beauty. She looks absolutely stunning on this runway. Just every single detail of this look is right. I love the crown. I absolutely love how she played with hardness versus softness with the pleats and the skirt and that sculpted stoned bodice. It's absolutely gorgeous. And she is carrying a fan, which she uses a bit on the runway as a prop in a nod to the runway brief, but the larger ode to fans is actually in that beautiful cape and skirt where it's all pleated to look like the inner folds of a fan when you open it. Mama, kudos for wearing this. You look gorgeous. This look is totally hot. And I just want to say, she needs to like teach a class to anyone going on RuPaul's Drag Race on how to properly wear and blend in a breastplate, because the way that all of her outfits perfectly cover some of those hard lines on the silicone versus skin under the arm and around the neck, perfect every single time. And next we've got Sapphira Cristál, whose book is called Slewfoot, Embracing All of Me. And possibly more than anyone else tonight, I think Sapphira did an excellent job at connecting the title and message of her book throughout the interview and the picture that we see on the cover, and just everything is very clear about what she's saying and what she wants us to get. I really like that they kept her cover simple and just did a blue background, her blue sapphire color, ultimately allowing us to just focus on her, exactly who she is right there on the cover. And in her book, her story talks about learning to embrace and love herself through some of the special women in her life, like her mother and grandma, and goes on to discuss her unrelenting self-acceptance in every aspect of her life, all the way down to her slew foot. And this is the perfect theme for Sapphira in a book because she is an absolute shining image of confidence, poise, and professionalism on that stage every single week. And I think you can only really get to that point of being so comfortable on a stage like that when you have actually accepted every part of yourself. Plus, she's just one of those people that when they speak, you want to hear, and she did a great job giving a podcast interview that made me want to tune in and like hear another episode next week. Her performance in this challenge was and a little slew, because we're all a little slew. Mama, kudos for saying that, for slewing. And on the runway, we're seeing some more of Sapphira's branded signature blue color in this gorgeous blue satin gown. And I was a little worried at first when she walked out because I only saw her carrying this one little fan right in front of her, and I was like, did she really just put on a gorgeous gown and carry a fan and call it a day for the fan runway? But she said She said, I'm not done yet. She hit the end of the runway. And then in one of the more interesting reveals I think we've ever seen on the main stage, the two sides of her gown like open up to reveal two giant fans, one on each side, identical in fabric and pattern, that like triple her silhouette on that stage. And she looks so gorgeous in this. It's a very regal and elegant look that she says is paying homage to African queens and African fabrics. It also calls out that this gown design is a reference to Roberto Capucci, an Italian fashion designer. This look is gorgeous. It's perfect. Sapphira is that girl. It's giving 5 out of 5 flames. Next up, get ready to savor every letter. It's Q, who's titled her book Alphabet Soup. Savor every bite. And I've got to say, of all the book covers, I really do not like this book cover. And it is rare that I just like actively dislike something, but there is something about this that just feels like daycare to me, and it's giving me these really horrible PTSD flashbacks to that. Like, why does this look like an after-school special on a book cover? I don't understand the choice in art direction there, especially considering who we know Q to be. Like, seriously, looking at her catalog of runways she's presented throughout this season, and then looking at this book cover, it's just confusing and makes me feel like I didn't actually figure out who Q was through the season, but she's got this whole other persona that now she's also trying to let us see. And a big part of why this book cover is so unappealing, I think, is the outfit she's wearing, which again, just doesn't really make sense for who we as viewers of this season know Q to be. She's giving us like grandma's nightgown meets clown outfit, but monochromatic beige. Her interview with Matt was a bit better than the actual book cover they produced though. She talks about her close relationship with her mother and how her mom was always one of her biggest supporters in her creative endeavors. She also opens up about some more humble beginnings, being a low-income family, and how her mom was not only one of her biggest supporters, but also had 3 other children to take care of. And I enjoyed learning a little more about Q and her upbringing, but I was kind of missing a deeper telling of some real lived experience that maybe would have helped us to understand her psyche a bit better. Because she's talking about celebrating the good and the bad with this concept of savoring every bite and then linking that all back to soup. But I'm like, who, what, when, where, why, and how? What we saw and heard was just a puzzle missing too many pieces for me, I think. So I'm gonna leave this with like a soft rock. And over on the runway, knock knock, who's there? Orange. Orange who? Orange Q. The best I had, I'm sorry. I didn't even really try. I can't even say I tried. Anyways, what we immediately notice about this look is that it's orange and it is on brief. Like, this look was certainly intended to walk the Fandango runway and nothing else. Because girl, everywhere you look, there's a fan. In the bodice, there's a fan. In the tutu, there's a fan. On the collar, there's a fan. On the peplum above the tutu, there are fans. And Q, I think, wins the award for most fans on her runway tonight. And as usual, the craftsmanship in this look is really fun. I love how structured everything is and how sharp the lines are with those pleats and the fans. But on the other hand, I think there's also a couple of different conflicting ideas going on here with that like ice skater, almost applique bodysuit, and then the red dripping crystals, which are supposed to be accenting these fans, but kind of take away from them for me. It feels almost like they finished the look with the silhouette and then just started adding random accents to it that just aren't working. I also think the hair is not helping because like last week, she did this thing where there is this beautiful sculpted middle piece in the wig, but then on the sides, it's like she had a fit in the bathroom and like grabbed a pair of scissors and just went to town. So overall, this look for me is gonna be a rot. And finally, she's in her self-confidence era. It's Nymphia Wind. And her book is titled Breaking Wind, The Art of Letting Go. And let me just break this wind first. This book cover is immaculate, and that is mostly because of the stunning outfit Nymphia's in. This look is incredible. It's giving me cybergoth, Blade Runner realness. It is sick. And thankfully, she and whoever else was working with them on these covers made the decision to keep the background plain white because, wow, this is a stunning book cover that if I ever entered a library and saw, I would pull off the shelves and check out. And everything about what is communicated on this cover perfectly represents her personality and drag. She's funny and fashionable, which also comes through in the interview with Matt. Her interview begins with them recounting a story of Nymphia getting ghosted on a second date after getting dog poop all over her at a park slide. We've all been there. Relatable queen. and then manages to finish her interview with one of the most moving stories about a lived experience I've ever heard on Drag Race. She talks about growing up in Taiwan and being inundated with images of Western, white, Caucasian beauty, and how she never felt beautiful enough or attractive because she didn't look like all of this Western culture that she was constantly seeing. She then goes on to talk about how drag helped her find self-confidence and beauty in herself, both in and out of drag. And even though she's articulated an experience of self-doubt unique to her experience growing up, she's done it in a relatable way that I think anyone who's ever felt less than or not good enough can relate to. And this really was such a great full circle moment to finally hear Nymphia open up and talk about why she's had so much self-doubt throughout the competition. And also great to hear because in spite of that self-doubt, she has ultimately overcome every obstacle and now landed herself in the final four. Or 3. I was genuinely moved by her podcast interview, and to Nymphia, I want to say, Mama, kudos for saying that, for spilling. Her performance in this challenge was and over on the runway, she is saying to all the plebes, let them break wind. She is giving us, as she says, an Asian version of Marie Antoinette in this very Baroque style where all the details have been replaced with elements of her Asian heritage. Like, for example, this beautiful blue satin fabric that is used to make up the primary part of the gown. And I love how she's put these fan details as part of the actual dress construction under the skirt peplum. And then also, of course, all over the nails. Like, that is so fun and just showing, again, how she is constantly thinking about every single detail. I also love that in the hair, where we might traditionally see something like little tiny butterflies or bows, she's actually put clouds, like as if to give a nod to her last name, Wind. Well, she's got a great little reveal at the end of the runway where she reveals that her nether region is on fire, which she then does proceed to fan. And I'm not sure if she made the connection between like fans making flames worse, but maybe she likes a little extra burn. This look is literally on fire. It's hot. Michelle, though, did seem a little agitated to see another Marie Antoinette look on the runway, and I will say yes, this look has been done to death across the Drag Race franchise. But for a look that is so absolutely done to death, she, I think, found so many great ways to truly make it her own, as she always does. And the win this week does go to Nymphia Wind, which I was very happy with. I also could have seen a win justified for Sapphira, because I think both queens did a really great job of truly understanding what they were being asked in this challenge, which was to give us your raw, real lived experience and talk about how you have overcome adversity to essentially wind up where you are now. And they both found comedic and fierce ways to communicate that in both their podcast interviews and book covers. Which means our bottom two are Q and Plain Jane, who end up lip syncing to Better Be Good to Me by Tina Turner. And I did react to this lip sync as well as the best parts of this episode over on my Patreon at patreon.com/BussyQueen. But instead of me telling you how great my Patreon is, I would like to read a comment from one of my patrons, Ringley, who wrote this. I'm so glad that I signed up for your Patreon. I've been watching you for around 2 years now over on YouTube, but I was unprepared for how much I like this too. I didn't realize that the YouTube vids are more tailored for a wider audience. All of the extra stuff that I was always wishing for from your YouTube show is right here on Patreon. I should have joined sooner and not let past experiences with other YouTube Patreon creators jade me to expecting less or just more of the same. And to Ringley, I say, Mama, kudos for saying that, for spilling. And thank you. And don't forget, you too can expand your Bussy Queen experience at patreon.com/BussyQueen. But I'll be honest about this lip sync. It wasn't my favorite. It felt very like both queens were doing their own thing, and neither of their own things were 100% the things that should have been done to this Tina Turner song. And I do think Plain was the better of these two in this lip sync, but it did feel like one of those lip syncs where it was like, okay, well, someone's gotta win. And that winner was clearly Plain. Which means we see Q sashay away, which honestly did gag me a little bit for sure. I guess I was kind of going into this thinking this top four is so amazing and they represent such different facets of drag. Surely all four will progress into the finale, but that's not what had happened. And I was actually wondering if Rupaul was even having second thoughts as she was saying it, because it felt like there was a lot of delay between the like Q, insert compliments that Ru said here, now finally sashay away. But she does. And, you know, Q seemed a little hard on herself as she was leaving the show, but I can understand how this must have been incredibly difficult to get so close to the finale and then ultimately not be allowed to be in it. This top three, though, is absolutely phenomenal. And we've got 11 wins across these three finalists entering the finale. That is insane. 4, 4, and 3. Like, this crowning will be neck and neck. But I would also love to know, who are y'all rooting for in the grand finale? Are you Team Nymphia? Are you Team Sapphira? Or Team Plain Jane? As for whose team I'm on, that's a secret I'll never tell. And finally, let's talk hottest votes. On the runway this week, I'm gonna give it to Plain Jane. And in the challenge, Nymphia wins. I also asked my patrons to vote on their hottest taunts, and this week they've chosen Plain Jane for the runway and Nymphia win in the challenge. See y'all later. Love ya. Bye. Hi, Clay. It's me, laLaPaRuza, and welcome back to Hot or Hot. And today we'll be reviewing the penultimate episode of RuPaul's Drag Race Season 16, in which all of our eliminated queens returns not for a reunion or one final runway, but a lip-sync laLaPaRuza Smackdown for the title of She Done Already Had Herses and $50,000. So we'll be breaking down and evaluating each lip-sync as I saw it, plus discussing a little conspiracy and rigomoris regarding the setup of this Smackdown and how everything shook out in the semi-final section. We've got 9 lip-syncs to go through, including a 3-way, so let's get started. Round 1 starts off with Bruno pulling Dawn's ball from the ball chamber, which means for her opponent, Dawn gets to choose from the entire rest of the eliminated cast members. And from them, she chooses a mandatory meeting because she wants to do a fun song, and she figures Amanda will choose a fun song. And of the 8 possible song selections, Amanda chooses Damage by Danity Kane, which Dawn seems really happy about. But I didn't see her same level of excitement that she had in the confessionals for this song transfer into her onstage performance. I think part of that is the general mismatch in how Dawn approaches lip syncs with this like ethereal, moody kind of witch energy, which just didn't fit the energy of this track for me. I also think she had some trouble with her facial expressions and getting through the emotions of this song with how big her features are painted with her makeup. But I wouldn't say Dawn's performance was bad, maybe just a little damaged, and in general just kind of lacking some oomph, so I would give her a soft ride here. Amanda though turned this lip sync out like her drag career depended on it. Okay, rent was due, the landlord was knocking at the door, and she had 2 minutes to save the world. She did that. This really was such a great return to the competition for Amanda, who left on a pretty wild note with that bird's nest egg robin thing look, because she hit all of her dance moves, was on the beat, gave great choreography, and really took me through the emotions of this track with her facial expressions. She did such a good job emoting, and I think pulling back some of that really chaotic energy that we saw in her last lip sync when she was last on the show. And honestly, she girl bossed this meeting. This was totally hot. And I definitely agree with the decision here to progress Amanda into the next round. And Amanda was quite proud of this lip sync, rightly so, but Plain Jane's confessional comments seemed to have gotten under her skin, which aired in the middle of this lip sync where she said something to the effect of not wanting to look at Amanda, but having to because she was doing so good. And on X, Amanda wrote about this confessional, "Can somebody make me an edit of the damaged lip sync, but cut out aircraft talking LMAO, I want to tune it out," revealing the feud between these two may still very well be ongoing. And Plain hasn't responded directly to Amanda from what I can see on X, but she did about the episode write more generally, "I wasn't even a focal point of this episode and people still can't get my name out of their mouths. That's talent, baby. Hashtag crown it, hashtag team Plain." And the next queen in our lineup, chosen by Bruno's ball chamber, is Q, who chooses to lip sync against Megami, who seems to think Q chose her because choreo's not really her thing, which is definitely possible. Q could have seen her as an easy target considering how she went out in this competition. But my god, if Megami did not prove every single one of her doubters and non-believers wrong tonight, she did. Anyways, the track Megami chooses is What About by Janet Jackson, and Q, I'll say throughout this performance, looked a little strained, and I wasn't sure if she was having maybe a wardrobe malfunction or something going on with her headpiece, maybe pulling her wig, but it seemed to me she was just having trouble being present or emoting along with the song. And Q does okay in the first half, but in my opinion spends way too much time in the back of the stage, really allowing Megami to all over it. And she's got a cute little moment where she's on her hands and knees twirling her wig and pumping her fist in the second verse of this song, but it just wasn't enough to really pull her into a winning position here. So I would give Q's overall performance here a rot, but Megami came out the gate swinging here. And as soon as the song switches from that softer, subtle beginning into that first What About verse, I was gooped and gagged. Like, Megami really took me through every single emotion of this song with her bass. Like, she, I think, has to be, considering everything that happened tonight, one of the best facial lip syncers in this entire competition, which is arguably the best lip sync skill to have in a competition like Drag Race, considering 99% of people that will ultimately watch this lip sync are watching it via the TV show on their televisions, which is showing them primarily, you know, those close, tight shots of their face lip syncing. And I'm gonna give Megami all 5 hot flames for this performance because it was absolutely killer. And I of course agree here she was the right choice to progress into the next round. And the next ball out of Bruno's ball chamber is Morphine's, who then chooses to lip sync against Geneva Karr, who chooses the song $1 Million Baby by Ava Max to lip sync too. And y'all, Morphine was another queen tonight who had me gagging left to right, front to back at every single turn. She is truly a master of lip sync performance. I've just got to say that. But honestly, I was kind of nervous for her in the first like third of this track because it's giving high energy power ballad, and Geneva Karr is over on her side of the stage doing her kicks, her twirls, her arm spins, her splits, and Morphine is over there still in her Ruveal coat, kind of looking at her nails when she does a few moves, you know, watching, kind of like really just letting Geneva show her entire hand, which I realized was a smart strategy for her to do because then it allowed Morphine to come in with her royal flush over here and say, I can do everything you can do better, while also turning her moves into this like competitive funny moment where she's kind of saying, look how easy this shit is. Because once Morphine's Ruveal coat came off, it was absolutely over for Geneva, and she just kept amping it up with the energy, a wig reveal, and like she just left absolutely no room on that stage for Geneva to breathe by the end of it. I'm giving Morphine all 5 hot flames for this performance, and Geneva, I think 4 hot flames. She really did put up a fight and I think gave a great performance in this track, but she really just showed everything that she had prepared for this in the first like 20 seconds of it. She took her Ruveal coat off immediately and then just kind of let Morphine dance in circles around her. So Morphine wins this round, rightly so, and the next ball pulled from the ball chamber is Mirage's, who chooses to lip sync Hershii LiqCour-Jeté, who seems a little upset maybe that she is identified as potentially a weak opponent. She has this response of like, okay. But honestly, I think she should have seen that as a blessing to be chosen for one of the duo lip syncs and not been sent into the 3-way lip sync de facto. Because like just speaking statistically, you've got a much better chance of winning a 2-way than a 3-way. Anyways, Hershii gets to choose their song, and she chooses Alone by Kim Petras and Nicki Minaj, which maybe is a bit of a strategic choice considering it's a very lyric heavy track and has a Nicki Minaj feature. And Mirage is sort of infamously known in this competition for not knowing all of her lip sync words. But this choice kind of backfires on Hershii because Mirage is such a good dancer and this is such a high energy song that it's really the perfect pairing. And whether Mirage or Hershii knew all of the lyrics to every part of this song, who can never be sure, I didn't really notice either of them messing up too badly. And in fact, Mirage was actually the one I think giving more camp and silliness and drama in the Nicki verse of this track. Plus the moment when Mirage literally just falls into a split like it is the most casual thing. This woman gets out of bed and does that. Like that is how easy she made this look. And Hershii, I do want to firstly say, looked absolutely beautiful on stage tonight. Her outfit, hair, makeup, everything was really great. But that hair also worked against her a bit in the second half of this track when she's trying to dance a little more and it is just constantly in her face. She is going this way, the hair is going that way, and she's fighting for her life, but can't get it out. And although she did have some funny moments, like when she walked in front of Mirage and just kind of shrugged her shoulders, I think that approach just wasn't enough up against somebody who was literally twirling and spinning and splitting every second of the track. And so I give both girls hospital lip sync, but do 100% agree with the Mirage progressing into the next round decision. And wrapping up round 1, we've got the 3-way lip sync with Mhi'ya, Iman, LePaige, Plasma, and Xunami Muse. And here we learn the winner of this 3-way lip sync is going to be automatically advanced into the semifinals, which I guess is a sort of hidden benefit of having the misfortune of having to participate in a 3-way lip sync. But is having to do a 3-way lip sync really worth this trade-off? What do y'all think? Because I don't think it is. Personally, I think there's just way too much chaos and it's hard to really understand as a viewer what exactly is going on the stage because the cameras are having to constantly change between 3 people who are fighting for focus. I do not like 3-way lip syncs. I do not like them in a house. I do not like them in a mouse. Wait. No, I do not like them in a house. I do not like them with a mouse, or in a mouse for that matter. Anyway, since all 3 of our remaining queens are lip syncing here, they do draw a ball to see who gets to choose the song, and it's Mhi'ya's, and she chooses Milkshake. And I've got to say, for all the complaining that I just did about 3-way lip syncs, lip sync did gag me a little bit for sure. Like I was tuned in, I was watching, I wanted to see what was going on. And in the first part of lip sync, I'm sitting there thinking Plasma absolutely has it. She is hitting the cute little instrumental cymbals in the beginning and is so on beat with all all of her dance moves. And, you know, she's not giving that like twerking in the club fantasy, but she is giving a high energy performance that shows she really knows the lyrics and is putting some good attitude on her moves. And Mhi'ya is like nowhere to be found in the beginning. She's just in the back of the stage, kind of doing her reveal, which doesn't even get like proper camera time. And she's kind of just letting Plasma steal the spotlight. When Plasma started to lose this lip sync for me though, was when she did her wig reveal, because it just didn't feel very special or like there was a reason to do this wig reveal in this track. Like, 'cause she was already doing so good. And then she revealed her sassy little ponytail, which was working well with her dancing, to this like curly grandma wig. I didn't live, I didn't gag, I didn't choke. And this is also when Mhi'ya starts to go in the direction of winning this lip sync for me with her somersaulting and like twerking at the back of the stage with her legs up in the air. Like, she was a complete ham and had so much fun on this stage, which allowed us to really have fun with her and enjoy this chaotic lip sync. Regarding Xunami Muse in this lip sync though, she was there. And she did lip sync and she looked beautiful, but her performance just was not even in the running for consideration of a win here for me. So I'm gonna give her a rot, and to Plasma and Mhi'ya, hots. And I think there definitely is an argument for a Plasma win in this lip sync, but the track is Milkshake, and Mhi'ya shook her milk really, really well on that stage. And for all of the shaking and all of the tricks and flips, I think she deserves the win. And starting up round 2, we've got a mandatory meeting versus Megami, and they're lip syncing to the Shoop Shoop song by Cher. And Amanda, for as great as she did in that first lip sync, just did not shine here. And she really fell off pretty early here for me because her lip sync felt so similar to what she did in that first round. It was those kind of generic high energy dance moves with a bunch of crazy eyes that didn't really show, I think, to me, a specific appreciation or performance of that track. So I leave her with a warming up here. Megami, on the other hand, uses her truly special ability to emote through every single word of this song, which by itself is why she deserves the win here, but she also incorporated the over-the-top Cher mouth isms. But the Megami of it all was the special type of kiss that she was giving in this track to line up with the lyrics of knowing what a man's intentions are through their kiss. If you want to know if he loves you so, it's in his kiss, that's where it is. And although I can't say directly what it is she's doing in any sort of detail because of YouTube's monetization policies, I suppose we can just say she was portraying through the art of lip sync a very special type of kiss that is very friendly and meant for two consenting adults to do only in the privacy of their Christian bedrooms. And she mimes out this very special kiss for a good portion of the song and sends Rupaul and some of the other judges into a fit of laughter, ultimately winning her this lip sync. And remaining in round 2, we've got Mirage versus Morphine, who end up lip syncing to This Time I Know It's For Real by Donna Summer. And this is the song Morphine chose, which Mirage suspects is a double-ended go-go gag strategy to sabotage both her and Mhi'ya later. But honestly, both queens did a really great job in this lip sync for me, and what made it so special was how in sync they were throughout the performance. They were in backbends together, they were on the floor together, and Mirage is giving a great lip sync, but is kind of hitting a lot of those same dance moves that we saw in her last lip sync. Plus, I think is failing to connect on a deeper emotional level and some of the emotions on her face that we do see Morphine very successfully connecting with on her side of the stage. Like, Mirage was kind of giving over the top happy cheerleader in a lot of shots, and Morphine was giving Donna Summer actually knowing in that instant in time that she knows it for real. So I give both queens hot, but do agree with Morphine progressing into the semifinals. And this is where we've got to bring up a little bit of conspiracy, because I've got some questions. So I think that either the original chart they show us in the episode laying out how exactly this lip sync Smackdown is going to go is a little misleading about how things will shake out, or the entire setup of who's going to be lip syncing against who in the semifinals was rigged from the start and not at all random or up to the balls in Bruno's chamber. Because think about this. The setup for these semifinals, where there are 3 queens, is that we have Morphine and Megami, who have lip synced their way there. Plus, we have Mhi'ya, Iman, LePaige, who's there because she auto-advanced after winning the 3-way lip sync. We didn't see Bruno draw Megami's ball, and Ru tells her that she's got the option to choose between Morphine and Mhi'ya, Iman, LePaige for this semifinals lip sync. And of course, we get get all of the baked in drama surrounding this decision and the lip sync that ultimately happens, because Mhi'ya had once upon a time beat Megami in a lip sync and sent her home. But the question mark I still have about this whole setup is, if she had chosen Morphine, what would have happened to Mhi'ya? Would Mhi'ya, or whoever else could have won that first 3-way lip sync, just auto-advanced into the final round after already auto-advancing through round 2? Like, how would that have even been remotely fair to have someone doing their second lip sync in the final round up against somebody who was literally doing their 4th? Make it make sense. And so my conspiracy here is that I would guess there was actually never any plan at all for Megami to lip sync against Morphine here, and that was instead all just done for the drama of the moment. Anyways, conspiracy or not, we've got Megami lip syncing against Mhi'ya and LePaige in the semifinals, and Morphine auto-advancing to the final round. And Megami and Mhi'ya's lip sync is to We Got the Beat by the Go-Go's. In the first half of the song, Mhi'ya absolutely has this lip sync totally in the bag for me. She has some really perfect go-go like dance moves when she's doing all this stuff, and she is pulling out her entire Rolodex of flips and tricks. But she kind of loses me in the second half because her facial expressions don't really do much else than just kind of look like she's thinking about dancing. Like, I just wasn't getting a deeper connection to the song from her in that second half, whereas Megami, throughout the entire track, as she has done the entire episode, I think did a great job of connecting to these lyrics from beginning to end. Plus, the moment I think she won this lip sync was when she like predicted Mhi'ya's split happening right behind her, where she does her own splits on her hands and then just kind of shrugs off Mhi'ya's trick in the background, which was honestly such a gag. And now that I'm sitting here really thinking about it and having just discussed that conspiracy, I'm like, did they plan that? Was that another conspiracy for this episode? Was that a double rigomoris? I kind of think it might have been. Either way though, it was entertaining as hell, and both queens are gonna get hots from me here. But I think this was a tougher call for me to say who truly won this lip sync, because I think for TV, Megami definitely would get a win from me, but on an actual stage, like if I were in a crowd and I can't see the close-up of their faces emoting and connecting with the song, maybe I would have thought Mhi'ya would have won with all her tricks. Because even most of the girls in the workroom do end up thinking Mhi'ya won the lip sync, and they were probably watching this from a more non-biased point of view with less direct, obvious cuts to one queen or the other. But I would love to know who y'all thought won in the comments below. And finally, in our final round of the lip sync Smackdown for the title of She That Already Had Hers, as we've got Megami and Morphine. And they get to lip sync to Gonna Make You Sweat, Everybody Dance Now. And honestly, these two absolutely tore this lip sync up too. Megami was giving lots of camp and comedy, especially when she pulls out her little hand puppet with the googly eyes that gets to do the rap verse early on in the track. I thought that was just so stupid and smart of her to do, because A, everybody loves puppets, and B, it was one of the more creative and unique things I think we've ever seen pulled out as a stunt in a lip sync. And while the puppet is doing some of the rapping, she is over there doing lots of facial choreography still, and then like trying to get the puppet to stop and dancing. Like, she really just thought through every part of every lip sync, and it was clear the attention to detail and love she puts into her performance. One of the queens though does suggest in a confessional that her using the hand puppet to do some of the rap lyrics maybe was a cop-out because she didn't know the lyrics. I couldn't say if she 100% knew the lyrics or not, but she knew the rest well enough that I didn't really need to know that she knew them to think she did a good job. And so I'm definitely giving Megami a hot for this very entertaining performance. But for all the silliness and stupidity Megami was doing in her side of the stage, Morphine was giving 100% charisma, uniqueness, nerve, and talent. And the moment she won this lip sync for me was when she slammed her kitty down onto the stage in the move part of the song, and then looks back and slams her kitty into the stage for a second time. Like, that really got me, gal. Like, my kitty's hurting just thinking about that. And on top of the double kitty slam, she was shaking that BBL in a circle, triangle, square, every single shape known to drag kind throughout the entire song. And this little queenie shakes it all the way home. She totally gets a hot for me here. And I personally am gonna give this lip sync my hottest hot of the night. I think it easily was the best out of all the lip syncs, and it felt like such a great climax this episode. Having watched these two progress through the whole competition, with each lip sync getting better and better, and also seeing Megami there at all, because let's be honest, I don't think anybody expected her to lip sync her way to the final round of this laLaPaRuza. But guess what, Mimi? she did. But it was no coincidence Megami did so well in this laLaPaRuza. She revealed on X, the platform formerly known as Twitter, that she masterminded the entire thing and planned for every possibility. She wrote, "I picked Janet because I knew Q had her reveal and would not use it in a song about abuse. I perform that Cher song all the time, and I knew I could make it funny and can't be against anyone. I knew Mhi'ya hated that Go-Go song and we had a stronger storyline together. I brought the hand puppet thing just because I knew I couldn't outdance Morphine, so I went for funny. And baby, after lip syncing 4 times in a row, I was exhausted. But I'm so proud of myself." And so to both Megami and Morphine, I just have to extend a congratulations and thank you for such an entertaining laLaPaRuza. Like, y'all and everyone else killed it. And I do think Morphine 100% deserved this win. It felt really satisfying to see her clinch that. And as to what she says she's gonna spend her $50,000 cash prize on, well, potentially more BBLs. So again, congrats to Morphine for a well-deserved win here. As for final thoughts on this episode, I've just gotta say, I loved this episode. It was so entertaining. And also I thought such a great repurpose of the lip sync Smackdown challenge, which had previously been used in such ways that felt so overproduced and heavy-handed in the way that the show wanted the outcomes to go. I feel like I remember watching the Smackdown from season 14 and just almost disagreeing with every decision that was made. But in this one, I don't feel like anyone was robbed. And it also felt like the stakes were somehow higher and also lower than having this in a normal challenge. And I'm always happy to see the Queens of Drag Race get more recognition and more prize money for doing things they're good at. So to season 16, I say props to you, mama. Props to you, mama. And finally, I did also ask my patrons to vote on their hottest hot, and for their hottest lip sync of the night, they've chosen Megami versus Morphine. See you later. Love ya. Bye. I'm back from Coachella. Sorry, that was so obnoxious, but I couldn't resist. Hey y'all, it's me, Bussy, and welcome back to Hot or Hot. And today we'll be reviewing the finale of RuPaul's Drag Race Season 16. A week late, $1 short, and missing 2 or 3 brain cells, aka business as usual on this channel. But on a real note, this finale was phenomenal, and we've got so much to break down, including a quick hot or rot speed round of the entire cast of season 16 on their final runway, a solo performance from each of our top 3 finalists, the crowning of our new Miss Congenialities, and of course the final 2 lip sync for the crown, the title of America's Next Drag Superstar, and $200,000. So in the order they hit the runway, and first up, it's still chocolate, Hershii LiqCour-Jeté, who's giving us some regal blue pageantry perfection in this gown. She looks absolutely stunning, definitely the best I think she's ever looked on this show. And this gown is just so right, the way it's hugging her body perfectly, creating that beautiful silhouette around the collar. And the absolute highlight of this look for me is the way she has stoned the curls in that wig with those blue crystals. This is a beautifully sweet note for Hershii to end on, and this look is absolutely hot. Next up, it's almost like she was never there. It's Mirage, who's giving us a very sultry yet modest in her own way type of look this evening, complete with, of course, her clear acrylic de-rober heels. And I was actually a little disappointed when she hit the end of the runway and didn't start clacking those heels, but she did look absolutely gorgeous. I love that deep slit in this dress showing off those super long legs, and that hair is absolutely phenomenal. She's giving showgirl, she's giving Vegas, and this look is absolutely hot. And next up, I hope you're clocked in because it's time for a mandatory meeting, who I think hit the runway tonight with something to prove in reclaiming the color purple, which I have to think is referencing or paying homage in a way to that original purple and green alien look that she wore on her first or second episode. I love this gown, has kind of an 80s flair with those poof sleeves and how they're contrasted with those geometric lines throughout this gown. This look is very business meeting at 5, intergalactic prom at 7, and I love it. This is that little purple alien girl all grown up, and she looks absolutely hot. But this, of course, would not be a complete review of the finale of season 16 without one final mention of the mandatory meeting and Plain Jane feud, which was briefly acknowledged on Twitter after the finale aired this week. Iman's updated her ex profile picture in a post with this screenshot of her reacting to a moment where Plain Jane is on the screen, and a user on the platform responded to her post writing, "I need to know what you were thinking and if this was actually the face you made when she did that." To which Amanda replies, "It was either that or when her mom told Ru how she overcame severe bullying. I love irony." And regarding some of her less than well-received runways, she did impart this wisdom onto the future applicants of RuPaul's Drag Race. My advice to anyone getting ready for season 17 is make sure everyone who works on your package sign an NDA and a contract that specifically outlines ramifications for them if they don't finish your in time for filming. Hopefully you won't show up with 5 incomplete runways like I did. Next up, boom. Boom. It's Geneva Karr, who comes out on the runway in her best Formula One racing gown. And immediately I can see exactly what she's going for with those iconic racer check flags in the lining of that really cool train that she's got built into this gown. But where she started to lose me was that Hoochie Mama cut of the front part of this gown, immediately going to the thigh and then the thigh high boot, combined with these like cagey deconstructed neck and hip pieces, which felt unnecessary to this look, and kind of like she was both going for a very constructed and deconstructed thing at the same time that I'm not sure totally worked. So I'm overall gonna give this look a And next up, it's Mommy Megami, who's hitting the runway one last time in this really interesting combination of round geometric patterned gown with a black pearl necklace and cape. And obviously I will say, as always, the hair and makeup really are on point with her. That's never an issue for me. And I like this kind of demonic, spooky energy that she's going for with the horns and the wig and such. But I wish there was some of that black or darkness in the actual gown to bring a little more cohesion to the look from head to toe. Plus the shoes really stand out here and don't make any sense with the rest of the look. Like, why is the wig giving me Maleficent? The shoes are giving me Cinderella. So I'm gonna give this look a And next up, lights, camera, fashion. It's Xunami Muse, who, I'll be honest, really gagged me a little bit for sure. Yes, mama, props to you, mama. Yes, God. She is stunning, breathtaking, jaw-dropping. I love this gown. It's like almost an impressionist painting, kind of giving me like Starry Night vibes, but multicolored, I think floral petals is what they really are. Maybe with some feathers and paisley mixed in through those. Overall, she looks absolutely stunning. This look is hot. And next up, she's a star. It's Plasma. And she's got the entire Hollywood Walk of Fame stars adorning her dress to prove that she is a star. And this look from Plasma tonight was one of those moments for me where like, yes, less is more. I loved all that soft rouging and that beautiful beige or light cream tulle that is just absolutely looking gorgeous on her with that soft gold hair too. She looks absolutely hot. The only notes I would give this look are like proportion related, because she is one of those queens with makeups that have those huge proportions. I would have liked to have seen an even bigger hair on this, something just to round out that head shape a little bit more. And next up, Mhi'ya. It's Mhi'ya Iman LePaige, our queen of flips and queen of blinding the cameras tonight with this insanely beautiful and crazily reflective gown. She looks like the drag queen embodiment of a disco ball walking down that runway, and she has never looked better. And the way she has left no particle of light in that room unreflected, that's a Gagatronda right there. But for real, she looks great, and the proportions in this gown are also just done so correctly. This is Mhi'ya turned into fully crystallized glamazon bitch ready for the runway. This look is hot. Next up, wake up, it's Dawn, who is wearing this. I don't even know what to, like, how do you describe this? It's giving me like intergalactic Hunger Games host from the planet Elves and Dwarves, but like the queen of the fairy elves and dwarves over there. She looks incredible. But I love how that wig turns into an explosion of pearls and feathers and ears, which she described writing on an Instagram post as a full fairy fountain on my head, missing ears replaced with grand pink feathers. I couldn't be happier with how this came together. And really, what a treat this is from Dawn. This look is absolutely hot. And next up, give me one shot of Morphine Love Dion, who's looking absolutely gorgeous and $50,000 richer with the title of She Done Already Had Herses. And let me just say, the bitch looks good. America, facts are facts. The bitch looks good. And I also just want to quickly give a little round of applause for the mug, the Muggiana that Morphine served this entire season. And tonight's no exception. The gown is also gorgeous, but maybe not my favorite on the runway tonight. And I have to think that is largely the way I'm reacting, because 2 runways ago, we just saw Mhi'ya Iman LePaige in a very similar, extremely reflective silver pageantry gown. Regardless though, I do think this look is hot. What I would do to improve it is maybe proportionize with a bigger hair and doing something for a little more cohesion in the look, like adding some silver stoning details or something just to really tie everything together. Next up, just the letter Q. And the first thing I notice is how distinctly Q this look truly is, which we can see in style cues like that belted train that she has coming off the back of this look with the giant waist, which is similar to that belted cape train that she made for like the Neo-Goth runway, and those giant sleeves on this gown being so similar to style elements that she used in things like even her entrance look. And interestingly, the hair too feels very Q despite her really not having worn that many wigs throughout the entire season. Because it is, yes, a absolutely gorgeous wig, but it's also sculpted sculpted in such a way that it looks like her crazy headpieces. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, this look is H-O-T. And first up from our 3 finalists tonight, it's the Queen of Bananas, the Queen of Yellow, the Queen of Wind, Nymphia Wind, who in her finale eleganza extravaganza runway is of course giving a banana reveal costume. Who would have guessed it? She is sitting right at the intersection of fashion, camp, and drag excellence in this look. And I absolutely love the detail of when those banana peel pieces came down, we got to see the inside was also stoned, really giving the look a complete head-to-toe, cohesive, gorgeous eleganza. And I've got to say, Nymphia's banana obsession, we'll call it, is easily one of the best ways I've ever seen a queen implement a branding concept into their drag race package, like ever. Because the banana thing is so in your face and crazy that you remember it, and you really would think that doing something as crazy and bold as a banana would get really tiresome throughout all these episodes and all these banana looks, but it never did, at least for me. And I think that's because each time she re-implemented the banana concept into her drag, she found a new and interesting way that we hadn't seen her bring those bananas in before. And so it became less of a like, oh, there's a banana again, and more of a, ooh, I wonder how the bananas are gonna come in this time. Me browsing through Grindr. This banana was deliciously ripe and totally and her performance is to a number called Queen of Wind. And in saying that, I'm realizing another reason her banana thing worked out so well was because she didn't just have bananas, she also had the color yellow. She also had this tongue-in-cheek reference to wind at the end of her name, which was both funny hee hee ha ha wind and also the wind beneath her arms, which literally empowered her metaphorically and made her powerful in this number. And this top 3 performance from Nymphia combines all of the best elements and parts of her drag into one succinct little number that was both beautiful and moving and exciting. Like she's in this really awesome, intricately designed dragon kind of costume with bananas on the front, of course. It gets ripped off by all the pit crew members, revealing her pop girly bodysuit era look, which ends a tons of gorgeous choreo from her and the group, and ultimately the entire pit crew carrying her on their shoulders. Also, got this beautiful cape in the wind behind her. This number felt like a beautiful journey through Nymphia Wind's drag and experience as a person, and that's why I think it was all so successful. This was absolutely And next up, everyone's favorite beautiful Balkan war survivor, Plain Jane, who in her final runway is giving us glamour, elegance, regality in this all red gorgeous look. The sequencing applique and tulle, all in those beautiful red shades, are very much paying homage to her Russian heritage and ballerina dance art form that is so important in that culture. And we saw Plain Jane act an absolute fool this entire season and show up on the runway in a countless number of bodysuits, but seeing this, I think, raw, beautiful form of Plain Jane here, fully crystallized and ready for the runway, is really special, and I'm taking it in and really just admiring how great she truly looks. This look is hot. And as I mentioned, Plain Jane did wear a lot of bodysuits, decorated nicely bodysuits throughout this season, and in fact wore so many that the number she performs, her top 3 finalist performance, is called Bodysuit. But I'm gonna be 100% honest, I did not connect the dots between all of her TNA bodysuit looks and the title of this song being Bodysuit until I was writing this review. Like, my dumbass was literally watching the finale being like, why is she doing a song about bodysuit? It doesn't make any sense. And then later it clicked. Guess I'm just quirky, you know, not like the other girls. Anyways, dots connected or not, this track felt like intentional sabotage. It was bad. It was bad. And I do want to separate like the actual track bodysuit, which I am saying was bad and very one note, lacking peaks and valleys, from the performance that Plain Jane gave, which I thought was good, really doing the best she could. It's just that the entire thing was bodysuit this, bodysuit that, bodysuit, bodysuit. And there was just, I think, a lot more I think that they could have referenced or talked about. And I'm not exactly sure how much influence the top 3 finalists actually have over the creation of their tracks. Whether it involved the queens or not, this was definitely a especially in comparison to the peaks and valleys and depth of performance showcased in both Nymphia and Sapphira's, which we'll see here in just a second. And last but not least, we got Sapphira Cristál, who hits the runway in an Amazon warrior queen of the Amazon warrior queen look. It's time for bed. And what I like about this look is the play of all the hard versus soft, specifically in those armor pieces, like in the bodice and those beautiful soft ruffles in the bottom part of this gown. Of course, in her signature blue sapphire color, which is to say, I do like all of the pieces in this look and how those ones I mentioned are coming together nicely. But there is one item on this look that really sticks out to me. And it's that chest piece she's wearing, which segments her body and look in a very strange way. And then she's just got these little soup cans coming right out of her chest. And I'm like, what are those doing there? And what are they being held up by? The little blue strip of fabric is ridiculous. That is ridiculous. And it's so ridiculous in camp that I kind of love it. But in a more serious review of this look, I've got to say, something is not looking totally right here. And so this is a tough critique for me because does she look good? Yes, I think she looks gorgeous and powerful, but at the same time, the details are a little distracting for me. So I'm gonna give this a warming up. Her performance though was absolutely incredible and came in 3 easily identifiable acts, beginning with this operatic moment where she's on a platform with this gown coming down so you can't see that she's on a platform and she looks like 12 feet tall. She's lip syncing opera. It's stunning and also such a great thing to do for her in this number because it's a callback to her opera singing talent show. Then we get into Act 2, which is a bunch of choreo from her with the pit crew group as well, in a look that's kind of reminiscent of that majorette costume she wore earlier this season. And she nailed absolutely every single move and point in this choreo. She looked phenomenal in that performance, and the performance of what she's doing is so incredible that you almost miss she is singing about her slew foot, which kind of turns this middle part of what she's doing into like an empowerment moment. And then it all ends with the slew foot breakdown where she amps up the dancing even further and then ends in a split. She absolutely nailed this. She gave us peaks, she gave us valleys, we laughed, we cried, we cheered, and most importantly, remembered why we love Sapphira Cristál. This performance was hot. Even if this was another bit of a rocky moment for her in terms of looks in the finale. And so we see our top 3 give their solo top 3 finalist performances, and Rupaul decides of the 3 that only Sapphira Cristál and Nymphia win we moving forward. A decision that, based on these performances, I wholeheartedly agree with. And so much so that let's enter the conspiracy corner for just 1 second. I've got to say, it's almost like Nymphia and Sapphira's performances were carefully crafted to be so much better than Plains that nobody would have any choice but to agree with Rupaul that those were going to be the top 2. But that's just a theory, a drag theory. R.I.P. Matt Pat. Wait, did he die? Something happened to him. He didn't die, he's just semi-retired. That's what Google says. Not me sending the other YouTubers into an early grave. Sorry, Matt Pat. Anyways, Plain is not allowed to continue, but she does receive a cash tip of $25,000. And of course, an eternally stinky, greasy burger finger. And to Plain, I say, mama, kudos for going on RuPaul's Drag Race. For competing. But before we talk about that final lip sync, we've also got the Sasha Colby segment where she reveals one of the most beautiful crowning or passing the crown down looks ever. Like that bra chandelier thing, next level. Plus, we got Miss Congeniality presented by Malaysia Baby Doll Fox, who reveals in the gag of the season that we are not gonna have just one Miss Congeniality, but 2, because why have just one Miss Congeniality when you could have 2? And apparently in a split down the middle vote, the queens voted for both Xunami Muse and Sapphira Cristál, who both get the title Miss Congeniality and a cash prize of $10,000 apiece. And this was particularly special, I'll point out, for Sapphira to win Miss Congeniality because I believe this was the first time we saw a top 3 or 4 finalists also win a Miss Congeniality title since Nina Flowers? And since it hadn't happened since literally season 1 of RuPaul's Drag Race, I kind of thought that it was impossible for this to happen. But with drag, I suppose anything's possible. So a round of applause and congratulations to Sasha on that amazing look, Malaysia on her amazing Miss Congeniality passing down the title look, and both Xunami and Sapphira for their new titles. And finally, and a top 2 lip sync for the crown, the title of America's Next Drag Superstar, and a cash prize of $200,000, we've got Sapphira Cristál and Nymphia win lip syncing to Padum Padum by Kylie Minogue. And let me firstly say, I did react to this lip sync as well as the best parts of this finale over on my Patreon, and you can watch that reaction plus get access to other exclusive content like hearing me talk about my experience at Coachella over at patreon.com/BussyQueen. See you there. My thoughts on this lip sync were that I really didn't want it to end. Both queens were absolutely killing it, and it was kind of just in the tiny details of their executions and approaches in this lip sync that did ultimately make the call for me for Nymphia to win easy. Overall, Sapphira's costume was a little confusing in this lip sync for me, because she's very much starting out this lip sync as a vampire queen, I guess, with this very 18th century beehive hair and very visible fangs in her mouth. And pieces of this really gorgeous gown come off to reveal a more danceable version, and then that big giant wig comes off to reveal a ponytail, and all of her choreo and everything was absolutely phenomenal throughout this entire lip sync. But I guess I was just like looking for some reason or connection to that vampire thing in the storyline of her lip sync. Like I thought maybe at the end there would be some blood or a body part that would come off or out of somewhere. And again, I thought Sapphira did good in this, but this was 100% Nymphia's time to shine. Like she not only defeated that shy inner saboteur, but obliterated the remnants of the body and then threw the ashes around the stage that she was dancing on in this lip sync. I also thought that she didn't try to do too much in this lip sync. It started off with some outfit reveals and some really crazy helium balloon moments that like float off into the stage, which I think was a first for Drag Race. And there's all a great nod to her fashion and artistry throughout the competition, but then tears all that off and just gives us a pure pop girly performance, like the best of them. Actually better than the best of them. This is a very obvious win for me, and I couldn't be more proud, happy, and excited for Nymphia to carry the crown of RuPaul's Drag Race America's Next Drag Superstar. Like she 1000% times over deserved that crown throughout this episode so many different times, showcasing all the amazingness of her drag, but also time and time again throughout this season, every time she either won a challenge or exceeded our expectations on the runway again and again and again. And if you didn't catch it, this was her reaction to being crowned, and oh my god, what an incredible crowning look she's in. That sculpted armor crazy banana thing, of course, banana thing she's wearing is beautiful. And this is all extremely validating for Nymphia, I'm sure, because she not only has the support of RuPaul and the rest of the judges telling her that she won the season, but she had so much fan momentum behind her. Just looking back at the Team Nymphia, Team Plain, Team Sapphira posts they did on Instagram, Nymphia has like 185,000 likes on hers, while the other top two finalists have about 100,000 each. And even though I know she is feeling love from all sides, I want to extend her tons of love and congratulations from my channel as well. And some final thoughts though, I do have a question for you. What did you think of them reusing the main stage of RuPaul's Drag Race, but remodeled and refreshed for both the laLaPaRuza and this finale? Because I could probably argue pros and cons of both. On one hand, I kind of missed the grandness and height of the stages that we've seen in finales past. Plus, I think we were missing a bit of audience interaction and reactions in a lot of these camera shots because the actual in-theater audience was so much smaller than normal. On the other hand, though, I could totally see how from a production standpoint, keeping everything in-house allows them to do a lot more. Plus, maybe theoretically, since they saved money by using the same main stage elements, they were able to pay out more cash prizes. I don't know if that's how that math worked out, but both of those things did happen. Of course, though, let me know all of your thoughts down in the comments below. And finally, for hottest hots. On the runway, I'm gonna give it to Nymphia Wind. And in the top 3 finalist performance, I'm gonna give it to Sapphira Cristál. I also asked my patrons to vote on their hottest hots, and on the runway, they've chosen Nymphia Wind. And in the top 3 performance, Sapphira Cristál. Lastly, I wanna say thank you so much for watching this video and tuning into my channel throughout all of my hot or rots of season 16. The Bussy Queen channel truly would not be possible without you or all of my lovely, loyal, supporting patrons who help keep me financially stable every single month at patreon.com/BussyQueen. Because Rue the Bus is still running, but only because of my patrons. Love y'all, bye. Oh hey, I just got back from Coachella. Hey y'all, it's me, Buscella. And welcome back to Hot or Hot. Today we are going to be reviewing a little bit of tea concerning All Stars 9, plus the moment you've been waiting for throughout the entirety of RuPaul's Drag Race Season 16. We'll be crowning the official winner of Bussy Queen's RuPaul's Drag Race Season 16 Unaired Runways Tournament Eleganza for Your Nerves. Season 16, the Rizzler Edition. For real, no cap. Period boots. Well, let's go and start with the latest regarding All Stars 9. So in a video from a couple of days ago where we reviewed the promos and entrance looks of the entire cast, we also talked about this new charity twist where they're giving away $200,000 to a charity of the winner's choice in lieu of a cash prize. We're also highlighted an unconfirmed rumor has been circulating the interwebs regarding compensation packages for every single queen in the season. Even though I pointed out this is literally just hot gossip, there are tons of people online just kind of running with the narrative that these numbers are real and substantiated by anything. and they're not. Like in my research on this topic, I can't find a single primary source actually saying these numbers are for a fact going to be part of each queen's compensation package for going on the show. It's all literally just gossip on Reddit with people repeating these numbers over and over with no actual source to back up these claims. And I've seen tons of people being in favor of no cash prize for All-Stars 9 because of these alleged stipends and appearance fees, which I want to say, if true, are absolutely amazing and a wonderful step forward in progress towards compensating the artists that are on the RuPaul's Drag Race platform. But since these numbers are just online rumor, they could also be completely fabricated. Like, we literally have no idea where these numbers came from, and no queens from the franchise on this season or otherwise saying these numbers on any online platform or out loud in any sort of interview. And so I am actually asking you, the audience, for some help here. If you have any actual real primary source tea on these numbers, then let me know via an Instagram DM or business email. Regardless though if those numbers were real, we do know for a fact there is no cash prize, which has been the source of a lot of discussion about if there will be any actual competition on this season. And we got some new press from Entertainment Weekly, an article by Joey Nolfi, which suggests, well, actually literally says in the headline that All-Stars 9 is now in the show's congenial era, being the first season of RuPaul's Best Friends race. And via that article, the cast of RuPaul's Drag Race All-Stars 9 tells Entertainment Weekly that this year's All-Stars competition is an evolved version of the Drag Race format that expands the show's scope to ensure that charitable organizations get theirs too. Not only are the queens competing for a spot in the Drag Race Hall of Fame, they're also vying for a $200,000 investment in one queen's charity of choice. Which begs the question, is the show fully in its congenial era after season 16 gleefully unleashed Plain Jane into the universe? All-Stars 9 was really happy and chill. It was just different. Gottmik recalls the dynamic of the season, which includes no eliminations, similar to the All-Stars 7 edition that featured a cast of all prior winners. Literally, we'd be in Untucked and we get heated up and they'd be like, time for a game, and I'd be like, can I say one mean thing? The article also quotes Chanel on this topic, where she says, there really isn't a lot of drama this season, and it's all for the better in a season that's all about using drag superpowers for good, not evil. In fact, at one point in time throughout the season, we had said this is the very first season of RuPaul's Best Friends race, Chanel continues. Granted, there has to be pieces of drama, and of course there is, but for the most part, everybody kind of got along well. We've also got quotes from Roxy telling us to stay tuned, and there's more to come, and is teasing that she may have brought the tank top Alaska let her borrow in the workroom of All-Stars 2. And the only thing we got from Vanjie on the season is her saying she wants to give it to Michelle one more time and terrorize her with some more hot corsetry. And the only hint of cutthroat competition we get really is from Vanjie at the end of the article, where she is saying she wishes she had won some challenges back on season 11 and has come back to All-Stars 9 to secure those wins. So there you have it. According to the cast themselves, All-Stars 9 will be the very first season of RuPaul's Best Friends race, which also kind of suggests they might be doing the thing where the judges don't give any negative critiques a la All-Stars 7. And so with the knowledge there's no cash prize and this is going to be a congenial season, it is starting to, I think, reframe my expectations of what All-Stars is going to be moving forward. Because originally drama and this idea of a competition was so important to All-Stars, and fueling all that drama, in my opinion, were things like a big cash prize at the end of the tunnel, and of course the threat of your peers literally getting to send you home every single week. But I think it's also clear we're at a point with All-Stars where that format just wasn't really working anymore. I think there were, what, 2 or 3 different queens, including Heidi and Kahana at one point in All-Stars 8, who wanted to go home because they felt like the experience wasn't deserving of their time or what they ultimately wanted to put their energy into. And while I'm sure we'll be missing a lot of dramatic moments in All-Stars like we've had in the past, that doesn't mean that All-Stars 9 and those forward, if they use the same format, will be bad. It just means they'll be different. And ultimately, these changes all mean more screen time for each queen and things like stipends and appearance fees, which if true would ultimately make competing on All-Stars a much more equitable experience for everyone competing for a spot in the Hall of Fame. But of course, I'd love to know what y'all are thinking about All-Stars 9. Are you excited for a nice season? Or are you gonna be missing some of that juicy drama? And now the moment you have been sitting on the edge of your seats waiting for with bated breath, biting your nails, the RuPaul's Drag Race Season 16 Unaired Runways Tournament Official Eleganza Extravaganza laLaPaRuza for the crown. Of a concoction of my own insanity. We're just gonna go through all of the unaired runways posted by eliminated queens after their time on the show, and in a randomly generated bracket, go through each pairing and decide whose look ultimately is the creme de la creme of these unaired looks, of which we've got about 20 to go through. And first up in the top left side of our bracket, we've got Plasma's chain reaction look versus Morphine's original Dancing Queen look that apparently had a malfunction with the headpiece, which meant she had to change it at the last second, which is why we got the one we got on the actual show. But this one I think is very pretty as well. It's very Carmen Miranda, but instead of the iconic basket of fruits on her head, she's got some really beautiful flowers coming down as a crown. She wrote, "Originally this was supposed to be my Dancing Queen look, but I had to change it last minute because my big basket headpiece broke right before. But I'm proud to showcase my culture in any way I can. Los amo. Thank you to my sister for being a part of this with me." And I think she looks absolutely beautiful in this gown. I love all the flowers. I love the colors and how bright and flamboyant the look is. It's definitely hot, and Plasma's chain reaction look is giving us a little bit of a Wild West fantasy. I do really like how she's got that hat headpiece that has those chains coming down the brim. And honestly, all the Western pieces of this look, I really adore, especially those arm cuffs with the matching chains and the chaps as well. The things I don't like about this look are the wide bodysuit on the inside. It just kind of feels like there was so much detail and love put into all of the chain pieces, but the middle part, this essentially wide bodysuit, is kind of stealing the thunder for me. That's why I'm gonna give Plasma's look a raw and give the rounds to Miss Morphine. And next up, we got a main story meetings chain reaction versus Mirage's Run Faster Pussycat Run look. And firstly, what I love about Amanda's look is that big curly updo of hair with a crown in it, very much giving me some Chapel Roan vibes, who I did see at Coachella, by the way, and she was awesome. And generally, I think this look is a lot of fun. There's a lot of movement captured in the photograph of it, which I'm sure would have played well nicely on the runway with the chains and the waist and coming down off of the bra piece. And this is also such a great and striking look from Mirage, I think because of that wig. She has such a beautiful face structure, and that little pussycat really does show everything off. I love all the orange in this look from the hair, also integrated in those tiger stripes on the top and in the pants. Very smart. Plus all that metal detailing in the glove and the chap pieces and flare. This is like really hitting a lot of fun style cues for me that is really winning me over here. I'm gonna get both looks hot, but the round going to Mirage. And next up we got Mirage's I Could Buy Myself Flowers versus Plasma's True Colors look. And in this round, I know immediately who I'm going to progress, who's going to be Plasma, and here's why. Mirage's look just doesn't feel totally connected to the flowers brief as I think it could be. It seems like the main feature is that animal print gown with the corsetry and mermaid skirt, which is all very pretty, but it has these flowers that are kind of more like props glued onto the dress and in the hair in different places that just feel like an afterthought. It was almost like she pulled this pretty gown out of her closet and was like, let me make this work for flowers. Which is all to say she looks very pretty, but for the brief, it's gonna be a rock. Plasma's True Color look is absolutely gorgeous, and I will say I think the photography and Photoshop of everything happening in this is playing into that, but that baby blue color is absolutely chef's kiss. And again, while we don't know what this look might have actually looked like on the runway in person, in this photo, she is absolutely snatched for the gods. The shapes are right. That giant boa is delicious, and everything about the look is icy hot. So Plasma goes to the next round. And next up, we've got And next up, we've got Amanda Tori Meetings fan look. I totally forgot about this. This look is on the levels of iconery, shenanigans, and tomfoolery that the robin's egg and the cat puppet cape look are. This is crazy. Amanda, what's going on here? What in gay hell? This is a really crazy look. He's basically giving us like little cinch bodysuit performance gig with pieces of fans glued to the shoulder pad pieces, and as well as constructing the bra somehow. It seems like she has literally stoned and painted those little hand fans that you might get to like carry around at like the zoo, you know, on a hot day. She's just fashioned those into an outfit. And mama, that's brave. That is bold and brave. So that's that look, which like I'm also obsessed with. Like it is, I think, objectively just a really bad look, but it has this element to it that is so distinctly a mandatory meeting and just so camp and ridiculous that like I'm obsessed. So this is another look from her where for me she has really, I think, just transcended drag, and we'll just leave that there. And that is up here against Geneva Karr's True Colors look, where she has very obviously here chosen the color red. And I'm gonna say she looks absolutely gorgeous here. The mug and hair are so perfected. And I love a giant, crazy, like cover-up style dress costume that just is a pile of tulle or chiffon, whatever that fabric is. And the color also is gorgeous. This is an easy click on Geneva to progress to the next round, but also at the same time it's not, because that means we've got to put Amanda's fan look to rest. And that hurts. Okay, next up. What is this one? Okay, we just have Geneva Karr's chain reaction look up against Mirage's chain reaction look. I'll be honest, I don't really love either of these looks. Geneva's is giving me Beetleborgs a little bit with like the shape of the dress that she's wearing. Like if you see how the back has that plated cutout and the front has that square cutout, it's very buggy to me. And I also wasn't totally reading chains from this. Like when you zoom in, you can see that something is like linked together in a chain-like fashion, but I wasn't getting chain reaction. It kind of looks like almost like those Pepsi can, Coke can tabs that you pull off that the girls make dresses of that are really cute, except there's just not enough of them. If this had been every centimeter of the fabric covered in the chain, I might be buying it, but as is, this is a rot. And Mirage is wearing that. This is almost surprising to me. It's missing a level of polish and I think attention to detail that we see from Mirage. I'm also not seeing a lot of her typical style cues, like those very Y2K sassy hairs or animal prints. Nothing like street either. It's just her with some cardboard wrapped around her chest. It's very much giving girl that was in the bottom of the well in the ring, like coming out of the TV or something. It's gonna be rough for me, but we do have to progress somebody to the next round because that's how a bracket works. So we're gonna give it to Geneva. And next we got Geneva Karr's Flowers look versus Mhi'ya's Fandango runway. And regarding Geneva's look on Instagram, she wrote, "Here's the flower runway I would have worn tonight. It's my take on the traditional embroidered flower dress from the state of Chiapas. Embroidery done in Chiapas, Mexico." And those embroidered elements of this gown are absolutely breathtaking. The attention to detail, the level of detail in those embroidered parts. I mean, really, you just don't see stuff like this in today's fast fashion or anything. And that's why it's so special, especially in drag, when we see queens do all that and relate it back to their heritage and really show us who they are. I think she's done a great job of doing drag here, and this look is really great. She looks beautiful, definitely hot. And that is up against Mhi'ya's planned Fandango look, which is really interesting in that it appears to be created out of magazine sheets that have been folded in such a way to look like fans and then placed to construct the gown. And in terms of this look fulfilling the brief, I don't know that I would have ever seen this and immediately thought fan. And while this look photographs well, I also have a concern for how something like this would have traveled well or not, considering it appears to be made of all paper. And I would give this just a safe hop because I am personally missing a bit of theme recognition here, and I'm gonna give this round to Geneva. And so we got Dawn's Fandango versus Geneva Karr's DragCon of the 1980s looks. And immediately I've gotta say Dawn's is breathtaking. She looks like a little fairy that just happens to be gracing the harbor over in New York somewhere, delicately standing on those rocks. She looks gorgeous. And in this take on Fandango, I do very clearly see those fan patterns in both the ears and this kind of jellyfish style dress that she's wearing. It's definitely hot. And Geneva's look is okay. I feel like it very much is DragCon of the 1980s business executive kind of big business realness stuff, but I don't personally enjoy this look. It's just okay to me. I just don't personally like the style. So I'm gonna give it a rot and give this round to Dawn. And next up we got Plasma's DragCon in the 1980s versus Plasma's fan looks. And her DragCon look is absolutely breathtaking. On Instagram, she wrote, explaining her interpretation of this brief, "Somebody has to save our skins. I've always been a massive Carrie Fisher fan and a huge Star Wars nerd. And since Star Wars changed the 80s forever, I know exactly what I would have worn to RuPaul's DragCon a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Princess Leia in white pleather, naturally. This look is gorgeous and I love the reference, although I will say I'm not totally sure I'm getting her connection to the runway brief. I will also say this was a really strange runway brief, and I think seeing how the queens ended up interpreting it, she really had one of the most original and unique interpretations that ultimately, I would argue, makes sense. And I'm gonna give this look a hot. Her fan look is also pretty, kind of blending some 1920s flapper girl with what I would say Vegas showgirl, almost carnival elements. And I really like that very clearly you can see these giant fans that are kind of like wings coming in the back of her costume. And I love how she's played with that pinky red color versus the purple on the rest of the look. The details of this are great. It very clearly is in that Fandango theme category and she looks beautiful, but girl, that Princess Leia look is a gag and a half. We're gonna give the rounds to Princess Leia. And moving into the top right side of our bracket, we've got Geneva Karr's fan versus Mirage's also fan look. And starting with Geneva's, this is not my favorite garment that she's ever worn. It's giving kind of like I just took a shower and like here's the bath towel and shower cap. I'm just not loving how like the piles and layers of this kind of slightly fanned rouged fabric are just laying all around her body. I think there could have been a lot more done with some shape here, maybe bringing out a silhouette that had more shoulders or dramatic collar and same notes on the waist to kind of give it that more of an hourglass shape. Mirage's look though is cute enough, I think, for a warming up. However, I'm not really sure this is on theme. This is like a feathers runway more than a fan runway. Like, where is the fan element in any of this? I also don't love the messy implementation of the way those feathers are kind of messily kind of falling around the back of her body and then turning into nothing around her waist. Actually, we're gonna revise the warming up to a rot. I'm so sorry, Mirage. And just because Geneva was on theme here, we're gonna give the round to Geneva. Baby, you can't read the doll. And the next round is actually a bye round, meaning Geneva has no competition slotted against her for her Dancing Queens look, which she says on Instagram is an homage to a dance in folklorico called concheros. And she says this costume hopes to show how beautiful the dance itself is. With a photo, if you keep scrolling, of Miss Geneva Karr out of drag from her early 20s. That's a Gagatrodra. Geneva's costume though, I think is really fun, and I am gonna give it a hot and of course progress it to the next round. And now we're getting so close to a winner of RuPaul's Drag Race Season 16 Unaired Bussy Queen Tournaments, RuPaul laLaPaRuza Eleganza for the crown, that I can almost taste it. And next up we have Morphine's Dancing Queen look versus Mirage's Pussycat wig, which I'm actually gonna give to Mirage. She really put her entire charisma, uniqueness, nerve, and talent into this look. And really, from a grander perspective, the photography, the photo of this, it feels so Mirage, so Vegas, so nightlife performer. I love everything about it. And next up we got Plasma's Baby Blue True Colors versus Geneva Karr's Red True Colors, which I'm gonna give to Plasma. Hey Nikki, asthma. And next we got Geneva's Chain Reaction versus Geneva's Flowers runway, which is gonna be an easy choice for the flowers for me. And lastly, on the left side of this bracket, Dawn's Fandango versus Plasma's Princess Leia DragCon 1980s look, which is tough. They're so different and both great, I think, in their own respective realms. I am gonna give it to Plasma, though. She has a more, I think, coherent vision for exactly what it is she's portraying in this. Plus, I just love the reference. And next up, we got Geneva's Fan versus Geneva's Dancing Queen look, which I'm gonna give it to Dancing Queen. And on our final rounds, we got Mirage's Pussycat wig versus Plasma's True Colors, which I'm gonna give it to Plasma. And Geneva's Flowers versus Plasma's DragCon, which I'm gonna give to Plasma. And another bye week for Geneva Karr brings her Dancing Queen look into the final rounds on this left side, which means really for me, it's all gonna come down to Plasma versus Plasma. And really, I've gotta say the details in these looks from Plasma are so strong, head to toe. The hair is so perfectly styled. The makeup, both so well done in both shots. And the photography and artistry of both also just amazing. I will say on the actual RuPaul's Drag Race runway, Plasma's True Colors look would have stood out a lot more because of all the rhinestones, because of the color and the showgirlsy nature of the costume versus that Princess Leia look, which would have been really washed out in all those stage lights. Because I think another reason in favor for me of giving it to Plasma's True Colors look is going to be because of how elevated her drag looks here in these photos. This is a level of Plasma that we didn't get to really see on the show, but here she is showcasing that growth, and I am so proud to see it. And to technically finish the bracket, we do have to put Geneva's Dancing Queen look versus the True Blue. I'm gonna give it to Plasma's True Blue. And so we, and by we I mean me and hopefully you too, over here at the Bussy Queen channel, want to extend a huge congratulations to Plasma for winning the very official and coveted title of RuPaul's Drag Race Season 16 Unaired Runways Bussy Queen's Eleganza laLaPaRuza for the Snatch she done already had hers Rizzler crown, with an honorable congratulatory mention of a mandatory meetings Fandango look. And by default, this look from Plasma is also my hottest hot this week, but I did ask my patrons over on patreon.com to vote for their hottest hot. And this week they've chosen Dawn's Fandango look. But of course, I'd love to know what y'all thought about the outcome of this tournament down in the comments below. What choices would you have made differently, and which queen's look ultimately gets your hottest hot? And regardless of whose look you love the most, make sure to go give all the season 16 queens some extra love on social media, especially those who were eliminated early and were brave and bold enough to share all of their unaired looks for our consumption on their social media pages. And don't forget, you too can join my Patreon at patreon.com/BussyQueen. That's my members only website where my patron family gets exclusive member benefits like early access to my YouTube videos, access to tons of exclusive content, like my extended and exclusive bus stop reaction videos where we discuss every episode of RuPaul's Drag Race episode as I watch them live, and the ability to access things like hottest hot polls, which are featured in every single one of my videos. See you later, love ya, bye.